Hi everyone, welcome to World Leader Summit. This is 2022 and this is the third year of World Leader Summit. We started with approximate 90 countries 3 years back, and we wanted to make an impact not as a summit but as an ecosystem. And the concept was to grow larger, bigger, with right kind of network, with right kind of business mindset, and of course, with a business matchmaking experience with many people from various different countries. So I'll give you a small history of how it all started. We started an ecosystem called Entrepreneur Face long back in 2017 for mentoring for the particular startups who have been applying to our incubation programs and acceleration programs. Eventually, we felt that with only one platform, why should we grow? Why shouldn't we grow it with a global impact and bring those people who are well equipped enough to give back to the community? And that was a small spark. And that small spark grown from the city of joy, Calcutta, to the world. And the world accepted it. And the reason the world accepted it is just because they want to grow with each other and stay with each other, move with one part of the world to another part of the world. Because we are live, I'll be asking all the participants who have got this exclusive link just to be with the speakers, please keep their microphone off. They can probably turn on the video if they wish. That is completely fine. If they have any kind of question, any kind of information they want to share with the speakers, they can write it in the chat box. I'll be your host for the next couple of hours, and I'll be more than happy to take the question from online or from the Zoom chat or from those kind of chat engines that we are using. For the information, we have started our own accelerator. We have started our own syndicate of angels. We have been doing mind-blowing activities across the world. This year itself, we did an investor roundtable in Dubai in March with 10 different countries, with 10 different investors. It was a physical meetup, and we do multiple number of meet each and every month. Every month, we call this program as a leaders meetup. We bring people in who are capable enough to share their strength and looking forward to network with others. And today, let me take the pleasure to introduce our first speaker from Europe. Ivan is a great friend of mine. I don't know how I can introduce him. A great human being, amazing personality. He's a EIC program manager for the Food and Chain Technologies and Novel and Sustainable Food in the European Innovation Council and SMEs Executive Agency. He has been helping a lot of people across the world and crossing all the borders during the pandemic as well. And we have been talking with each other. We have been communicating with each other for quite a long number of time. Getting this kind of personality and listening from the horse's mouth is not that easy. So I'll request our first speaker, Ivan, to take the floor. Thank you so much, Ivan, for coming.
Thank you very much, Arijit. I know you are on tight schedule, so I will immediately start sharing my screen. I would like just to get confirmation. Do you see my presentation in presentation mode? Okay, let me tell you the story. So greetings from Brussels, and thank you for the opportunity to share how we support entrepreneurs in European Innovation Council and small medium-sized enterprise executive agency. Our motto is backing visionary scientists and entrepreneurs. And let me tell you how we do that. We don't have many programs, but they are all perfectly aligned and complete. Pathfinder is our first program. It is designed to support early stage research on breakthrough technologies. So we are supporting people who are capable of creating new markets or disrupting existing ones. It is designed for consortia of research institutions. TRL level is 1 to 4, and grants are 3 to 4 million euros. Once when you completed this program, you are eligible for transition. Transition is something that would really prove your concept. It's TRL level 3 to 6. Again, grants only and consortia of research institutions. And then finally, we are coming to real part, something very specific we do at ISNEA. It is accelerated, blended finance. It is grant up to 2.5 million euros, but it is equity investment up to 15 million euros, which is supposed to be matched at least one-on-one with private. And then when you figure out that at least you are getting 32.5 million after getting maximum support from us, it is something that usually do to grow fast, achieve something spectacular, and even become unicorn. And it is great pleasure to tell we have several unicorns already supported. And then we know this is just the perfect scenario. In many cases, something would be on slow motion, stuck. So we have additional small grants to make those wheels spinning faster. So booster grants for Pathfinder, tech to market services transition, and business acceleration support for Accelerate. I would say this is no magic, but important element. We are supporting development of innovation all the way from bold idea to successful commercialization. Let's dive more into details. TRL levels are not always well explained. We are using them a lot. So TRL level 1 to 4 for Pathfinder, 3 to 6 for transition, and 5 to 9 for Accelerate. Just a quick reminder. And then another specific. We are combining bottom-up and top-down approach from the very beginning. And let me explain you how. So we have 3 programs, you know already, basics about them. And all those programs have 2 components. They have open part, open calls. You as a researcher or entrepreneur, you are applying something which is right in the scope of your competences. You can do it properly. So whatever you could do and fits to the program, you can apply. Yeah, but this is just half of the story. In many cases, we would need you to solve certain problems, and that might be outside of your comfort zone. Those are challenges. We would like you to help us solve those challenges. And then to do that, you necessarily have to make some changes. Amend your team, find a partner, do different things. And then those challenges are very sector specific. Next year, we would have quite a number of challenges. And then we hope to solve a lot of burning issues for European economy. Let me go even further. It is not just one shot. You have one date in this 23 and you have to apply. No, we have multiple cutoff dates. So plan according to your capabilities, needs, and pick the most appropriate cutoff date for you. And then we are not operating only on Horizon Europe budget. We are using additional sources from next generation EU budget. And yeah, it is not bragging, but it is about critical mass, as you said at the beginning. Critical mass is important, and critical mass of our support is pretty big, more than 1.6 billion euros. So there is a lot of projects and a lot of space to engage additional private investment. If you remember, I told you we would invest in equity, but we ask matching funds from private sources. So we are seeking partners not only when it comes to scientists and entrepreneurs, we are seeking partners with venture capitalists and other investors. Okay, let's move on. This is our summary table from 23. Just to give you a flavor, what was challenged in the European Union with European Innovation Council. Those are challenges in 23. But I have to make a comment. That was while everything was still on pilot phase, and only 4 program managers were on board. Now we are full crew of 10 program managers, and the situation for 23 is somewhat different. I'll tell you in a minute about it. So what we do, whichever program you are in, it is breakthrough, market creating or market disrupting. It is powerful and sector specific. So another specific of our approach is, we would have project officers to monitor your timetable, budget, overall progress. But we would have also a team of program managers who would monitor actually the content, going beyond your project, seeking alliances, seeking new opportunities for you, and guiding you through the process of developing, hopefully, a unicorn company. So what we do as a program managers, we oversee thematic sector, we are developing challenges, and we do content-wise management on sector-specific portfolio. And ta-da! Let me introduce the magic team. So those 10 guys are program managers of European Innovation Council. They do what I just said. And then let's talk why we really need programs of EIC. Once upon a time, it was easy to be an entrepreneur. It was all about one great thing, one person show, one mistake from that, short-term thinking, secure simplicity and procedures, passion rules, and then 3 big one. Client first, competitor second, sales make cash, and cash is the king. That was sweet time. It's not ours. It's defined by Jerome Katz. But then, modern, global, high-tech business, it's a different beast. It is really bigger budgets, a longer time frame, and definitely interdisciplinary. It is really difficult to be one-person band. So you need cooperation. And then financing, it's a problem because it's expensive and takes long. And then this value of that could be much deeper than in this picture and much longer. So you would need a lot of expertise to survive. Let me tell you why you really need EIC. Not because we have huge program adjusted for your needs. It is state-of-the-art evaluation. It is really several layers, all profiles, and you get decent evaluation of your project. And I think we are not taking credits only for guys who got the grant, but we take credit for the guys we said, no, you are not ready, it's not the right thing, and we were saving a lot of money and time to those applicants. But yes, there is a grant. And then additional small grants to make the wheel spinning faster and easy. And then equity financing for accelerator applicants and guidance and support by PMs. You might be just perfect expert in your field, but you are not knowing what your competitors are doing, where the sector is actually heading. And then it is about visibility, promotion, and networking. It is about increased credibility with possible investors, especially if you have state-of-the-art evaluation like we have. And then special attention is given to women entrepreneurs, and we are not rude. We are offering second chance. We believe in second chance, in third chance, and you should have opportunity to improve your application. And then seal of excellence. If we don't find you fit for our program, our seal of excellence will open additional doors. With the programs, you fit perfectly. And then there is fast track procedure for certain cases, but we cannot handle that in this 15 minutes. So I hope you find those 11 reasons quite credible and interesting to apply. We are open to European Union-based companies, so if you consider to apply, you should move your company to European Union country. But I guess you will do careful evaluation and smart decision to do so. The second part of my presentation is actually designed for agri-food sector. And Arjit, I would like you to tell me when I have 1 minute left, so I could really respect your schedule. Okay, so why is this problem? It is not because it's complicated, it is complex. There is a lot of problems to be solved in agriculture. A lot. Even more. Yeah, that's it, more or less. And then complexity means that focusing on something could cause really troubles in other boxes. It is like this. It should be animated. I don't know why it's not working here. But forcing something could prevent some other things to happen. And then, in perfect cases, doing something right would enable some positive changes in other boxes. So let me tell you what we supported so far. Those are projects we supported so far. And all of those projects are coming from open code, bottom up. And appear that our scientists and entrepreneurs preferred food processing and packaging and quality of food and beverages the most. Let me explain you now how it works with challenges. Challenges could be anywhere, and they could be changed from year to year. But be sure we are working on that entrepreneurs and scientists are helping us to solve burning issues of European economy for selected sectors. And then there are two important prerequisites for our programs, especially in the food and agri-tech. It is holistic approach, and it is life cycle approach. We may not focus only on farm production, primary production, because it is much more after and prior to primary production. And then a lot of things were discussed when it comes to digitalizing agriculture, and that's absolutely important. The only catch is farmers would really need integrated solution, not partial solution, especially not many partial solutions at the same time. Complex arrays of sensors of different guys providing just partial set of information. And then digital guys tend to forget some basic principles of regenerative agriculture. And then the question is simple. What do you get when you digitalize obsolete core technologies? Yeah, digitalized obsolete technology. So please pay attention to core agricultural technologies as well. It is about our pride to produce food, but frankly speaking, this table is really horrible. 1 minute. Thank you, Arjit. We are losing a lot of arable land due to inappropriate agricultural practices, but appears not so much. Where is this loss? I will tell you. It's compensated by massive deforestation. But in the end, population growth and loss of arable land, less available arable land per person. New technologies could be detrimental, cause real troubles, if not considered in a holistic and life cycle approach. Appears we did not learn much. I will skip that. Sorry, guys. Thank you so much for listening. We have to leave some time for questions, and I hope there will be some questions. I'd be just really glad to answer them. Arjit, back to you.
Thank you so much. If you can turn off your screen share so that we can.
Absolutely, no problem. We are back.
Super. Okay, so a quick question from Facebook. Mr. Kaushik asks that anyone solving the bad pesticide effects in human life?
Could you repeat the question?
Anyone is solving some bad pesticide effects in human life?
Okay. Okay. Our work program 23 is still not officially released. But there are some great news and we'll answer those questions completely. So I can only tell so far, please check our work program 23 and the answer is there.
Thank you so much. One beautiful comment came, wonderful map on digitalization of agriculture, great sharing. Thank you so much. So Isa Zepha Maria, thank you so much for your comment. So because of time, let me move to our next speaker. Thank you, Ivan, for the beautiful presentation. I guess that we'll be blasting with a lot many questions. So I'll personally send you those questions once it is there in our social media. And maybe we can answer that in the social media itself. And that's the reason we kept it live in our pages in YouTube and in Facebook, so that the question remains there and the answer remains there and you can read it from anytime, anywhere. So from Europe, now is the time that we'll be moving towards a bit of Asia. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you so much. So we'll be moving towards Rudy. Rudy, if you can just turn on your video. You there? Rudy, if you can kindly turn on.
Hello, how are you?
Hey. Good.
How is everything?
All fine. Everything is great. So from Europe, we are moving towards Asia, and we have Rudy from Lebanon. Rudy, or if you're there, I guess there is a network glitch happening. Anyway, Rudy is a guy, the key person who is working with blockchain technologies for quite a long number of years. And before we move to Rudy, let me tell you that Mr. Sanjay Kumar Das from National Cybersecurity Scholar from Government of West Bengal was just there with us. He was gracing the event and he just said, greetings from West Bengal. Okay, moving towards Rudy. So Rudy is doing super amazing, cool stuff with definitely the crypto. And I'm not gonna give the proper introduction, because if I do that, trust me on this, it's gonna be 5 minutes long introduction about him. But a gentleman, a great guy who is always helping, and a collaborator, an ecosystem creator, a person who have created disruption in the crypto industry. Over to you, Rudy.
Thank you for that lovely introduction. I cannot make it better. So let me share my screen, because our topic is really exciting. And excuse me if I possibly, my internet connection, maybe it goes for seconds, but I'll try my best. This is where we live today in the age of internet and entrepreneurship and being disconnected and being all over the place. So thank you for making the time and adjusting the schedule also for me, Arijit. That is much appreciated. So today our topic is entrepreneurship in the future technologies, which I would say, and this is one of them, it's the Web3 world. So we understand entrepreneurship in a traditional world, in a world of what we call it for us now, it's Web 2, but we're moving towards something totally different. And this is where we would love you to join us in this beautiful trip. So let me introduce myself quickly. My name is Rudy Shushani. I am based between Dubai, in Asia, in Dubai and Beirut, but actually going global as we are speaking. I host something called Crypto Talks, weekly talk show on YouTube, and I have a platform called DX Talks for Digital Leaders Platform, because we believe the next future of CEOs and the next future of leaders are digital leaders. I have my own consultancy in blockchain and traditional technology strategies, keynote speakers, member of Forbes Technology Council, and of course, I hold a lot of awards under my umbrella. And this is where we're talking entrepreneurship, because I decided to do an impact, and this is something key, an impact, not just for the business, not just for the money. I've been all over the world. I've been all over the medias and news in the region. So being a judge, being very active. But let's stay into our session and then ask the question, why are we talking Web3? And this is where I want to take you with a small journey understanding why Web3. First, we understand, as I said, entrepreneurship, but now things are really changing. Web3, it is empowering the person. It is something called permissionless. We don't need permission to tap into data. We don't need permission to, do a product. We don't need permission to do anything. It's a decentralized, so no one can say, well, I give you permission, or you need to actually go to someone and then get the approval. This is where we are talking about the future technologies. And because it created a permissionless environment, that permissionless and decentralized environment has been the fuel for innovation on the blockchain aspects. And this is where we'll be tapping about it and opening a new digital era, or even a digital business. So what is Web3 in short? We understand Web 1, which the internet was created upon. And then around 2005, the Web 2 started emerging. It was organic. It wasn't named Web 2. But now we are forced it to be named Web 2 because this is how the world witnessed the change from 2005 onward. And now things are shifting towards evolving something called Web3, which is very rich in media and content. It's a major jump from the consumer perspective of how we consume things, how we share information, how search engines, how AI capabilities also acting, and all of this being built on a single truth, replicated, you cannot delete it, secure and trust system. We're talking about Web3. Let me add more. We are seeing the beginning of things. Web 2 is the broadband. Web 3 is the age of data, a new era of internet. When we talk about later on the metaverse, it's a 3D aspect of internet of internet. Now, the internet or Web 1 was about reading information. Web 2 was about reading and writing. Look at Instagram, look at TikTok, look at Google, at YouTube. So you started writing. Things has changed again. Now we are owning the data because the data writing was abused by the big players. So we needed to play according to their rules. But now things have changed. We own our data. We monetize it. We govern it. There is no middleman. And this is where financial decentralization came in. And this is where we see, if you look at Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3, this is where the future of the internet and the future of the web will take us towards that. Not just, we have a lot of people unbanked. We have a lot of people not available on the internet. We are actually trying to bring them more, trying to grow the numbers of people that can join that revolution, I would say, and write, read, and own part of this internet. So now we're talking about future technologies, but how you as an entrepreneur can tap into those things and create something, the creator economy. And this is where the entrepreneurship comes in. And you have to think about how you are enabling the creation and trading of the media, of digital assets, art, music, NFTs, cryptocurrencies, metaverse, you name them. If you look on the left-hand side, we have the elements that you need to focus on, okay? And those elements are metaverse, DAOs, decentralized autonomous system, Web3 applications or decentralized application, creator economy, crypto and digital assets, blockchain and decentralized finance, and the decentralization aspect. If you look on the right-hand side, you will see every application where what information it has, what are the elements you as an entrepreneur, you can tap into. And this is where I need you to take a screenshot. This is very important. You have 2 screenshots that I want you to take it. I will share my presentation with Arijit and the organizers for them to give it to you. But look at the opportunities that you have. Let's start with the metaverse. And why I will focus on the metaverse, because that is the only physical layer that you actually see. There's a lot of underlying, but feeling, and people need to feel and believe and touch and whatsoever. This is where it comes in. So if we're talking only the metaverse, we're talking about teams, we're talking about learning and development. There's a lot of opportunities in that. There's recruitment, there's onboarding, there's stakeholder engagement, there's customer experience, shopping and marketplaces, and virtual real estate that you need to build I have friends who are, entrepreneurs in design, for example. Now they have a full business building metaverses using architecture. Their background is not technology or anything, but they moved towards the Web3. They saw that they need to find the future, and this is where they ended. Let's talk about creator economy. Design. People needs design by, every day we have hundreds of new companies in the Web3 alone. So it has really boomed the innovation on that side. You have community tokens creation. You have the data. You can do a lot of information or a lot of applications based on those data. You have decentralized media. Now we're talking about music, art, and so on. There's a lot of things that you should focus on this. And I will jump into the last one, which is decentralization, something called decentralized finance, where we are replicating all of the financial technologies into decentralized crypto blockchain. We went to fintech, and now we're going to DeFi. For the sake of time, I will jump to my second slide, and this is where I want you to take that second screenshot. The metaverses, digital world, fluid identity, NFTs, virtual assets, DAO, DApps, those are the things that you need. And this is the third one that you need to take screenshot. Look at the use cases. Gaming is booming. Gaming is a $10 billion economy itself, and it's growing by 15% on yearly basis. It is not affected by any crypto ups or downs or anything. So you have constantly can produce on a 15%. That's the best investment you can have, right? 15% every year. There's new people going in. Content, NFTs. I'll jump into access, wallets, browsers, aggregators, infrastructure. Was it hardware or software? From the security to the storage, to the identity, to the governance, and then the protocol layers. And all of those are combined, so that we can push more. Those are applications where you can today connect yourself with them. Last slide is I want to focus on Dubai Metaverse strategy, because this is a strategy you should look at of how to invest and how to participate or how to replicate. Dubai wants to create 5 times its objective, 44,000 jobs, and it has to grow more than over 20% on year to year of its GDP based on the metaverse. So Dubai aims to support all of its work to bring blockchain and Web3 to be the capital of the world. The quick question, how can you either involve yourself, be replicating, or create the similar? With that, I will tell you a lot. Thank you. Join me, scan my QR code, and let's connect anytime. Entrepreneurship in the Web3, and here you go.
Thank you so much, Rudy. If you can kindly turn off your screen sharing.
Sure, I'll do that.
Yeah, we have a couple of questions from social media as well as from here. So Dr. Subroto is saying that if you want to turn on your microphone, Dr. Subroto, you can ask question directly to him. Else, let me read that. Wouldn't metaverse hinder? I can't read somehow the text.
Yeah. Arjit,
go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, we are in a world of Web 3.0 and metaverse. So, natural life, natural communication, etc. I think, we are thinking of living in a simulated world, in an artificial world, and natural communication, relations, etc., interpersonal communications, etc., would be affected. What is your take on this?
I agree with you, but this is not where we are going. I sat down with Facebook metaverse people and engineers. The current metaverse, or thinking this is the metaverse, this is not what we are heading for in the next 10 years. It's something totally different. That's one. Secondly, we will never lose that physical aspect. Physical aspect cannot be replaced. But the problem that we are having today is, if you go back 10 years ago, right? If I wanted to do this Zoom call, what will it take me? It will take me maybe $300,000 or $400,000 to do replicate Zoom call, right? I needed a lot of Cisco devices worldwide, international communication, and so on and so on. Then Zoom came in and gave it zero cost. That's the first revolution. But look at this again. But we lost actually the communication. It's a very flat communication aspect. What the metaverse, at least for me, for now, it's bringing back that 3D aspect of communication in a better way, bringing back the visual, bringing back something where we can interact, have a voice. Later on, there will be some gloves, goggles, and so on, feelings and smell. And, it's bringing back a 3D model of the internet, which is better, but we will never, ever, ever go and live in a metaverse. If you try to put goggles on more than 15 minutes, I will have a headache and I cannot live there. There's a movie called Ready One Player. I advise you to see it. It's a very science fictional about the metaverse, future metaverse. Not about the metaverse, but it's about living in their own space. They didn't call it metaverse at that space, but we will not be there. We will be interacting with that for better experiences. Let's say in the future you want to go shopping, I don't know, on Amazon, but Amazon has changed into the metaverse. So now you are having a visual aspect of things. So it's a better way of, producing your products, but it's not gonna be a full-on living until, the technology is there. Is not there. We don't know what's the future, but again, I hope I was able to answer you.
Super. For the sake of time, let me skip 2-3 more questions, which is coming in social media, but definitely the questions are live. So maybe, Rudy, if you can kind enough to answer that in our Facebook page, or
Sure, I will jump to the
and
Facebook page and then I will.
Super. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you so much for sharing your insights. So now we will move from Asia towards Africa, and we have got an amazing friend of ours, Faith. Faith, if you can kindly turn on your microphone so that we can hear you. You're there. I can see that you are there. Super.
Yes.
This note, let me ask my friend Rudy to keep himself with us with the entire day. More than welcome to ask questions. Faith is actually from Africa, and he is working with youth for last, I think, more than a year. Faith, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you today?
Everything is fine. We have got more than 7 countries at the moment, mainly the speakers, and very limited number of people who are the would-be speakers for next couple of days. Well, we heard about the investment from Europe. We heard about the latest generation of financial model, cryptocurrency and metaverse from Rudy. Now it's up to you, Faith, to enlighten us about the youth in Africa, and definitely with your speech and with your knowledge and wisdom. Over to you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I must say to you, are doing amazing work. Amazing, bringing thought leaders from across the globe to participate and add their voice. And I'm also happy to add my voice to the ongoing conversation. And talking about youth of Africa, I'm from Nigeria. My name is Ethiopia, and I lead a youth-based organization, a youth-focused organization, Youth Global. Youth Global is a fast-growing social enterprise. We are in the business of developing human capital, creating social impact opportunities, and building sustainable empowerment platforms for youth in the countries. We're focusing mainly Africa and Asia. And then I also want to share that I share the same experience that average African would have faced or currently face. And that is why I would say one of the things I will be mentioning here, or the things that I've written here, are things that I'm sure that they will also relate or resonate. The experience that we have here, first and foremost, is that Africa is blessed in that we have an amazing asset in our hands, and that is the youth population. This is in comparison with other advanced countries of the world. By all standards today, Africa is seen as the youngest continent, in the entire world. And there is a potential dividend, attributable to this fact. Yet, we also know that if we've not done the right things, it could also create another bomb, because it's also part of the things that will also highlight in this conversation. I want to mention here that as much as we have seen that the young population provides an amazing opportunity for Africa to jumpstart its development initiative and programs. The question is what is being done now and what would be done in order to make this a reality. I want to mention here that from the startup ecosystem, yes, we've seen a whole lot of work. Young people are beginning to come all out in order to ensure that they complement and they support the developmental agenda for Africa. Today, in Lagos, in Accra, in Kigali, and other parts of Africa, you would see that young Africans are attracting opportunities through startup funding. This is something that we must commend. Then another area that what I would want to emphasize more that we need to place put a whole lot of attention towards or work so much on is in the area of education. Now, when I say education here, I mean, for me, I have always been an advocate of vocational and apprenticeship education because right in the beginning, when Africa was undergoing the structure of skill transfer system. Skill transfer system, I mean, is that we believed in the system of education before the Western education came on board, that if your father is a tailor, you grow up to become a tailor. If your father is a carpenter, you grow up to become a carpenter. So there was a skill transfer system where skills were transferred from fathers to sons, from mothers to daughters. But then at some point, because of Western education and what it came with the administrative jobs and roles, people started going to universities primarily to be prepared to fill in these administrative roles. Then over time, what we noticed was that these jobs were not readily available anymore. And that's what created the unemployment, the huge unemployment that we started seeing, across all African countries, especially in Nigeria, where I came from. Now, what we've seen here is that there is a way to address that issue, and that issue, the issue of unemployment, the only way to address it is when we begin to re-examine the way we're approaching education. Education in that, what actually do we define as education? Now, a lot of people think until you go to university and obtain a degree, then that is education. No, that is a formal system of education. We can also find a way to look at those that have been classified as informal and begin to bring them to the mainstream. And one way to do that is to ensure that we have our vocational and then because a lot of young people, they do not have these opportunities that they went to school for, because at some point we were told that when you go to school, then you get a good grade, then you have a good job. But then over time, we now found out that is not a sustainable truth. A lot of people go to school and then at the end of the day, they are still job hunting for 2, 3, 5 years, yes. No job. Now, that's why people have to leave their country to looking for greener pastures, which is in Nigeria today had been called Japa. Japa means an exodus of mass exodus of people to other parts of the world in advanced countries in order to seek for greener pastures. Now, if we begin to redefine what we regard as education, of course, looking at the fourth industrial revolution and the opportunities that it brings, which of course has to do with digital education, and begin to encourage young people to go into vocational education, vocational training, and get practical skills, which is, of course, one of the things that we champion in Youth Up Global, that we are preaching skills over certificate. The more young people access more skills, the more opportunities that have been that they will have access to. And then we will also have a situation where if we invest a whole lot of time and resources in creating opportunities within the digital space, which is digital education, we would also be able to ensure that a lot of young people will have access to digital opportunity of digital jobs, digital coming to digital space via opportunities that are being created by the digital platforms. These are the ways that we'll be able to solve the current issue of youth unemployment in Africa, which is, of course, one major discussion that is today being pronounced. Yes.
Super. Dr. Faith, we have been discussing this issue for, I think, last few months. And on the occasion of World Leader Summit, in front of probably thousands of viewers, audience, and more than 140 plus speakers, I can tell you that we'll be more than happy to support the cause. We'll be more than happy to handshake and grow the entire ecosystem along with you. So this is not a commitment of me as a single person. It's the entire council of people that we have, along with the partners that we have. So looking forward to meet you and work with you soon as possible. So now, if we don't have a lot many questions, let me give 30 seconds to check that if there is any kind of question or not. Give me a moment. Yeah, one quick question. What is the main 3 key gaps in your country for education?
Let me get you again, please.
3 key gap in education in your country.
Okay, 3 key gaps in education in our country is that we are still based on a lot of theories that are not practical based. And that is what is creating the gap that we see today. So that is one thing that we need to identify and fix. We need to emphasize more of practical than the theoretical based training or education. Then we need to revamp our curriculum. So we have what I call an ancient curricula that have been used across various educational levels, even from the early stage of education to the higher institution. These curricula are not able to address the present industrial needs or the 21st century or the fourth industrial revolution. So we need to overhaul our educational system. So there is need to emphasize more of practical-based training. There is need to revamp our education, our curricula generally across major African countries. Some African countries are beginning to find ways to use entrepreneurship, which is also another thing. We need to emphasize more of entrepreneurship education. A lot of attention before now were created in get to school, get a good grade, you get a job. So the number of people looking for jobs now outweigh the number of opportunities available. So the more we begin to teach entrepreneurship education across board, people will now have the opportunity to have that training and the zeal to set up small businesses, SMEs, because of course that's what will drive the economy of Africa. So we need to emphasize on practical education, which is not here now, the way we need it, and then we need to overhaul our curriculum, and then we need to emphasize entrepreneurship education over just getting employment, paid employment, because as it is, fewer opportunities are available. So we need to get more people to create opportunities rather than seeking for opportunities. I think that's what will fix quickly the unemployment issues in Africa.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Faith. And for the audience, Faith is going to join our TV show today. So we requested Faith to come earlier. Congratulations, Faith. Please
Thank you.
With us, be with the entire panel of speakers. Now from Africa, let me move back to my motherland. And I'll be requesting, thank you so much, Faith. I'll be requesting Dr. Pavani to start her camera and microphone kindly.
Hi, good evening and good morning to everyone. Thank you, first of all, Arjit, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to speak in front of the various leaders from across the world. I'm so happy for that. And just a week back, I was also there in Dubai for the Africa Dubai Summit, where we also have discussed various things which related to Africa in coming them, like growing them with their natural resources and all. Let's see, hope to have a wonderful close ecosystem to grow together in the world.
Yeah, for the audience, we are already working with Africa, mainly with Ghana. So one of our ambassador, Farooq, probably he will open the ceremony tomorrow itself. We are working very closely with the government, including the vice president of the country who actually came in World Leader Summit, October 27. We will continue all those kind of conversation. But over to Dr. Pavani. Dr. Pavani is the president of Hyderabad chapter, GBA advisor to the board at MSME Business Forum, India Business Associate, and NatSoft Inc. Over to you. The stage is yours, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you so much for the introduction. Apart from this little introduction, even I just want to give a more. Like even I'm a board member of UNESCC, advisory board member of UNESCC. At the same time, now I'm looking forward to be part of American Telugu Association whom I'm supporting them from past 2 years in India. At the same time, like women entrepreneurship, I'm mostly working towards the women entrepreneurship, supporting the women, and at the same time SMEs. Mostly I'm into the emerging technologies, where I'm working as a business associate for the NatSoft, as we are into emerging technologies and a blockchain platform. Today I'm here to give you a small uh, description towards a blockchain for agri-food traceability. A small presentation which I have shared. I guess you people could able to see it. No, let me share my screen.
Yeah, all the speakers have that permission, so you can share. It's automatic mode. Yeah.
So now I guess you people could able to see my screen.
You have shared your entire screen. Yeah, now we can see your PDF. Yes.
That's awesome. So today I just want to discuss regarding the blockchain for agri-food traceability. Why agri-food traceability? Like whatever the food that which we are having is coming from background of agriculture, where I want to correlate the blockchain for the agri industry. Nowadays, most of the people are talking about the blockchain in all the areas and all various sectors, where I have chosen one of the industry, that is agriculture industry. Now, why blockchain? See, blockchain is a decentralized, everyone knows, but it is a one-stop solution that which solves all the issues to the food safety. Again, here I can give one of the best example. If I take like fruits, fruits are well known in all diversified countries across the globe, and we have our own identity fruits. At the same time, we have unique fruits as well in the different part of the country. But the thing is, like most of the pesticides and a few are get damaged due to the long holding back in the warehouses, which really making us to get panic nowadays. So that is the reason here we are using some of our technologies to track as a supply chain. Again, here we have the consumers are growing more cautious of their health with every passing day and choose intake more organic foods than the processed one. That's how I just described, like the warehouses are taking a lot of time to keep the products inside the warehouses and making them to get some or out of the small insects or damage. So how the blockchain really helps in the food industry, like mainly some of the benefits like product traceability, demand supply balance, trust booster, market efficiency, and peaceful ecosystem. These are the main benefits that which we can see how the blockchain can help in the food industry. I would like to explain each and everything, like the 5 benefits which I have mentioned over here. First, we will go with the product traceability. How the product traceability happens, like as it's an immutable ledger, we can keep tracking of all the agri-food at every step in the supply chain. For example, we are taking a fruit. In the fruit, coming for the fruit, if the farmer is done with his farming, he keeps sending it to the warehouse, then the warehouse to the distributor, and distributor finally to the shops where the consumers buy it. So if we want to know where exact how many days it has taken to reach the end consumer from the farmer, definitely the product traceability helps with the help of a blockchain, where they can store all the information when the journey starts of a fruit. This is how we can see the product traceability using the technology. And where we cannot change the date, immute the date, because as it is having its own, blockchain is having its own value towards the immutable system. And demand supply balance, like while coming to the demand supply balance, we know like artificial intelligence is also taking a place and a part in this, where and when, like timely insights, how much in some of the I can give one of the one of the another best example. Nowadays most of the people are going with the water irrigation system, where they are going with the pipes with the limited water. How much water it requires, the plants, they are just making threshold of that water management system and making it happen through the AI and as well as the latest technologies, IoT sensors. Based on that, we can able to track it. At the same time, like we have participants of the food industry can maintain stocks as per the market requirements, because now the demand is also increasing due to the various health issues. All the people started eating their food less and taking the healthy food like fruits and dry fruits more. That is the reason, like food industry also taking the changes, maintaining the stocks as per the human tendency moving on, and the food habits are changing day to day life. And here we have the trust booster, because the stakeholders in the supply chain, including the growers, suppliers, distributors, as I have mentioned earlier, they all, as they are not familiar with each other, this will help them to get familiar in every situation, so that they can have a trust on each and every participant who are there in this complete entire supply chain. And the fruits will be the fruits or the food, whatever they are taking, will be in a best position. Like fraudulence of the things will get decreased. And the market efficiency. Sorry, is my voice audible?
Yeah, it's audible. Probably some flight is
Sorry, there is a lot of noise. Just give me a moment. We are just trying to, yeah, like coming to the market efficiency, I can say, like blockchain implementation in the food supply chain keeps the quality of food as such as until it reaches the end customer. Henceforth, the overall efficiency of food industry increases naturally, because of this efficiency of the blockchain implementation. Definitely there is a tamper proof ledger system in the entire blockchain ecosystem, which is moving from one place to the another during the supply chain between all the stakeholders, which is taking place. And there will be a peaceful ecosystem. Why we are telling a peaceful ecosystem is because, as we know, the fraudulence activities will get decreased, like keeping the products in the warehouse for a long time to increase the demand, as per the supply, so that based on the demand increases, the people start buying the particular product with high prices and all, to make it as a such kind of situations to eliminate. We can have this to have a peaceful ecosystem. And food blockchain development is very good creation of the peaceful ecosystem. That's where, like, stakeholders of fruit supply network coexist in a performance harmony. How we can take all these activities while again tracing food. As I said, uh, food is a very important thing in our day-to-day life, which is making us to sustainable. And it is one of the main source of a human to live on this world. That is the reason, like tracing of food really helps us to fetch the client-centric blockchain solution for food safety as well as the traceability. Thank you so much. If any questions, please.
beautiful presentation, doctor. So give me a moment, if you can just look at the camera so that I can take a snap. I have been doing things in the background as a photographer.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Monojit, who is the next speaker, he is going to give me a camera for free, and I can start my photography once again. If there is any kind of question, feel free to ask her. You can unmute yourself and ask directly. Unless, let me check the social media. Yeah, one question came from social media, direct chat. Quick question, doctor, it's pretty interesting. We are probably losing our humanity. I'm just reading that question. We are probably losing our humanity by increasing our daily activities, mainly into the technology verticals, killing the mother nature. So how do you feel blockchain can assist to safeguard Mother Earth? Isn't it another increasing number of electricity?
It's a very interesting question, first of all. And at the same time, I can answer this like, first, we need to make everyone to understand what exactly the technology is, apart from, I can say, educate. We need to educate, because this will really gives the sustainability, not only regarding the tendency, but also it helps us how to live in this current situation and the environment, and how important getting educated and educating the others that supports in the current scenario as per the situations. That's what I can say.
I can add a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So
Sure.
I've been hearing this question for, I think, quite a long number of years.
Exactly.
When I started development mainly into the blockchain in 2016, how technology can help these things. Guys, okay, so my main business is into game development, virtual reality, extended reality since 1998, probably starting India as one of the oldest game development company that time. We are completely into technology, but you need to understand technology doesn't work only to kill the nature. It is basically an enabler. It is a catalyst to make things simpler and faster. So if you look at blockchain, I mean, just don't point out that particular technology itself. If you look at that technology, it is actually making things simpler and easier rather than probably killing Mother Earth. Well, then we need to ask a lot many questions. Why we are using pesticides in our fields? Why we are probably producing a lot many kind of food which is unhealthy? Why we are creating those kind of burgers, those momos, which is completely unhealthy for humankind? We can go on with those number of lists, but to be very, very honest, because of technology, probably we are connecting. Because of technology, probably we are interacting. Because of this technology, we can discuss. Because of this technology, I can directly communicate when one gentleman in Africa and say that, okay, fine, here is our total education system and our teachers who is going to give you training. And we are requesting those kind of college kids who are teaching school kids in a very distant part of Africa for free. This is happening because of technology. So you need to understand how you want to use it and take it forward. Thank you so much for coming here, Dr. Pavani. I'll request you to please stay back with us, and I'll be requesting our next speaker, Manoj Mitro. Manojit is
Thank you.
how do I define him? Well, Manojit is a good friend, close to heart, and a filmmaker. Recently, he started his new film production house, partnered with a couple of others, doing good number of works. One review for that gentleman. He's a gentleman and a heart. Manojit, welcome to World Leader Summit as a speaker. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Arijit. Thank you for everything. In fact, thank you for this lovely introduction. I am here to speak about films and society and how that is interrelated. I am starting by telling the definition of film. Film is something like it's a mirror of society. And we, the person who make films, we stand at the corner and watch a whole society in a different way, so that we can project that, or we can give something new to the society. And in the coming years, in the late years, always we have taken style, we have taken a form of culture from society where the world merge, like from Europe and Asia merge, the cultural differences get over, and we communicate through a lot of things. But in this world right now, there's a lot of problem going around. There are a lot of geopolitical situations is going around, but we are not incorporating these things in film, because in some in some context, film has always been an entertainment place. But to grow from film, we need to incorporate society into the film. Like we as an Asian country, we know how our society is and how our society is progressing and what is the differences we have society. Film is only platform where we can educate our mass through entertainment. just through entertainment we can educate whole lot of mass. Like if we want to educate someone through, we can go for one-to-one or one-to-many, but when one-to-mass is only possible through a vast media, and that is film. So if we incorporate our societal problem and things in our film, so that our film can get enriched, and we can always collaborate our world culture together, and we can solve our problem. It's not about there's a problem because film is actually very expensive media. Like if you're an artist, you need a pen and paper to art, but if you're a filmmaker, you need a lot of things to make film. You need a lot of money, and whereas you are responsible to return back the investors and everything. But whereas if society, so always people watches film to get entertainment, and film is something that it will always be there. So my point is that if someone is making a script or making a film or making something like small videos or something like 1 minute video is itself a film. So if we can incorporate entertainment with our problems and our inheritance, that will benefit the media and that will benefit solely the society. Thing is that today in our today life, all the relationship between people to people or a different relationship is in different state. Lot of globalizations came in. Like if an Indian culture emerged with an African culture, then only this film media can literate or immerse the both culture and take the good and minus the bad. So my point is that if you write a script, if you plan a film, then you should think of society and think of everything and incorporate a good entertainment subject where we can we can get entertained, we can get something from society, we can give something to the society. My point is that whenever I start writing a script or whenever I do anything, like me and Arjit once tried a lot of things, keeping in mind that how we can introduce few superheroes and all, keeping our Indian society in mind. So my point is that if we make some film, then we should think of society, we should give something to society, and we should change something in society. Otherwise there's no point of making film. Like entertainment, if you say entertainment is a part of a film, then I would say that entertainment is actually a part of film. It's not the whole film. Whole film means if you are representing your dream, your country to the world level, because film nowadays media is so strong, the technology is so strong that you are going global. And if the film is only media where we can exchange our thoughts or we are exchange our warmth to the world. So my point is that whenever you want to make a film or a video or something that can be projected worldwide, keeping in mind that how you can project your life, your society, your culture to the world, and what good you can give to the world, so that that whole world can be beneficial. Like if a filmmaker should always be very liberal and very creative through his work to project good things. That's what I need to say. Not much, but I would only say that film should always reflect the inner society, inner meaning, inner crisis of the society. Like once Iran made a lot of good movies, once Europe made a lot of good movies, crises came in, debates had grown from this. If you say Qadar, if you say Kim Kiduk, if you say Angela Polas, if you say Abbas Kiarostami, they have all shown it. Yeah, they have all done it through the years, and they have all given our new culture, new being to make films and all. So my point is that if we make film, we should really incorporate all this thing to the world. That's what I need to say. If you do have any question, I would love to answer. Over to Arjit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monojit, for your views. I have one quick question. Probably this is a comment. Why we treat movie as the only media? I think today's social media is more than enough to tell a story. Your views?
My views is very simple. If you have a social media, you can't give entertainment to it, and when you add some message through entertainment, it will definitely get absorbed very easily, and you can go through mass media, because every level of understanding is not same. someone is doctorate, or someone is farmer. So every kind of intellect can touch through an entertainment, and where you can reflect your words and your being to other people. So film is very much important, and it's a very vast media. It's a supreme media, I would say. It's a supreme media. Social media also help to grow film, grow video. If social media can also enhance the power of film, but both the thing are different in my way.
Super.
Over to Arjit.
Yeah, super. So what I have understood so far so good working with the media entertainment industry in a couple of countries till date together. Well, you just can't see movie as movie for entertainment. It is actually connecting a lot of different dots. Number one, travel and tourism increases if you do any kind of shooting in one place which is unrecognized, unheard of. People usually love to go there. So increasing number of footfall happens. Increasing number of food, increasing number of different kind of activity usually happens. So think of it probably a platform. Thank you, Monojit, for your speech. Because of the time, we really need to move a little bit of faster.
Thank you, Arijit.
Yes.
And thank you, everyone for listening to me.
Thank you.
All the best.
Yes, you can have a voice. So maybe if you want to ask a question, if you have a question, you can maybe unmute yourself. If not, I'll request Monojit to give me a second to take a snap. Thank you so much, Monojit. And I'll request our next speaker. He is from Bangladesh and completely our neighbor country. Not only that, we are just near Bangladesh because we are from Calcutta and we speak the common language called Bangla. We speak the same kind of similar food, fish. So I'm looking for Hilsha and prawn from Bangladesh. But before we go to the food dive, let me welcome Joy from Bangladesh. Welcome to World Leader Summit, Joy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Am I audible, sir?
You are. Stage is yours. You can share your presentation. Yep.
So thank you very much for inviting me in World Leaders Summit. So where exactly I am meeting with global leaders from different perspective, different background. I am happy to see you all. So in brief, my introduction, I am Mohammad Jainal Abidin. I am co-founder and CEO of Bangladesh Trade Center. At the same time, I host one program called Meet the Expert in Developing Bangladesh. So today I will be speaking on opportunities in Bangladesh. In other words, I would like to term it as opportunities in the land of opportunity. Because Bangladesh today, we look at it as a land of opportunity. So in brief, I will be discussing about current status of Bangladesh economy, why companies invest abroad, investment climate and incentives and cost of investment in Bangladesh, investment incentive providing by government, current trend of investment, potential sectors to invest, and I will just show a few challenges as well as with some recommendations. These are all about. In brief, I know Dr. Orizit just advised me to conclude by 15 minutes, so I'll be there by 15 minutes. So before starting, Bangladesh in 2022, where is it? We know during our liberation war, it was a poor country termed by Henry Kissinger as bottomless basket. So from that bottomless basket, how we progressed towards a developing country by last 50 years. So now today we are 74.6, almost 75% people are literate, educated. It was much lower during liberation war. Bangladesh economy currently industry contributing about 78%, 37.07% to our GDP. But during liberation war, it was only 13%. Poverty reduction today only 11.9% or 12% is living under poverty. But previously it was much higher. Raising private investment, access to electricity, 100% people have access to electricity. Today, we are dreaming to just graduate from the list of LDC by 2026. So all these indicators prove this. Today, Bangladesh really doing very well. So to discuss about the opportunities in Bangladesh, so let's have a snapshot why companies invest abroad. Because everywhere, if you have your motherland, you start your company, you are doing well, why you will go abroad? So sometimes the companies invest abroad to gain some first-hand advantage, which is may not be available in their country. For example, just having natural resources or raw materials very easily in competitive price is one cost for investing abroad. Another one, cost of doing business. If your labor cost, your raw material cost, your transportation cost, your utility cost is less in a particular country, then obviously companies will invest in that particular country. So this is another reason. Obviously, to grab a beautiful market. Today, Bangladesh is a country host of 170 million plus population. So purchasing power capacity of this population are rising every year. So this is a good market. So companies are coming to Bangladesh to capture this market, local market as well. Sometimes people invest abroad to gain export opportunities. For example, if you are in a developing country, you will not be able to get duty-free access in some developed countries, which Bangladesh has this access as an LDC till 3 years of graduation. So other causes of investing in abroad could be strategic geographical location. As you all know, Bangladesh is located in a strategic place in South Asia. If you invest in Bangladesh, you can reach one of the largest market of the world, this is India, by half an hour. You can reach to Myanmar or China by another half an hour. So we are located strategically in such a point, you can have access to land port, access to seaport, access to other global supply chain. So this strategic location make Bangladesh a lucrative destination for foreign investment. Natural resources, we have gas, we have coal, we have a few other natural resources. The most important natural resource we have is our fertile land. You can grow anything you want here in Bangladesh. So agro processing, diversity of agricultural product, these are just few causes why you come to Bangladesh. On the other hand, these are natural causes. For man-made causes, Bangladesh is offering such a entrepreneurial ecosystem that any foreign investor don't have to think of what is my ceiling to invest. Am I able to own 100% of my investment, or what are the registration and other processes? Everything is okay because through Foreign Investment Sovereignty Act 1981, Bangladesh government has provided 100% foreign ownership and no ceiling for investment and easy repatriation, as well as you have market access opportunity to local as well as international partners. So these are the causes why you will invest in Bangladesh. Second time, I would like to just describe the investment incentive providing by the government of Bangladesh. Easily, we have 5 years tax holidays. Obviously, it is exploding Dhaka, Mymensingh, Narayanganj, Gazipur, Chattogram, these districts. So at the same time, we have 100% tax exemption in few areas called special economic zone. Public-private partnership opportunities is there. Tax exemption for few sectors like software and telecommunication, ICT, these industries are there. And also in some specific location, government is providing 10 years tax holidays. You don't have to pay taxes for 10 years. So these are the attractive offerings. Not only this, in the prime locations, for example, in Dhaka, Gazipur, Chittagong, these are the major industrial area where you will enjoy 100% tax free for first and second year, 60% tax exemption for third year, 40% tax exemption for fourth year, and 20% tax exemption for 5th year. So it is providing a space to establish your business here as well as to have some ease of doing business through tax payment. We have import duty. If you import any raw materials or capital machineries, it is 100% duty free while it is for exporting. That means for export oriented industry, 100% import duty are free. We have some industries where 50% are free. If you would like to just have a snapshot, what is the current trend of investment in Bangladesh, then you can see during liberation war, it was much lower. But I have projected just one decade here from 2008 to 2020. By this period, you can see the overall investment, public investment, private investment, and total investment. Everything is going up. There is a slow but steady upward graph in investment in case of investment in Bangladesh. If you would like to say current trend of foreign direct investment, so in this graph, again during last decade, we see some upward and some downward. In 2020, it was Corona affected period, so this was somehow little sluggish. But again, this graph is improving. So as my main topic is opportunities in Bangladesh, so what are the sectors you can invest in? First and most potential sectors, I would like to say the skills development. Because Bangladesh is a land where 170 million plus population is hosted. So here people are educated, semi-educated, skilled, unskilled, or semi-skilled. Every group of people you will find. But if you would like to come here and invest in skills development, for example, you can open a technical training institute, a vocational institute, a technical university, or a medical college. So these types of skills development entrepreneurial initiative will give you more maximum benefit, because enormous client you will get, and they are also ready to pay. So this is one. Overseas employment. You know, Bangladesh earns maximum foreign currency from exporting of ready-made garments. But behind the ready-made garments, beside the ready-made garments, I would like to say Bangladesh earns maximum foreign currency from overseas employment. Because if you would like to export $40 million garment, you have to import minimum $25 million fabrics and other trims and accessories. But from the earnings of overseas employment, it is solely you are getting. So overseas employment is the sector. If you have connectivity with world leaders or all the global companies, if you can ensure employment opportunity, formal employment for the labor as well as professionals in home and abroad, so you can work with Bangladeshi companies and you will it will pay you more. Third one is energy sector. Bangladesh, currently we are transforming our economy from agriculture economy into industrial economy. So during this transformation, we need more energy. It could be electricity, it could be natural gas, it could be LPG, it could be LNG. So all this form of natural gas we required now. Our government, private sector are investing. If anybody from Middle Eastern countries, I mean Saudi Arabia, Dubai or Qatar, you have access to energy sector, please come to Bangladesh, invest here. 1 minute more, okay, I'll conclude. Agro processing, food processing, everywhere. I just mentioned here 10 most potential sectors. You will get the presentation from Dr. Arijit. So I'll just limit it. We have some limitations. I have mentioned all these limitations here, and also some recommendation for overcoming this limitation. But as I am running behind time, so thank you very much. Here is my introductory and email, website, everything is there. We'll be connected, stay connected. Thank you, Dr. Arijit, for inviting me in this particular gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. For the sake of the audience, I'm not a doctorate yet, to be very honest. So maybe you can call me only as a Arijit. No need to put Mr. or Doctor. I'm just a simple person trying to do something good as a catalyst for the entire world. Open for Q&A. If you have any kind of question, then we'll move towards Dr. Saloni Singh. So if there is any kind of question, feel free to ask. I have got one question from social media, but I'll take the first one in Zoom. Rahul.
Hi.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, Rahul here. So, Mr. Joynal, I wanted to ask, like recently I've been discussing with a couple of relatives who do extensive business in Bangladesh. So there's a lot of currency problem in Bangladesh, which is affecting a lot of business transactions from India to Bangladesh because in the local markets, the local banks, they don't have enough dollars to pay to the Indian suppliers. So, and in the local market, the scenario is like you have to buy dollars from the local currency market in Bangladesh and then deposit it to the bank, and then only you can open a LC. So those kind of entrances are there. So how do you see these issues resolving in near future, or how long is it going to take for stability on that front?
Thank you, Rahul. Actually, this is a short-term problem because Bangladesh had $48 billion of its foreign currency reserve. But due to some large project, for example, our the Padma Bridge project and our atomic energy power plant project and some other large project, we made a huge number of foreign currency payment, huge number amount of payment in foreign currency to China, to India, to Russia, the developers who work with those large projects. So due to this large amount of payment in a year, we are currently facing a little bit problem. At the same time, the Russian war and food inflation plays because we sometimes used to import some foods and raw materials. So due to this is a short-term problem. Hopefully, we will manage it by next 1 or 2 or 3 months. It will be managed. It is manageable. But there is a crisis for foreign currency due to a huge amount of payment of our major infrastructure projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your
Yeah,
suggestions.
one last question from social media because of the time. So we'll be I'm so sorry. I'm being a little bit of devil today because I really need to manage time for everyone. Really sorry if I'm cutting short things. One last quick question, apart from, it's from social media. So apart from agriculture and ready-made garments, in technology, what are the key two verticals where somebody can probably enter in Bangladesh?
One time, please, apart from ready-made garments?
In technology, what are the two key elements where somebody can enter in Bangladesh to do business?
Number one is you can enter here in outsourcing industry. I mean, skills development in technology, establish outsourcing units. So our freelancers are working and they are earning foreign currency. They are doing very good. So this freelancer development or outsource development could be one sector with ICT, IT, and IT-enabled services. This is number one. Second one is capital machineries in any sector. For example, we are working with pharmaceutical sector, leather sector. In all other sectors, we need capital machineries. I mean processing machineries, packaging machineries. So capital machinery could be another profitable technical sector to enter into Bangladesh and have business. Thank you.
Super. I'm really sorry to cut you off. This was one of the amazing presentation and would love to handshake, collaborate, execute things with Bangladesh, of course, our neighbor country. World Leader Summit as a summit and definitely as an ecosystem, entrepreneur phase, co-innovate ventures, and definitely virtual infocom with all our powers, all our network in different 97 countries. We'll be more than happy to handshake, collaborate, and execute things along with you. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you very much. I am waiting for your collaboration, and everybody of this summit, you are welcome to Bangladesh. I am eagerly waiting to host you here, and thank you for calling me.
Thank you. Please be with us. Now we'll move to India once again, and then after that, we will move towards Africa. So Dr. Saloni Singh is our next speaker. And let me give a small introduction about the speaker. Dr. is the Chief Life and Self-Mastery Coach at Dr. Saloni Singh Coaching and Training. She has been doing a phenomenal job. I have been watching her works in social media. Welcome to World Leader Summit, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Arijit. Hello, everyone. I'm Saloni Singh, a life leadership and self-mastery coach. And I'm delighted to be here and speak about an important pillar of leadership today. After all the business talks and environment talks, I'm really happy to bring focus on ourselves. So imagine getting the best out of your day in all your roles, whether it's personal or professional, in every single thing in your own life. That begins with bringing these three aspects together, three pillars: leadership, self-awareness, and peak mental well-being. So leaders, when I say leaders, leaders are not just people with authority. Whether you are a parent, you are a young person, you are a professional, entrepreneur, a leader, junior, senior leader at work, any organization, everyone is a leader. After all, you are the one leading your life, right? So a true leader is a person who is an inspiration for themselves as well as for others. Who people love to follow, simply somebody who leads by example. So I love to start, my talk with this beautiful story from Mahatma Gandhi's life. This is a very famous story from his life, actually, that a lady comes to Mahatma Gandhi in his ashram, and he's very fond of Mahatma Gandhi, and he tells him that all of my village, the whole village, everybody in our village is so deeply admire you and so fond of you, and everybody would do everything you would say. And then she says that I want you to talk to my son because he's a very good boy, young boy, but there is one bad habit he has. So he eats a lot of sugar. So if you just tell him not to eat sugar, it will be really good for his health, and I'm sure he will listen to you. So Mahatma Gandhi says to this lady, sure, I will do that. Just come to me after 1 month. And she says, no, my son is just outside. I can call him right away and you can just tell him just not to eat too much sugar. So Mahatma Gandhi insists, no, I'm sorry, lady, but you have to come after 1 month. She feels a bit surprised, but she goes away, that it would take just a moment of his time. But she was okay. She was respectful, and she comes back after 1 month, and she takes her son to Mahatma Gandhi. And he talks to the boy and says, you are a wonderful young boy, and there is one advice I want to give to you. I've heard from your mother that you eat a lot of sugar, and I don't think that's a good thing. So can you cut down on your sugar? And the boy was like, sure, if Mahatma Gandhi is telling me, I will surely do that. So the mother is very happy. While she's just returning back, she just turned around and asked Gandhi that just few sentences, and I'm sure he will follow, but I'm surprised and I'm just curious. I mean, you could have just said this a month back as well. And then Mahatma Gandhi tells her, no, I couldn't, because at that time, even I was eating a lot of sugar. So how can I tell someone to do something which I have not followed myself? So that's a beautiful story about authentic leadership. So I invite you to notice in your life where you are not leading with the self-awareness, with authenticity. So it could be in your family, with your children. Are you being authentic with your team members? Where you are advocating something that you yourself are not following, where you are not walking your own talk. For example, I see that with parents when I'm working with parents, that they're telling their children not to use a lot of screens, phones, gadgets, and using themselves. So just something to be aware of. And this also reminds me of a client of mine. I was working with this leader who was a CEO of a large organization. And he wanted to inspire his people and to take care of their mental, wellness. He shared with me that I noticed that people are so stressed out, overwhelmed, and anxious, and that is impacting their productivity, creativity, and the whole outcomes, the results. So on further conversation, I was asking questions about his own well-being. And that's when it dawned upon him that actually for many months, he himself was overworking. He was feeling almost burnt out while he was telling everybody else to take care of their health. He himself wasn't even taking care of his physical as well as mental well-being. So the truth is, people do not do and listen what you say, but actually they do what they see you do. So that's the first thing about self-awareness in leadership. Now coming to like, how do you become self-aware? Let me just share my screen here. So I will just share a few questions here. And I would ask you, all of you who are present here, you are listening to my talk later, just grab a notebook and pen, because this will be a wonderful, fun activity to bring self-awareness to you right away. So just first question, how relaxed and present are you in your day-to-day life? So just take a moment and scan your day. Since you get up in the morning, are you rushed or are you relaxed? When you're talking to your spouse or your children or a friend or a team member, are you really present or not? That's the first question. Then what is taking up most of your headspace during the day? Whether you are at work or you are not at work, what takes up the most of your headspace? What are your dominant thoughts? And that will help you become really aware about, are you in a space of mental well-being, which means relaxed, peaceful, calm, in control of your feelings and thoughts, versus anxious, stressed out, or overwhelmed, or always rushed? So your dominant thoughts are self-doubts, or is it loving, and is it more trusting? What kind of thoughts you have? That will give you a good idea about your own well-being. The next question is a very fun question. When did you stop having fun in life? So I'm not saying you don't have fun in life. Most of people, when I ask this question, they say, oh, I had fun at the wedding, or I had fun at Diwali party. I'm talking about on a daily basis. Things like singing, dancing, laughing, playing with your children, friends, whoever, or yourself, playing something which will bring laughter, which will bring connection and fun. Do you do that on a daily basis? Yes, daily basis or not, or at least weekly basis, if not daily. Daily is, of course, ideal. So just notice, do you do that, or have you stopped doing that? What if you become aware of, okay, maybe I'm not having fun, or I'm not actually indulging into some activity that will bring joy and laughter, what activity could you engage in today that will bring yourself pure joy, just for the sake of being happy? Nothing to get out of that. It could be just playing an instrument you used to play when you were young, or singing, or listening, preferably doing something actively rather than passively watching Netflix. That is not counted in bringing pure joy. That is a passive activity. So coming to the next few questions about, higher intentions. What are your higher intentions and your topmost priorities in life to have a fulfilling, content life? And once you're clear on that, if you know that my priorities, let's say, is balance, or leading from authenticity, or having mental, physical, emotional well-being, whatever it is, or spiritual growth, or personal, professional growth, are your thoughts, behaviors, and actions aligned to your intentions and priorities or not? And if you pay attention, scan your day, you will be able to see that your habits, your thoughts and feelings, are they really aligning with your priorities and intentions or not? And if they're not, do you regularly reflect on these actions and behaviors? If you react, and if your intention is not to react, if your intention is to stay calm, composed, and as a poised leader, are you reflecting on when you are reacting? Or are you being on autopilot, where you just react and feel bad, go into guilt and shame, and then repeat that? Which one? Become aware of that and just write down the answer to that. Next one, do you know when you're stressed out? Have you noticed that if you're stressed out, what happens to you? Do you feel irritated? Do you lose your temper? Or do you snap at people? Or your tone changes? Just notice. These are very subtle hints. Even the expression of face or gestures changes when we are stressed out. And sometimes we don't even realize that, oh, this is happening to us. The next one is, when you're feeling down, do you tend to indulge into some addictions like emotional eating, scrolling phone, smoking, drinking, anything? We all have our escape mechanisms, when we have difficult emotions. So do you do that? Or do you Take time to reflect, journal, or meditate. What do you do in your quiet time? Do you even have quiet time with yourself on a daily basis? Again, reflecting. It could be just 5-10 minutes. It could be, tea or lunch break when you can just maybe walking or enjoying a cup of tea, just reflecting. What are your higher intentions and how you are doing on that? So these are a few questions to really bring awareness to you and help you become a more self-aware leader. Now, coming to what can you do in order to practice higher mental well-being? Simply just remember that if you yourself are not self-aware, and if you are not taking care of your own mental well-being and you're not impacting or inspiring yourself, you cannot expect to impact and inspire other people. So just make sure that you are taking care of all the simple things and making a daily practice to do these things. Leadership can be a very lonely place. Sometimes you might have people surrounded by people, but you might not have anybody, with whom you can share your highs and lows or your challenges or your pain points. So there are a few simple practices I would recommend that you can do actually to take care of that. Number one is the questions I shared with you, asking daily questions, these quality questions to yourself, like literally self-coach yourself. Also having a personal life coach or a mentor in whom you could confide and who could be a soundboard for you. That's a very important practice in current day and time where life is very stressful and the work can be very stressful as well. Then simple activities like meditation, yoga, physical exercise, and some healthy habits, adding them in your routine. And last but not the least, creating and nurturing deep relationships and friendships, because human connection fosters well-being, both in mental, emotional, spiritual, on all levels. That is one way to simply, foster well-being. So prioritizing mental well-being for your own self will help you become an authentic, great leader. I can assure that. Thank you so much. I would be happy to take any questions you have.
Super. If I may ask you to turn off your presentation. Yeah, so that you
Yes.
can have your full face. Thank you so much. Give me a smile. Let me be your photographer. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So we are open for question answer, if any, for doctor. I have got.
Yes.
Okay, please.
Yeah. Hi, Dr. Saloni. This is Kate. I am located in Korea and I'm very involved in mental well-being for C-suite leaders. Thanks for your presentation. My question to you is, how do you coach C-suite leaders who are most likely A-type personality who may be hiding behind stigma? How do you gently guide them to open up and really provide that value beyond stigma for their people?
So first of all, coaching is all about asking really tough, challenging questions, Kate. Thank you for the question. That's a very important question. And it is about constantly challenging, the leaders, no matter which rigid thinking or conditioning they're coming from, constantly challenging, is this thinking serving them in the current day and time? Because time is evolving so fast. And I believe that most of the leaders are aware of that. So constantly challenging their thinking, even if they are A-type, personalities, and achievement and productivity and a lot of other things are so much important. The truth is, especially COVID times have taught us that mental well-being is so important. And I don't think there's a single person on this planet who hasn't gone through a tough time during this period. So I think it's a beautiful time to bring self-awareness through asking questions, how not taking care of their own well-being is serving them. And once they start to see it for themselves, I feel they are more open to see it for other people. Once we have gone through a pain, we are more compassionate towards other people's pain as well. That's what my experience is.
Thank you, Dr. Saloni. And thank you, Arijit.
Pleasure. For the world, Kate is another speaker. She will speak in next few days in World Leader Summit. Of course, she was a speaker earlier as well, a great human being. I can vouch for her anytime, anywhere in the world. Any other question we have from the Zoom, or else I'll move to the social media. We have got 2 comments there. Rahul, you want to ask? Yeah, please.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to know, how do you treat the current research into, microdosing of banned substances to improve mental health, and there's a lot of research going on in this field, like research with microdosing of psilocybin and other banned substances. So how do you see that?
Which particular substance you said?
Psilocybin.
So to be honest, these researches are very, I would say they are not proven till, as far as my knowledge, none of these researches are proven. So this is what I would say, that these are very new things, and there are more proven techniques. For example, meditation itself is a proven technique, which has been scientifically proven that if done on a regular basis, it naturally start to impact not just our emotions and well-being. It has an impact on literally on the structure of our brain. So it has been measured that it impacts the brain structure. So I always believe into things which we can do without putting chemicals in our body. That's what I would say. Similarly, for yoga and physical exercise, we all know that impacts our mental and emotional well-being.
Let me take this question from the social media before we move. Thank you, Rahul, for the question. Thank you, Doctor, for the answer. Malini is asking in social media, a comment basically, fun is different from person to person. Then she writes, how do you balance yourself in work and life? Is easy. Okay, how do you balance yourself in work and life is easy, but how do you balance creating a company is the main magic. Your takes on it.
Can you repeat? What was the question?
Well, the summary is, how do you balance your mental health when you're creating a company?
Yes, that's a very important question, because I've seen, especially I work with startup founders and entrepreneurs a lot, and sometimes they're totally burnt out while settling. So I think it's about prioritizing their mental well-being, knowing that if they are not able to take care of themselves, they cannot take care of their company. Also, first of all, letting go of the pressure. I have seen, especially with entrepreneurs, they have huge pressure that they set their own deadlines because nobody is asking them they have to do this in 6 months time or 8 months time, but they have their own deadlines. I've seen that with my clients a lot. And I ask them, who gave you this deadline? And they're like, yeah, I know, I've set it for me. I heard by 35, I should be able to be this, and by this age, I should be a CEO. These are all pressures of society and self-created pressures. So first of all, let go of that. And then prioritize your mental well-being, because if you don't have, what is the impact going to be? Even if you create a company, but if you are not feeling well, you cannot reap the fruits of that. It's as simple as that.
Super. So we will have only one last question from Mr. Agarwal. He is writing, probably asking that if you can coach. We will have two. We have Olga as well as another question. So I will go to Mr. Anup. If you want to unmute yourself, you can ask directly to Doctor, and then Olga.
Yes, Doctor. Good evening.
Good evening.
I wanted to know how you coach the young persons who are on the verge of taking a leap into the professional life. I have a son who is studying in Europe, MBA he's doing now, but I think he needs a good coach to steer him through.
So exactly the same way I coach anybody else. So age doesn't matter. Young people are extremely aware, extremely intelligent. Even teenagers, when I coach, I'm coaching them exactly as an adult, as a leader I would coach. So it's the same thing. The goals are always there, what they want to be coached upon, what they desire to get the result from coaching, but the coaching is same for everyone.
Great.
Thank you.
So I will get your contact from Arijit, and maybe I will contact you later.
Yes,
Sure.
this is an ecosystem, Mr. Anup. So like we have everyone in our ecosystem. Once you raise your hand and say that you want to connect with anybody, we will connect them over email, and then you can take it forward. Olga, yes, my beautiful friend.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Arijit.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I have, thank you for your presentation. It was very, very nice to listen. I have a question, where it's possible to study meditation?
Oh,
So
this
is
is
it a special books or it's need to go some Indian ashram? For example, I already really already a few months has idea that I want to study meditation. I had some suggestion for one book I start to read, but it's not about this. I asked it one of my friends, Indian friends, but they're telling, oh, it's not possible to explain. You need to go to ashram. You need to proper study. But so what is the way how for beginners, how like beginners in meditation, how I could make first step and start to study meditation and try to do it in my life?
beautiful.
I'm not a leader now.
Beautiful question, Amra. I would say, first of all, this is beautiful that you have the desire, so it will definitely come to you. Trust me. The thing is, you can start yourself as well. Though if you start on your own, it is going to be a slower and long process. So you can start with guided meditation on YouTube. Even I have, meditations on my channel. I teach meditations. Though if you want to go a little faster, I would highly recommend Vipassana meditation course, which is a 10-day silent meditation course, and they take you in a very deep meditation. It is not easy, of course, but totally doable and a life-changing experience. And this is available, I think, in almost all countries, free of cost. So that is if you want to really, go into deeper experience. Of course, you will have to practice it afterwards, but you will be able to learn within 10 days how to meditate. Otherwise,
Vipassana, yes, it's
Vipassana.
when you're quiet.
Yes, it is a silent meditation course. So for 7 days, you are in silence. You are in silence. You're not speaking, and you will be meditating every single day. I've just written the name of the.
Okay, thank you. I also would like maybe to see your YouTube channel, so to see maybe basic which you are giving, and maybe after also contact.
So if you just write Life Coach Saloni Singh, you will be able to see me, and I have some meditations, simple meditations for beginners there.
Super. Okay, so we are almost done with Q&A. Probably, Olga, feel free to connect. And of course, definitely, I'll be sharing you with a couple of more books if you want. You can read, you can understand a little bit about Sanskrit and a little bit about the meditation process, which ancient Bharat used to do. So maybe that will guide and help you for mental healing as a procedure. Next, I have got an amazing speaker. Thank you so much, Doctor, for coming and sharing your inputs. Please stay back with us. We have now an amazing speaker from Africa, a country called Chad. And Chad's economy is, as a forecast, is going to grow in 3.2% in 2023. And they are growing very, very, very fast. So over to you, my beautiful friend, my dear friend. If you are there, can you kindly unmute yourself and share your presentation? You there? Mohammed, I can see that you are logged in already. If you can unmute yourself. Yeah, we can't hear you. It's somehow muted. Yeah, we can hear you, but the voice is really low. If you can raise your voice or maybe put the microphone in front of your mouth, it will be great.
Yes.
Super.
Yes, it's good.
Perfect.
Good afternoon and good evening, maybe some people in the US. It is pleasure to have and to be with you in the World Leader Summit. So please let me share my presentation.
You can use screen share. somehow you got muted. I don't know. No, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can see your presentation, but we can't hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you barely. If you can increase the volume a little bit.
Okay, thank you. It's good. It's perfect. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Barely we can hear you. You can continue, not a problem.
Okay, thank you. So, just like put the topic on-
Mohammed, I guess there is a glitch in your microphone. If you can kindly check, increase the volume a little bit, try it out.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, it's okay. Yes, I think financing crime technology in Africa is study. First of all, let me present myself. Our business point. We are one from also also as consultant. So why with technology, I will be also focusing on energy and also wind sector. Renewable. So this is a country profile of Chad. It's situated in Central Africa, which border of Libya, Sudan, Niger, Nigeria, Cameroon, and Central African Republic. We have up to 1,284 kilometers square, and the population is about 17 million, and we are growing too fast. And the country is very also very fragile. We have up to 46.7%, which vulnerable population. Also, we have like a phenomenon of climate change, vulnerable climate that increase on food insecurity. As I said, most about 8% of population are living in rural area, and they have our main activity is livestock production and also agriculture sector. And according to the UN, World Bank,
Mohammed, your microphone is probably not working very proficiently. There is a glitch that's happening.
now it's okay.
No, it's not. Maybe you can speak a little bit of louder if it is okay. We can't just hear anything. Okay, let us do one thing. Let me bring the next speaker who was supposed to speak after you. And once you test your microphone and everything works well, I will ask your name once again, if it is fine. Yeah. Mohammed, please allow me to bring the next speaker. We really have a very tight schedule, like there are 30 countries who is speaking. So around, we have, as per my calculation, we have around 40 plus speakers, individual, plus a panel. So really sorry, I will ask your name. Don't go anywhere. Please check your microphone, test it out. I will ask your name once again. So ladies and gentlemen, let me go to another country, from a beautiful country, Chad, towards Europe. And when we talk about Europe, how can we miss a gentleman called Thomas, who is coming from Germany? Thomas, welcome to World Leader Summit. Mohammed, if you can kindly turn off your screen share.
Yeah, hello everybody.
Hi. Mohammed, please turn off your screen share.
Okay, let's see if I can share.
Yeah, you can probably. Yep.
Okay, can you see this?
Yep. 100%.
Okay. Okay, start at the beginning. So I would like to introduce an upgrade suggestion for our capitalism. So it turns out that there's some inefficiencies that we have currently, and we are proposing a model called potentialism, or alternatively Park and Flow, which is a maximally ethical socio-economic model, a capitalism upgrade towards a high-tech future of abundance to solve the biggest challenges. And it's under political middle and under Creative Commons, and you can reach me as follows. So it's basically about solving our top crises that we have, from Corona to economic to resource, climate, biodiversity, and human extinction crisis. And even the United Nations, they have found that they can't finance their sustainable development goals. So that's the reason for the need to find a better model. Also, we need to improve by around 6.2% per year, the orange curve, but we are only following the red dotted line. We are not improving fast enough regarding CO2 emissions and other emissions. And you can also see this, where in 1980 we had around 100 days between a $1 billion disaster and the next one. In 2030, roughly, we will only have 1 day between them, or every single day $1 billion disaster. And no matter what you think about climate change, but the disasters will be, and that's a very clear trend here. And you will see the source here at the side or at the bottom. It's scientific data. Also, we have a gigantic biodiversity loss, the red curves here on sea, even more extreme than on land in recent years. And now the idea was, with other scientists, to envision what future do I want? What does that mean for the present, and steps to achieve that future? Basically backcasting. And you also see it here. Our Western capitalism, especially in the European Union, is declining. For example, so ideally we would like to achieve a green curve, a relatively continuous growth, but we are actually having in the European Union a decline, as you see here. And it's objective data always here is the source. So the idea is capitalism 5.0. There have been several upgrades to have another upgrade, capitalism 6.0. And these are the key concepts. So elimination of crime and unethical work, changing the societal reward function, meaning the wages to a societal net benefit value. So having people reinvest the money, especially the entrepreneurs, have accelerated work, research and development and innovation, have flow state and mental training, as just the coach presented before us, for optimized performance for each person and profession. So I agree with this flow of mentoring and coaching as presented before, optimized flow of goods and services. So basically optimizing the entire economy, a science-based political system. For example, in your country, did politicians present the scientifically optimal strategy how to resolve problems? So in the countries that I know, they haven't. And why don't they do that? I think they should first look at what is the optimal solution and avoid and mitigate crime and corruption. And it looks like they're not doing that to optimize for their bribery money, but that's not what they should be doing. So then we would have optimized teams and organizations, and I would like to talk a little more about this, since this is a leadership summit, and an optimized macroeconomy, basically optimizing our entire society in all aspects here. So it can, for the first time, solve problems that there was no solution there before, avoiding wars, helping Earth and nature, resolving inequalities that we also talked about today, solving the automation job loss problem by financing things differently and paying people based on the value they produce, also for caring jobs, reduce price and corruption explosion, society sclerosis, and many other things. So we have more problems. We have around 16 big problems that most countries have. Not each country has an overaging problem, that only some countries. But many still suffer intergenerational justice problems. And so these are 16 problems, and just a book came out, Mega Threats, Dangerous Trends, How to Survive in Perils, by Professor Nouriel Roubini. Just came out in October, and he puts up these 10 problems as the biggest ones, and they're all part of our problems. So they're a subset of our problems. And we published this before in last June on ResearchGate. So that's a good confirmation that one of the most renowned professor from New York University agrees on this. So, and we have pretty much these solution suggestions. So at the end, I'm presenting a link where you can look at the details. I will just give some keywords because I want to focus on leadership today. So basically ethics codes, paying people by the state so that they cannot work around getting paid for illegal activities and unethical activities, fair trade, having to reinvest money systematically so that no recessions exist or based on companies not wanting to reinvest, creating many new job types in a specific way. So there's a 300-page concept behind this. It goes very deep and has been elaborated with many professors and doctors together. New team-based management techniques that I would like to talk about today, accelerated innovation, because we need to innovate ourselves out of the many crises we're in, not just the climate crisis, but financial crisis and the many others I've shown. I would advocate for a centrally controlled and monitored cryptocurrency, CBDC, but the point is the governance must be great. So in my case, it would really be governed by scientific committees extended by AIs that are really not corrupt and have really only good intentions. So in my opinion, it's a matter of who governs all of this and who decides. And if it's basically an evil decision maker, then CBDCs are evil. But if it's well governed, then they can be good for men. Yeah, and reversing all trends that lead to deterioration. So this corresponds to the problems I've shown before. And then again, this also corresponds to problems. So 16 solutions or solution complexes for the 16 problems. So for example, this number 16 corresponds to problem number 16, like overaging and intergenerational justice. And the solution is to shift money away from speculation, marketing, and sales, mainly manipulating people by marketing, towards net beneficial activities, basically selling people just what they really need and advising them what is best for them and for the planet, and free these financial and personal resources and then make them fairly available to the other generations. So the key importance is governance. So it would have a council of several rotating decision makers, AI to control everything, and there ideally be 3 or more teams of around 7 top decision makers that each take turns. Switzerland has a similar government of a council of 7, and that works quite well. And I would actually propose a council of 7 for each topic, for economics, for example, for education and so on, and then have these committees amalgamate their optimal strategies together to an overall nearly optimal strategy. This has some compromises as necessary. Okay, now I would come to the leadership, or maybe quickly some core ideas. So it's basically AI to automate things, but keep prices high, to reinvest the money to help the rest of society. No race to the bottom, basically, and AI analyzing and orchestrating everything to make sure it's really fair. And shifting away from less beneficial work, paying a universal basic income. And the name comes from persistency, conscientiousness, and working in flow state, as mentioned before, which are the 3 properties that for a normal person lead to the highest expected value of success in life. So this aims to be quite innovative. Here's some shift of properties that I'm advocating to eliminate misdirected incentives. And it leads to many big opportunities, especially to solve our crises. But the key part here for this conference, we would put a focus on empowered individual and teams. So the other name is potentialism. We want to allow each person to reach a maximal potential. And with that, to deliver a maximal amount of beneficial results for our societies. So if everybody well and with fun and achieves great results, then we all together as societies achieve great results and can innovate ourselves out of the many crises. That's one of the core ideas. So this, since not everybody can hold the top positions, that means that we need empowering self-containing teams where everybody's basically an expert for something, and the team together performs optimally. And always new teams can be formed, of course, and careers made by starting in simpler positions and then having more and more complex tasks and positions in these teams. So therefore, also having a self-contained team is important, so that it's not necessary to ask other people as much and depend on them. These teams are assessed and scored based on their net benefit value results. Competition would only take place on the team level to avoid big losses at higher levels. So, for example, that entire big corporations fail and thousands of jobs are lost. That should be avoided. And people can pitch themselves into higher teams or roles and get hired by them. Online education is free, or and then AI recommends contents and teams to join, content to read. This is pretty much the Netflix model. There's a book out called No Rules, how Netflix works internally. And this is an adaptation of this, just a slight adaptation. So this is very, and classical leadership is only required where the self-organizing, self-contained teams need help. So generally, servant leadership is prepared like at Netflix, regarding work materials access. Managers would help with conflict avoidance, conflict detection, mitigation, and resolution, with negotiation, corner cases, staffing, unpopular positions, and product business, competitive strategy and implementation, crisis preparation and reaction, and basically managing people who need to be told what to do. So basically beginners who are not used to working like this. They need to be managed in some cases. And there should be a growth mindset used, instead of a scarcity mindset. Adaptability, humility, courage, discipline, fairness, objectivity should be key values. and always thinking about strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, and the consequences to avoid disproportionality and avoid neglecting one's private life and family. All types of flow would be recommended, flow state as well as the flow of ideas and skills that should be optimized, and also in service flow, and also other various flows, traffic flow, economic, incentive flow, legislative flow. Everything should be held in flow and optimized as flow. That's a key element. It has become common practice for some, but still not many people practice this. And this was my key content on this. I have details on the AI systems, detailed architecture. I'm an AI architect and have been in the top 100 top projects in Central Europe, roughly. And we fully embrace ethical AI, but this is basically subject for another presentation. We embrace Web3 with just distributed autonomous organizations, and always look at ways how to improve remote collaboration or collaboration in virtual reality, latest tech for human collaboration, also NFTs and other things, 3D metaverses. So these are our key key issues and aspects. So I'm open for questions now.
Absolutely brilliant presentation. I can only say that there is a lot of depth and a lot of input, especially when you are talking about technology and connecting that with leadership. Sometimes this is really, really important and essential. If there is any kind of question, feel free to raise your hand and unmute yourself and ask directly over here. If not, I will go back to social media. But before
yes, I have a question, Arjit. Hi, Thomas, this is Kate. I studied at Stanford Business School for 1 year, and your research seems valid. And from what I hear, lots of, what needs to be done to human rights, that they're valid. However, I'm wondering if you have a case study where actually these advices have been successfully implemented. So it seems practical application through your theory. Could you share?
Also, like this, you have the honor to be among the first ones to get to know this. But so, yeah, and this is how also to reach us. But this comes out of 20 years of customer projects. So we've applied this with these customers. Or some of the ideas, we started small with the first idea, second, and so on, and we continuously applied these ideas to these customers. So this comes out of commercial experience. But the entire model has not been applied because it means a state must introduce it, like like the United States, India, and also I'm bringing out a book, and this will only come out early next year. So, but we're a team of around 100 academics, and actually we are paying up to $1,000 for any possible flaws that still might be in there. This is how we're trying to minimize current possible deficits. So you see it here, we're paying up to $1,000 for each point that can't work. It's also, you can also see it on YouTube, and it's less for points that are less important. And you find the details in the comments of the YouTube videos here. So that's the best we can do right now, because it's basically early stage for this. So the best URL is to use this potentialism. Later it will be under potentialism.net, but we don't have it there yet. And there you find all the details.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. I've seen this practice in Silicon Valley. Let's connect on LinkedIn.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, everybody's invited to connect with me on LinkedIn. I put my link into the chat.
Super, super. In any way, we will connect with each other, each and every speaker, so that they can connect, communicate, and interact with each other with their knowledge and wisdom. And feel free to communicate and connect with any one of them in social media. Thomas, thank you so much for the beautiful presentation. Can we have another question? If not, I will go to social media because we are getting a couple of comments over there. Okay, a quick question from my end. I think I can see that in social media, Thomas. So what is the basic difference when you see as a leader, when you are running a technology company? Give me a moment to synchronize this question. This is really a lengthy chat that this lady has sent. Okay, so the right kind of question would be, when you are acting as a leader in the technology company, how will you manage your technological vertical and your creativity when you're creating a tech product and connect that with the existing customer of yours?
Yes, the key element for me is to encourage everybody to come up with as many ideas and strategies and suggestions as possible to encourage creativity, and ideally take back my role as a moderator and just be active around conflicts of interest of people, and to really encourage these teams to be really independent and innovate by themselves, and be better than the other teams, and take myself out as much as possible as a manager. And then I can manage more teams at the same time, ideally, if they are ready and mature enough for this. Otherwise, I coach them more and only if necessary, make decisions or resolve issues.
Super. Thank you so much for the beautiful answer and a lovely presentation. Let me now ask you to please stay back with us and allow me to welcome our next speaker. Our next speaker is from Africa. Emmanuel, if you are there, if you can unmute yourself, and he is from Nigeria, one of the places where we started Virtual Infocom as a training institute. Long back, we gave a franchisee in that particular country to teach kids on latest generation technology. So coming from that country gives me a lot of memory. Thank you so much for joining us from Nigeria. So the stage is yours, Emmanuel. Feel free to share your insights. And next to you,
right.
I think we'll have USA Rosalind. Thank you, Emmanuel. Please.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me, please? All right. Thank you. So I'm just going to proceed further from here right now. So today I'm talking about cutting edge leadership. Cutting edge leadership. All right. So very quickly, I must start with that. If you must change anything, you must first be in it. You must first engage in it. You cannot transform any system from outside. You cannot transform any system from outside. If you must do anything, you must first engage in it in itself. No system can be built from outside at all. Leadership has been more than 2,000 years ago. It is not today, but it is the way we use it. It is the way we run it. It is the way we delve in it that matters. Leadership has been more than 2,000 years ago, but it is the way we delve in it that matters. We must understand that leaderships involve our day-to-day activities. Leadership involves our day-to-day activities. And if we are still using our yesterday's mentality for today's process, then we are totally wrong. If we are using our yesterday's mentality for today's process, we are totally wrong. The don't know philosophy does not apply in leadership at all. We must create a room for yes. The don't know philosophy does not apply in leadership at all. We must create a room for a yes. We must give people the autonomy to use their creativity. We must give people the room to evolve themselves. We must give people the room to use their talent in a more productive way. Cutting-edge leadership is created for everyone, not just those that have a leadership position, not just those that sit over a seat of authority. Cutting-edge leadership is for everyone. It is for everyone. Everyone has the potential to lead, everybody. But we are so scared of the unknown. That is why most of us are not employing that which God has given us. Miles Monroe said that the graveyard is the richest place on earth. Why? Because it is full of talent and opportunities and potential that are not maximized. I'll take that again. Miles Monroe said that the graveyard is the largest
and wealthiest place on earth because it is full of potentials and talent and beautiful things that the world has never seen or the world has never known. So a lot of people in this world go back to God with the old talent that he has given them, with the old resources which they ought to have deployed on this earth. They return back to God with it. And that is actually a regret, because the reason why God gave us the talent is for us to employ it on earth. It's for us to be creative with it on earth. It is for us to use it well on earth. But a lot of people die with their talents. We must understand that we don't need the seats for us to display our leadership. The janitor is as equal as the CEO in an organization. Because if the janitor, if he opens down the gates of the company, it is 100% sure that thief will come in. So far, the CEO is protecting his company from theft. The janitor also has the responsibility to protect the company from theft. But if the janitor looks at himself as a janitor and does not deploy his leadership potential, it might open the company to theft. So we must understand that everybody, wherever position we find ourselves, we are leading, we are leaders, irrespective of the seat we are sitting on. Because leadership is not about the seat, it's about the it that is coming from there. You don't need power at all. As a leader, we don't need power. From this part of the country part of the world that I came from, a lot of people have been acquiring power. But we must understand that what we need as leaders is to empower others. What we need as leaders is to empower others. We don't need to attract power to ourselves, but we are to go out there and empower others. We must understand that leadership style must be top-notch. You're dynamic. You must be dynamic in your process. If your leadership style must be top-notch, you must be dynamic in your thought process. That is only when you can have a cutting-edge leadership. Every one of us cannot lead the same way. While leadership is the same, every one of us cannot lead the same way. I'm just going to say 4 factors quickly that display our cutting-edge leadership. 4 factors that affect our cutting-edge leadership. Number 1, it is the condition that we find ourselves. A condition that does not encourage respect, that does not encourage creativity. It will not allow us to have a value system that encourages cutting-edge leadership. An environment that is not encouraging, that is not even promoting the standard that we want to live in. It will not allow us to think the right way. When there is mental imbalance in the system, it will not allow us to think the right way. It will not allow us to bring out results, proving results that is needed in our dispensation or in our generation. The society we find ourselves, especially Africa, especially Nigeria that we are in today, a lot of young people, a lot of people are going into the wrong thing to make wealth. They are not using their creative measures, their creativity to create what will last. They are not using their creativity to create sustainable value for the system and for the world at large. A lot of us struggle with leadership, but what we struggle with in the real sense is how we lead. A lot of us struggle with leadership, but what we struggle with in the real sense is how we lead. If we can get how we lead correctly, leadership will never be an issue. If we can get how we lead correctly, leadership will never be an issue. The spirit of leadership comes after a man when leadership spirit is equipped in that man. Every one of us is born with leadership spirit. Yes, we said it earlier that every one of us can lead, but it is the way we lead that proves the difference. It is the way we lead that proves the difference. It is the way we lead that proves the difference. A lot of us, we must get used to the networks we move on with, because it is said that our network determines our net worth. So the people we move with, the people we associate with matters a lot in our journey in life. They matter a lot in our journey in life. When you discover what you carry inside of you, you become conscious of what you feed yourself with. You become conscious of what you feed yourself with. You are never created to lead people, but you are created to live in the area of your gifting. When you see a tree, you are attracted by the fruit. But if the fruit is not there, you will never go near the tree. Or if the fruit on the tree dries up, you are going to go far away from that tree. So continent leadership comes in when we employ our creativity. A lot of life today are full of expectation, but zero satisfaction. A lot of life today are full of expectation, but zero satisfaction. Permit me to say this couple of things. Your gift makes the noise. Your fruit reveals your personality. Your character shows your worth. Your influence proves your leadership style. Your humility shows your power. I'm going to go by that again. Your gift makes the noise. It is the gift, it is the fruit on a tree that shows forth that the tree is fruitful. It is the fruit on a tree that shows us that a tree is fruitful. Your fruit reveals your personality. Your character shows your worth. Your influence proves your leadership style. And your humility shows your power. A lot of people today are living fake lives. A lot of people today are living fake life. We don't employ our originality. No, a lot of people today copy each other because we want to be on the same pedestal as our neighbor. If Steve Jobs, the one that created iPhone, had decided to follow the one that created an Android, we will not have that originality today. We will not have that uniqueness today. People pay for originality in the world we are in today. People pay for originality in the world we are in today. Continent leadership is displayed when you show forth your uniqueness in all you do. In that little position that you acquire today, it is important that you show forth your uniqueness. That is when continent leadership is going to be employed. We must not wait for our boss or someone to tell us the right thing to do before you do it. I hope we have together. Your value is what your gift. And a lot of people today, for you to be celebrated, for you to employ that continent leadership, you must be yourself and not a copy of someone else. You must be yourself and not a copy of someone else. Continent leadership can only be gotten when you bring the creativity of your gift. Continent leadership can only be gotten when you bring the creativity of your gift. As I round up right now, exceptionality comes when you design your own fitted shoe. Exceptionalism comes into play when you design your own fitted shoe. Thank you.
Thank you for the lovely presentation. We are open for Q&A if there is any. Okay, so for the time's sake, probably we'll move to the next speaker. We have got our next speaker from US, Rosalind. If you can kindly unmute yourself, and if I can ask Emil to kindly stay back with us. And please feel free to ask questions to our next speaker, and a couple of other speakers will be coming. So before I introduce to our next speaker, let me give you a small input. Today, you have seen from the beginning of World Leader Summit, probably we have crossed 12 different countries, 12 different kind of people who came and shared their insights with lots of different kind of verticals of business, life, ethics, and so many other things. So as a concept of World Leader Summit, the way we started is We started this as an ecosystem to enable each and everyone's power to give empowerment to others. And this platform gives B2B opportunity, fundraising opportunity, mentoring, network, education. We have almost 18 different verticals inside our council. And tomorrow onwards, you will probably see many countries coming from Africa. We have a program which I really need to share with all the audience and all the speakers. We call this program as a program of ambassador program in World Leader Summit inside our Council of Leaders, wherein we invite, this is a complete by invitation, we invite people to be a part of our council who can feel that they can give first, get second. So the concept is pretty simple. You give one, you get 10 back. That's how the mother nature works. And we are just trying to be a catalyst in between mother nature and humanity. I'll not go farther because I'm sure that I'm going to get a lot of time to speak. And if you give me mic, I'm not going to give it to others. So allow me, myself, to give the mic to our next speaker from US. She is going to speak about Web 3.0, probably Web 3.0 with women as empowerment, as a power, as a technological vertical. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Arijit, for this warm introduction. And I'm glad to be here. And yeah, so let's start. So I'm a thought leader. I'm Rosalind Panda, a thought leader, visionary, a change maker who is here to inspire, and I love to empower others, what inspire others to do so. So all of us, when we contribute to what we do in our day-to-day life, we make this world a better place. So I live a purpose and optimism, serving mankind and benefiting the world through the fundamental elements of life, which are art, technology, innovation, creative design thinking. So I'm also my CEO and founder of Rosalind Business Group, CEO of Rosalind IT Services, Rosalind Constructions. I'm the founder of Rosalind Arts. I'm a technology innovator. I'm the founder of ROVA token, which is the world's first crypto-based, utility-based crypto ecosystem. I'm technology innovator, fine art artist, public speaker, author, and I love to influence people in a positive way. So let's talk about Web3, which is the next iteration of the internet, which is shifting power to people and enabling the real change. So out of, if you know, like according to the world studies, out of 121 of world's leading crypto companies, only 5 included a women founder. And that's a 4.13% women who make up 14.58 the world's population. But Web3 currently doesn't represent that. We want to close the gap. So every cryptocurrency facilitates people to use it as a digital currency only and has no real world applications, that what we observe so far. If they have, they're very limited to some groups of people who know the technology or some sort of computer skills they have. ROVA aims to remove those limitations and apply the amazing blockchain features to the real world utilities through the crypto ecosystem, which I'm the founder of, ROVA token, the utility ecosystem. So ROVA crypto ecosystem is the world's first utility-based ecosystem, which is based on blockchain technology and ERC20 based token. So I can share the screen as well about that and also mention some of the beauty of ROVA token. It is a ERC20 token that aims to serve the humanity and through real world utility field crypto ecosystem. This crypto ecosystem contains real world utilities that are a food application that rewards ROVA tokens to the users when they order food, a blog mobile app, news website that rewards users ROVA token by reacting and reading the news or an article. We have also NFT platform backed by ROVA token as a primary payment method, a highly secure trading platform that is built on blockchain. So through the crypto ecosystem, ROVA is going to serve the humanity at every step of their lives. So it's going to bridge the gap between the real world and the blockchain technology. It is the best way to implement and leverage blockchain features like faster transactions, decentralization, and security. So let me share the screen and we can go over some of the beauty.
I'm really sorry to interrupt, but World Leader Summit is all about sharing a common concept, and speakers application that you had sent, the subject line is Women in Web 3.0. So if you can keep your presentation to the point, it will be great, because when you try to promote any kind of business in the platform, it actually is a different platform that we have, which is Leaders Meetup that we usually run. So if you can see other speakers, they have actually shared the common concept with business ethics. So if you can keep your presentation over there, it will be great and nice. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was just coming to that point that how women and human being normally, we can introduce blockchain and leverage technology in our day-to-day life and give more empowerment, more opportunities to women who are not pretty familiar with the technology and the innovation side, how we can benefit the world through bringing more of the creativity, more of the innovation power and technology side of every human being. So when we highlight that and empower women with that specific skill sets, and all we equip ourselves with that innovation power, then we bring a wonderful difference into the community. And first of all, the main key element that we need to focus is to educate ourselves with the future or innovation. We live in the present, but we definitely, as a visionary, we think about what's coming, what's on the horizon, how can we leverage technology to benefit the mankind, serve the humanity. And as part of the world's population, I believe around 50% of the women are there who can be educated and bring wonderful their skill set, their learning ability and creativity into what we are building together. So we all have a vision as women, specifically I'm focusing on that. We all have a vision. We all have that creativity skills, abilities that we can highlight and give this world what we're really aiming for. So that's my take on that. And I would love to encourage everyone, not just women, but every other person on the world to educate themselves with technology, because technology is meant to benefit humankind. It is meant to serve the humanity. So just keeping that in highlight, we definitely can make a difference and huge positive difference in each other's lives. Yeah. So that's my side.
Super. So what I have understood, Rosalind, working in the crypto and blockchain industry since 2016 onwards, if you launch a new coin in the market, definitely creating a decentralized method of making a new coin and making it sustainable in the market is a little bit of challenge. Love to understand when you talk about women in Web 3.0 and you have a new coin in the industry. I know a couple of more companies as well who launched their coin. So if I may ask you that, when you talk about more utility powers, is it a utility token that you have created, or is it a security token powered by a real life example? What kind of token you have generated?
It's a utility token that we have created, which can be we can make use of leverage to transaction between all the platforms that we're building. And these platforms, these applications that we're building, all going to communicate between each other. One token that you get rewarded from, you can leverage that in another platform. So we have NFT platform, we have blog news app, we have food application, which are real world utilities. That's the beauty, that how we can incorporate and leverage the real world utilities with this token that we built. So yeah,
Super.
I hope I answered the question. Mhm.
So we have open floor for Q&A. If there is any kind of question for her, I think they have built an amazing platform and definitely is going to help many women and men all together. If we have any question, please feel free to raise your hand and ask a question directly to her. I will move to social media so that I can fetch questions. Yeah. I've got a question, Rosalind, from our chat box in Twitter. Somebody tagged us and said that, what is your USP when we try to compare that with any other new token that is coming up in the market?
I would say that when you build a token, those are not very different than each other, but when it is geared towards making the transaction between the utility-based platform, then it makes a difference, because every token you have a gas fee, you have a transactional way to do so. Other tokens also can be used in our platform, but you have to go through that bridging the gap between one token transaction to another with the platforms that we build. So the beauty of the platforms that we're building is we are building the whole ecosystem, not just one platform. So that's the beauty of it, that you under one umbrella, we have all the applications which normal human being or humanity will be using in their day-to-day life. So that's the beauty. And it's a decentralized, save the data of every transaction on the secure blockchain. So it's built on Polygon blockchain, where the gas fee is next to nothing. And then under the ERC20 category also, it's going to be backing the entire ecosystem. So you can earn, you can sell, you can buy, and you can trade entirely from one-stop solution.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So if we don't have any questions, I can move to the next speaker. Rosalind, thank you so much for the beautiful presentation. Would love to have your presentation in our mailbox. We have a newsletter system for the world. Let me tell you, we have got approximate 1.2 million people as our subscription model. So we'll be more than happy to probably share the news with our ecosystem and bring you your coin into a different kind of dimension and vertical altogether. Let's talk after World Leader Summit, after 7th of December, and you are more than welcome to join hands with our ecosystem. Thank you so much, Rosalind. Now is the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now is the time for our next speaker, His Highness. If you are there, Terry, I can see that you have already logged in and you clap for our speaker. If you can kindly unmute yourself, let me give an introduction to our next speaker. Our next speaker is His Excellency Terry. Terry is a mentor, a strategist, and an influencer, a chairman, and 8x author, columnist, and a speaker. And definitely he is in the Global Council, a long history of working with world leaders worldwide. He is a UN Peace Ambassador at Large, Global Ambassador for Refugees with United Refugee Green Council, chairman of, oh my God, if I really continue, it's gonna take the entire night for that introduction of yours. So instead of that, let me give the stage to the honorary, our Terry. Please, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Arijit. I'm a busy guy. So, hello, everyone, and welcome to the summit. This is incredible. The speakers that are going to be on here for the next 5 days. I'm just very honored to be selected as one of them. I'm talking about a new paradigm out there today. In my book, Consortium Business Model for the 21st Century, came out this year in 2022. I also have another book coming out, my 9th book coming out this month, later this month, People First. And it's about leadership and the new paradigm of achievement and being people-centric. So what's this new paradigm? Well, the new paradigm is it's not business as usual anymore. The rules of engagement, if you will, from or through up until COVID-19 have changed. It's no longer you'll do this or you do that, or I'll fire you, and that's just too bad. Well, the workers out there right now are going, let me save you the hassle. I quit. And they walk away, because the workforce that's out there today, ladies and gentlemen, they're not attached to their companies. They fully expect to change 4 or 5 times in their working lifetime as an adult. And that number is going to go up with the next group of people who are teenagers right now. They're expected to only be with the average company 2.5 years, what I understand from some conversations. So what's that mean for us as business owners? My company, Evolutionary Healers, we have clients and practitioners, 6 continents, 17 countries, pretty big. And nobody's quit. Nobody stopped. Why do they do that? Because I take care of my people. I let them take care of our customers. Okay. Sir Richard Branson, who I follow and admire greatly, his famous quote is, take care of your employees, they'll take care of your customers. And that can't be any more true than it is right now. Anything that Sir Richard touches turns to gold. He starts a cruise line. He opening day of the cruise line, he's fully employed. And where is he? He's right there with them. Before the people started coming on board, he was on all the decks in the engineering room, saying hello to everyone and being a real people person. Well, the new paradigm in business is about people. It's about being people-centric and motivating them and the company based on achievements towards a vision goal set for the company that the very top person believes in, along with the very new person just walking in out of high school doing a starting position. They all believe in the attainment of the vision and what it means for the company and for each individual in the company. Okay. What does that look like? Okay. We as business people are very familiar with the term overachiever. An overachiever is a single person who is just allowed to work themselves into nothing. They work, and the leadership say, hey, if he wants to do all of that stuff, let him do it. Let her do it. Just keep going, just keep going, just keep going. And eventually they burn out and leave the company. Or they burn out, start making so many mistakes, the company fires them. Instead of supporting them and getting them some rest and taking care of that, they fire them. They're useless. They are an expense line. The new paradigm is the opposite, okay? Well, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you listening to this live or on the recording, here's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. When was the last time you really achieved something? How did you feel? Elated, very excited. You wanted to repeat that feeling and achieve again. So now let's expand that out to your office, to your division, to your whole company. Everybody in the company achieves at the same levels. That means everybody's energy is interconnected to the central tasks at hand, with the idea that if another COVID happens, they don't close businesses, send people home, none of that. They do this. They make sure everybody's safe. And that the new check systems that they put in place the last time are in effect. Once they're in place, then they start looking at groups. Maybe it's a bank branch or a branch of, or a manufacturing plant of a corporation. They get them all together virtually, and say, okay, guys, we don't have anything for you to do for a while. This division or bank branch or whatever hasn't been that productive. I want you, as leader of the corporation, I want you to get your people together and see what you can do to make changes that can increase the revenue stream or even possibly start a new revenue stream. You know, during the COVID, a lot of people were afraid of losing their homes and their apartments, the places where they live. Okay. So I love using banks and finance systems because they have branches all over the place. So what happens if that branch that's closed to the public changes its training and makes everybody more mortgage services people, help with refinancing homes and doing all those kinds of things to help people keep their homes and their apartments or condos, et cetera. That's just one example. Now, what's going to happen to all the people in that bank branch who's doing something very positive for their community, their neighbors, maybe even some of them? They can help them save where they're living and do positive things. Everybody in that branch or whatever group it is, all of a sudden are focused on the achievements they're making without any reliance on a timeline or sales goals or anything like that. Community-focused, people-centric creates achievements on a massive scale. Now, what's that do for the corporation? It does a few things. First off, it increases revenue at a time that revenue is going down. And the following things happen. People who are achieving don't get sick. They have a healthier lifestyle. Their families are more healthy and happy because that stress of everything that was going on with timelines and goals has been removed. Another thing happens, okay? The corporation's contributions and the employees' contributions to healthcare services and those kinds of things go down because everybody's healthier. They don't go get medical attention as often. So the expense for the employee goes down, the expense for the company goes down, safety ratings go up because people are healthier, they're more focused. Here's what corporate leaders ought to be listening to right now. You get to understand this. Everybody knows the EBIT, earnings before interest and taxation. That line raises because the expenses to revenue ratio is lower, allowing the EBIT line to be increased. So it's a win-win if you want to do win-win, but win-win is one against another. All right. When you're people-centric and focused on just the attainment of the next task or achievements you have to accomplish your visions is everything. And that's really what the new paradigm's all about. People are going to want to stay working for a company that really cares about them as people, not just expense lines. Human resources, I've always hated that name. A resource is the same thing as a steel company going out and get raw steel. That's a resource. People are not resources. People are people. People make your company grow. So that is the subject of my thought today, or my thoughts today. And I thank you all for doing that. I don't know if there's some questions or anything. Arijit, do you have any out there?
I have the first question, and that question actually comes from me instead of any other person. When we are talking about creating a company with people, it is, of course, company doesn't have any kind of extra soul. But when you make the company, you have a team which is building the company from the scratch. My question is, entrepreneurs usually are alone. I mean, if you look at any entrepreneur who are change maker, they are basically alone in their mind. And when you try to bring those alone souls together, try to probably communicate one with another, sometimes they matchmake, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they feel that their employees are their team. And sometimes they feel that they have people who are there with him building the company is their team. What is your take on the people who are change makers, disruptors, entrepreneurs, what is your take for them when they are trying to build a company, what they should do initially and what they should do after running the venture for 10 years?
Well, I addressed that in my book, Consortium Business Model for the 21st Century, which is available on Amazon. Check my name here at Amazon and you'll find all my books. And it's available as an ebook on Kindle. So you can get these are shorts. We call them airplane books because they're about an hour to read. So they're very quick. They inject ideas and allow you to move forward with them. In this book and on our website, you'll find a vision strategy roadmap. A vision strategy roadmap is free to everybody. There's no capture of email. There's nothing. You just go in there, download the PDF for yourself and print it off. I highly recommend you print it off so you can scratch on it and do different things. The vision strategy is for companies that are 1 person to 300,000. It doesn't change, okay? If you're me as a single entrepreneur before my partner came, let's say that, okay? A single person, if I have a vision on the horizon that is not connected to a date or a sales goal, dates and sales goals get broken, they don't get achieved on a regular basis. That's way too much stress. If I have a vision that I believe in and I am focused on that vision, what you see and what you put in your vision, you will achieve. Because like I was explaining before, when you get disrupted, okay, kid gets sick and you have to take care of that child for a week, you're off the payroll, basically, if you're a single entrepreneur. So you don't worry about that because nothing's changed there, nothing's lost. You come back to your job right where you started, right where you ended rather, and you continue to move forward. You put some stops along the way to get to this vision out on the horizon. And each time that you complete a stop, you celebrate. You take the family out for dinner or whatever. You have an actual celebration to that, to really take in the achievement of achieving that stop. And before you go on to the next one, you sit back, relax after you've already celebrated. All right, I know what went right. Now, let me review what all went wrong and how I can take what I did right and what I did wrong on this journey so far and take that knowledge with me in the future so that I become better at what I do. And then the next achievement, you do the same thing. You celebrate, you analyze what worked and what didn't work and move forward. I hope that answers your question.
Super, super. If there is any other question, please feel free to ask him. We are open for Q&A session. Okay, I guess, give me a moment. Let me go back to social media. Well, there are a lot of comments. Okay. So, interesting question. How do you find a publisher for your book? If you can please enlighten me.
I hire my business partner. My business partner, Linda Vetras-Nichols, is a book in 30 days coach. She helps people write one of these books, okay, that you can use as to sell at presentations or at speaking events where you go. And they're easy to put together. She has a system to help you write the book and put it all together. She helps with transcription and all that stuff from a 1-hour connection that she puts together. And then you self-publish it on Amazon. Now, for those of you that live in various countries that are not connected to Amazon yet, you can let Linda Vetras-Nichols or contact me and I'll pass you over to her. She can help you find something that will work for you. You know, she doesn't do a lot of international stuff, but certainly she has great knowledge. She's been doing this for 3 years, and I don't know how many, $50, something like that. So she's well experienced. She has 22 or 23 of her own books. So she's well accomplished.
Super, super. Another quick comment in social media, mainly in chat. Well, in World Leader Summit, you have a mentoring session. So can we see you as a mentor in the next sessions? A direct question to you.
I'm not sure what.
He's asking from Africa. Is the country called Zimbabwe?
Okay, Zimbabwe.
Yeah. So the question is, can we see you as a mentor in any platform mentoring startups?
Yes. You can contact me at LinkedIn. Okay. Direct message me at LinkedIn and we can start a conversation and see where it goes. Now, my wife and I both have a great reputation, ladies and gentlemen, and it's this. Come and see us about a book if you want, or mentoring or anything like that. And if we can't help you for some reason, we probably know who can, okay? And it's free. That's not a bad price to pay.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for coming and thank you so much for sharing your insights and thank you guys for your beautiful questions. So I will request our speaker, His Excellency Terry, to probably be with us for the next line of speakers. We have a couple of interesting speakers who are coming up. And for the world, because we started in Indian time, deliberately, we started at 5:30 p.m. Indian time. I'll tell you the reason. That time, we get Asia, we get Africa, we get few parts of Europe. When the time goes on, towards the night, we are getting USA. And in the first half, we had definitely people from South Korea. We had Australia and a couple of other countries who actually joined us, including Europe. And that's how we define it. So our next speaker for next session, thank you so much, Terry, is again Mohammed. Mohammed is from Chad, Africa. So I hope that the microphone will work this time. Oh my God, this is working fine. So yeah, over to you.
Good day.
Good day.
Allow me to share.
Sure.
Good day again. It's not easy. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You are following me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Muhammad Muntasir Muhammad Ali. I come from Puchat, a co-founder of a small business innovation company. So I just to bring a topic on financing grant technology in Africa, which are the case study in Chad. As I just a counter profile of this chart, it's a large country which are bordered with Libya, Sudan, Niger, Nigeria, and Cameroon and Central Africa Republic. The area covers 1,284,000 kilometers square. We have 17 million estimated people, and it's a fragile country which are vulnerable from climate change and other security issue in the north parts and also east with terrorists Boko Haram. That's why we use this topic in current technology. We emphasize on renewable energy and how we can implement in order to bring peace and development on this country. So as most of this population are living in the rural area, which are 40% of the GDP, and more they are focusing on agriculture and livestock. Currently, we have like a climate hazard, the soil fertility, and also low farmer productivity. With government, they have initiated with his partner like United Nations. They have adopted the National Action Development Plan, which promotes sustainable development in rural area. Also to give a living environment of rural produce, natural resources, and also strength extension and research service. In this National Action Plan, they have 5 objectives, which I have listed before. Is to develop infrastructure, creating favorable conditions for the rural sector, developing the crop farming, and also the improved living environment of rural producers, and to adapt and to manage the climate change. And this National Action Plan has been led with the government, technical ministry, the private sector, the farmer, also include the civil society. And they have main leaders is Minister of Economic and Development. Last year, they have published their report, which mentioned that the main challenge is the highlight and about the good governance, accountability, and also inclusive participation to give a better result and high impact. In accordance with National Action Plan, we see that how to also to bring the NDC that to measure the report from United Nations in order to jointly the program activity with the green technology. So we have 2 main actors that involved on this program. We have Green Climate Fund and also UNDP. So the NGP has published his report also in 2017. They evaluate that 2 programs of pastoralism to manage water resource management in this Sahelian region, which with Niger, Cameroon, and also close to Chad. Hello?
Mohammed, I'm not sure. It shows as you're frozen. Are you there with us? Mohammed, you there with us? You there with us, or somehow there is a network glitch probably happening? Well, not a problem. Let me now then welcome our next speaker. I'm sure that he's already here, my good friend and definitely an amazing human being and a business partner from Europe. And guy is pretty handsome guy, man. When you're there in the stage, I really feel shy that you are there in the stage. Sari, welcome to World Leader Summit as a speaker. Please unmute yourself, turn on your video, and enlighten us with your knowledge and empowerment. The stage is yours, my friend.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you very much, Arijit. Hi, everyone. I have very bad news. Since we speak about very confidential matters, there will be no illustrations. Also, instead of having you following me on the structured slides, I will ask you instead to follow the logic flow of my speech that is really accessible. But I do invite you to contact Arijit later if you are interested in taking this discussion in a more deeper way. You are very welcome. So hi again, everyone. My name is Thierry de Gorter. Formerly an accountant, I have evolved through a versatile international management career, including industrial production, financial software, apps development, web TV and music production, VIP services, blockchain and banking industry. Today, I'm managing partner at Jet Class Group Blockchain Bank, Gold, and CMO at Digital Bank Vault, Cyber Defense. In addition, I have been solicited to join the advisory board of various blockchain platforms. I'm a keynote speaker for several events worldwide. I'm an advisor of the LinkedIn Career Hub, and I'm an ambassador for Sweden at the World Leaders Summit. My commitments, blockchain, cyber defense. My active passions are, surprisingly maybe, but music composition and production as InnoZebra, endurance motorsports, and psychosociology. But to get to the point, what is cyber defense? Cyber defense is all about giving an entity the ability to thwart cyber attacks on the go through cybersecurity. It involves all processes and practices that will defend a network, its data and nodes from unauthorized access or manipulation. The most common cyber defense activities include installing or maintaining hardware and software infrastructure that dissuade hackers, analyzing, identifying, and patching system weaknesses, real-time implementation of solutions aimed at diffusing zero-hour attacks, and recovering from partially or fully successful cyber attacks. Cyber defense used to be dedicated to governments, armies, large organizations, international industries, media, banks, and so on. Today, it's a societal concern, especially because of the quantum risk. Modern quantum safe requirements have to consider, maybe you can note those 3 points. First one, air gap security, physically segregating the encryption devices, usually computers, but also mobiles, making them incapable of connecting wirelessly or physically with any other device or network. The data to be shared becoming then sterile information like QR codes, for example. Second point, quantum safe homomorphic encryption, QHE, sorry. Sorry, I had something coming to my computer. QHE, quantum safe homomorphic encryption, which is an encryption method that allows quantum computation to be performed on encrypted data without the need of decrypting it, without therefore the risk of compromising the encryption. And then you have fully homomorphic encryption blockchain, FHE, enabling processing data without decryption. And this can be used to create private smart contracts on top of public and/or permissionless blockchains where only specific users would be able to see the transaction, data, and contract states. Cybersecurity is the application of technologies, processes, and controls to protect systems, networks, programs, devices, and data from cyber attacks. It aims to reduce the risk of cyber attacks and protect against the unauthorized exploitation of systems, networks, and technologies. The common roles in cybersecurity are information security analysts, lead software security engineers, security architects, penetration testers, also called white hat hackers, and forensic experts. Did you know that today there are over 2 million cyber attacks every 24 hours in the world, affecting private individuals, companies, healthcare services, banks, international organizations, industries, governments, armies, satellites, elections, as well as all our connected devices. We are spied on deep into our integrity, most of the time without even knowing it. This demonstrates, if needed, to what extent existing solutions offer significant security breaches, inducing damages, sometimes ignored, more often counted in millions and billions. It's important to highlight how modern cyber defense, cyber security, is about, and you can note maybe this point, air-gapped homomorphic super encryption solutions of quantum grade. I do repeat, air-gapped homomorphic super encryption solutions of quantum grade. I will develop later. They should allow, in any case, to totally secure any information, messages, calls, video conferences, transfers of any type of files, financial transactions in fiat, digital, or cryptocurrencies, no matter the software, the type of hardware or network. So now let's speak about the quantum factor. Origin of quantum awareness. In physics, the quantum represents the smallest indivisible measurement of energy, momentum, or mass. This notion is central in quantum theory, which gave birth of quantum mechanics. Niels Bohr and Max Planck, two of the founding fathers of the quantum theory, each received a Nobel Prize in physics for their work on quanta. Einstein is considered the third founder of quantum theory because he described light as quanta in his theory of the photoelectric effect, for which he won the 1921 Nobel Prize. Let's speak about quantum physics. It's the study of matter and energy at the most fundamental level. It aims to uncover the properties and behaviors of the very building blocks of nature. While many quantum experiments examine very small objects, such as electrons or photons, quantum phenomena are actually all around us, acting on every scale. Quantum discoveries have been incorporated into our foundational understanding of materials, chemistry, biology, and astronomy. These discoveries are valuable resource for innovation, giving rise to devices such as lasers and enabling real progress on technologies once considered purely speculative, such as quantum computers. Physicists are exploring the potential of quantum science to transform our view of gravity and its connection to space and time. Quantum science may even reveal how everything in the universe, or in multiple universes, is connected to everything else through higher dimensions that our senses cannot comprehend. The 10 main quantum computing applications are artificial intelligence, batteries efficiency, cleaner fertilization, cyber defense, drugs development, electronic materials research and development, financial modeling, solar capture, traffic optimization, weather forecasting, and climate change. Now let's go deep inside, if you want. The quantum treat. What is first quantum computing, including artificial intelligence? Quantum computing is a rapidly emerging technology that harnesses the laws of quantum mechanics to solve problems too complex for classical computers. Some people, however, express their doubts, speaking about quantum winter. Let's see the architecture and properties of quantum computers. you will understand. Current computers architecture is built around a binary system made of only 0 and 1. They use bits. Quantum particles can exist in different states at the same time. For example, both 0 and 1 together, a process that is called superposition. Quantum computers are using qubits. They can handle several processes in the same time, contrary to current computers. For example, if one had to find the only key of one door in an infinite corridor, current computers should try to open the locks one by one until finding the right match, while a quantum computer could try to open all of them in one time. Another groundbreaking feature of quantum computers is called entanglement. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. It's more poetic. When I do explain, when two quantum particles are entangled, they form a connection to each other, no matter how far apart they are, no matter the distance. Altering one is making the other one responding the same way, even thousands of kilometers away, like telepathy. The power of quantum computers. Making conventional computers more powerful, one speaks about 2 times every 2 years, requests a dramatic increase in electronics, transistors. This induces a limit when it comes about extremely sophisticated calculations like simulations, predictions. Our current computers are good at performing complex usual tasks structured by software, even and especially if relying on artificial intelligence on the side for more sophisticated computations. When there are too many variables to take into account, binary computers are not enough. Quantum computers are able to handle with billions of constantly changing variables, making it perfect for analysis and simulations, suiting perfectly global autonomous applications involving objects, robots, vehicles, air traffic, cities, and so on. In addition, quantum computers are relatively small in size and less energy consuming, considering their potential performance, of course. What is a key factor regarding the climate change issue? The speed of quantum computers. Quantum computers use quantum bits or qubits to measure and extract information. Unlike the bits of classical computers, which can store 0 or 1, qubits can store multiple values at the same time. This theoretically gives them, of course, a huge speed advantage over classical computers and algorithms. Quantum computers are machines that use the properties of quantum physics to store data and perform computations. This can be extremely advantageous for certain tasks where they could vastly outperform even our best supercomputers. But practically, quantum computing is a new generation of technology that involves a type of computer currently estimated 158 million times faster than the most sophisticated supercomputers we have today in the world. It's a device so powerful that it could do within only 4 minutes what a traditional supercomputer could take in 10,000 years to accomplish. I think you get the point. Unfortunately, the quantum computer's processing power will also enable it to rapidly decrypt confidential information, of course, potentially making national or business secrets accessible to parties with ill intent. This makes it a risk to international security and economy, the risk being global, in fact. Nevertheless, there are limitations to quantum computers too. For most quantum computers, heat is the enemy. Heat creates errors in the qubits that make a quantum computer thick, scuttling the operations the computer is carrying out. So quantum computers need to be kept very cold, very, very cold, just a tad above absolute zero. absolute zero is the temperature at which a thermodynamic system has the lowest energy. It corresponds to minus 274 Celsius or minus 460 Fahrenheit. Quantum power is therefore definitely a major threat for our society, not because of the temperature, but because of its power, of course. Listen, although spoken last year about 1765 qubits, the current quantum computer power is expected to be 1000 qubits in 2023, IBM, while some others, like D-Wave, announced about 5000 qubits. We already speak there about an improvement factor of times 250. While researchers at the University of Sussex estimated in February 2022 that a quantum computer with 1.3 million qubits could crack the encryption safeguarding Bitcoin within 1 day. A quantum computer with 1.9 billion qubits could do the job within 10 minutes. Well, we are not there yet. Our cybersecurity is currently protected by cryptography, as you know, which is used amongst others to protect information from unauthorized access and verify messages' origin. This encryption primarily uses mathematical calculations that the computers of today can barely solve. Even our fastest present-day computers could take decades to centuries to decipher the encrypted information. However, one can witness each day through the news that hackers have defeated encryptions at the highest levels of security: states, armies, satellites. This happens particularly because encryption keys are accessible one way or another, what is almost always the case, despite the affirmations and slogans. And what to say then if intrusion, criminal or legitimate, can penetrate our system relying on quantum computing and artificial intelligence? Ultimately, even if it's not my today's topic, I could not stress enough to our leaders on an additional pervert effect of such huge processing power. When coupled with robotics, it will induce devastating effects on the labor market in terms of unemployment. We definitely have to shift toward a new society model in many ways. Anyway, quantum safe solutions, because they are. Anyway, we have to consider malicious forces can already intercept and store confidential information for later decryption, waiting for the availability of quantum computers, what is already called store now, decrypt later. Since indeed a lot of confidential information has a long sensitive period of time, this poses a real acute threat. Fortunately, as I said, recent quantum safe solutions have been developed and deployed. For example, Digital Bank Vault, specializing in air-gapped, keyless, homomorphic super encryption solutions. Also, as part of QTech, TNO is working with the Delft University of Technology on the first scalable quantum computer and quantum-safe internet. But actually, what are the current worldwide quantum developments? Quantum computing has, of course, got attraction of the best brains in the world. There were 11 quantum computers in the world as of June 2018. These computers were owned by IBM for rental purposes, the University of Bristol in England, the Centre for Quantum Computing in Singapore, the University of New South Wales in Australia, D-Wave in Canada, and the University of Science and Technology in China. In 2022, Japan has made key advancements in the quantum computer race. India has developed its own strategy for the technology. And debates are simmering over whether China has surpassed US on some fronts, for example, with the first quantum satellite. Elon Musk, famous for his achievements, is at the center of many innovations in several fields like electrical and autonomous vehicles, space traveling, and human-machine interfacing with Neuralink. He has indeed turned his attention to raw computing, the backbone of almost every modern tech, aiming to connect the human brain with the internet in order to solve some neurological diseases, anxiety, depression, insomnia, hearing loss, and so on, but also to control devices by the brain remotely. Although these applications are already in test, quantum computing could, of course, dramatically improve their performance. And after years of research and development, Elon Musk has recently unveiled a new quantum computer for next year. Top companies have quantum developments like Neuralink, indeed, but IBM, Google, Microsoft, Alibaba, Amazon, Intel, Daimler, Volkswagen, major banks like HSBC, Goldman Sachs, BNP Paribas, Citigroup, Barclays, ING, and so on, but also governments, of course, and unfortunately, criminal organizations. Finally, the Canadian D-Wave has built a business quantum computer called Advantage. A more simplified version has been announced that will cost around $5,000 only. Limited version, of course. As a conclusion, the encryption process needs to be air-gapped and then keyless once exposed. Almost all of the existing solutions, one way or another, leave their encryption keys accessible somewhere, making them potentially hacked or penetrable, as often reported in the news, you will agree. There is a need for better concepts and very sophisticated technologies. Blockchain is betting on the lack of technological power to control millions of computers, securing its unique database validated by many copies. But what if that power was the quantum one? The majority of people today want their data to be kept secure and confidential. Considering that there are daily over 2 million cyber attacks worldwide targeting private people, companies, healthcare services, banks, telecoms, industries, organizations, governments, armies, satellites, and so on, it's really critical to ensure one's confidentiality and data security in order to avoid huge societal and financial damages. In order to break down what is already called the quantum supremacy, there is a need today for quantum cyber security and cyber defense, providing completely inviolable solutions in telecommunications, mobile telephony, messaging, video conferences, transfer and control of any type of file and transactions. These solutions do have to rely on concepts based on sterile encryption, on dedicated hardware processors, empty of any accessible encryption key, and however, involving very sophisticated layers of encryption, creating at the end a no-value emptiness where there is just nothing to spy on or steal for any intruder. A hardware encrypted storage device from a trusted vendor is the safest solution. The moment to secure any system, even mobiles, don't forget, and maybe you can take a note of this, air-gapped, quantum-safe, homomorphic super encryption is the key. Air-gapped, quantum-safe, homomorphic super encryption is the key. You should consider questioning your specialists about these concepts, the 000 standards, zero trust, zero knowledge, zero storage, one-time pad, super encryption, and keyless encryption, and finally, the illusion of emptiness. In any case, your systems should be anti-interception, anti-espionage, anti-hacking, anti-spyware and malware infection, anti-ransomware attacks, anti-location tracking, anti-digital forensic data extraction, anti-tapping, anti-remote electronic surveillance, and quantum safe on any platform, any platform. Thank you very much. So as I said, if you have any question and you want to take the debate or this information further, you can organize something with Arijit, and I will be pleased to discuss with you and our experts about any item, any topic of this discussion, and take it further. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have the first question in the chat box itself. Someone is asking about how about the deepfake? So your comments.
Sorry, I have to check maybe.
Probably the question is what is happening in deepfake when you talk about quantum computing?
Yeah, it's the same. It's a very good question, actually. It's one of the things I am or we are, let's say, fighting against, because it's already existing indeed. It's using a lot of resources on a computer, and you can imagine, of course, what will be our world when quantum computers will allow people to rely notably on deepfake. So this is the reason why there is a need to have both hardware and software, all the platforms, all the internet, quantum safe. At this moment, I must say that, not to make it any kind of advertising, but at Digital Bank Vault, actually, we have already devices that are not allowing that kind of process. I don't have to develop more in details over it could take a pretty long time, but it's a very interesting discussion. So there are, let's say, there are processes, and as I said just before, it has to be hardware based, and we have solutions against deepfake, among other. It's part of the quantum threat, really.
Okay, so we have a question in the chat box. If you can check the chat from Rahul, you can probably see his question. You want me to read it for you?
Summarize me quickly if you want, yes, because I have different windows open.
So Rahul is asking, how would you see the quantum computing affecting the spiritual development and becoming the science of human soul in future, as well as in reality?
Yeah, I must say that it's already a reality. There are people saying that it's not existing. I think that I have listed companies, let's say, working at least on quantum developments. You can imagine that there are limits anyway to quantum development. So there are physical limits. I will not enter technical details, but still those limits are so high that we can imagine that indeed quantum computers will be extremely efficient. Then we have to consider that, of course, quantum computing is one thing. The computers the binary computers we are using today are something else. As I have said, you don't need a quantum computer, let's say, just to type a text or something. So, of course, it's for applications that are requesting a lot of resources. But I must say that it's a reality. You can actually already buy a quantum computer on the market. The question is maybe what is the power of those computers. So it's a reality, and we have to live with it. And as I said, it's a reality today. It's not exactly yet on the market and not so spread out. But if we are not careful enough to consider what they can do, I understand me. I don't say that quantum computers are something bad and dangerous. It's like any developments in science and so on. It's something fantastic because it will help to solve many things, like notably sicknesses. We have anyway to be ready for the things that are going maybe too fast for us, and we have to be proactive. So it means that we have to consider today how we can live and work with such a huge power. After that, but it's a reality. I think, to answer somewhere the question, it's a reality. It's over here, and it's working.
Super. So I guess that that's it for the last question. I have been blasted in social media for questions on cybersecurity, to be very honest. So there are 7 different questions which actually came. I'll just take only one question, then we'll move to the next speaker because of the time stake.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting question, that there are a lot many malware nowadays are impacting desktops, and there are a lot many ransomware which has been probably developed and has been shared in the world. So how do you feel that with this planet, it's a vast community of internet, you can safeguard things, and does your solution safeguard that or not?
Well, again, actually, it's a very good question. All the threats are a problem today. It's affecting so much companies and all what I have listed up to governments and so on. It's a real issue. It's a real problem. And indeed, when we speak about something so powerful like the quantum computers, it's more than a problem. It's really devastating. But to answer the question, the good thing is that I can say that at least at Digital Bank Vault, we have solutions against ransomware. So we can say that when I say that we are quantum safe, actually, it means that we are ready with cyber defense, cyber security against the quantum risk. It means, of course, that if we are ready for the quantum risk, we are ready for the risk, the lower risks that we know today. Speaking at least for myself or for Digital Bank Vault, at least, yes, we have quantum safe solutions that are including indeed ransomware. So we feel relieved with that. And I hope you will be later also.
Well, for the audience, to be very honest, we have been sharing this small information in our social media channels, but I guess that I'll be requesting all of you to probably check out the technology portal of ours, deeptechtechnologies.com. That's the portal that we run for all these kind of news. And Terry is our partner for all those kind of implementation factors on cybersecurity, and specifically, I would say, the security systems which they have developed, which is basically a patented technology probably, which can be utilized for any kind of protection. So feel free to connect, feel free to communicate with us. We'll be sharing more and more info, more and more inputs utilizing our email blast. So feel free to communicate, connect, and connect back. Thank you so much, Terry, for the beautiful and amazing presentation. So I'll request you to please stay put with us. And I'll be asking our next speaker, Sonia from France, to kindly unmute herself and turn on her video. So Sonia is the Program Management Officer of United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, and her speaking subject for today is Go from Ideation to Business, which is pretty interesting. Sonia, if you're there, can you please unmute yourself and grace us with your presentation? Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for this opportunity. I had the opportunity, I would say, to join a bit earlier when the day started and to listen a bit to the different interventions. And after listening a bit, I just decided to change the topic of my intervention. I hope you won't mind. I hope you will indulge me today because I felt like what I would have to say, changing this topic would maybe be more adapted to the audience and to the different topics that were discussed today. But
it's your stage, so. Yeah.
Okay, but you shouldn't be disappointed anyways, because it's very close to my work and to what I'm currently doing. I wanted to talk about the importance of women's contribution in the digital space and in the tech space. And that's anyways, that's something that is really related to the different topics we've heard today. And I've noticed that we had some women who contributed earlier on. And I wanted to highlight this, how it's important to get more gender equality in the digital economy. And also how can each one of us contribute to have that and to reach this objective. And why did I change to this topic? Because after listening to the different things that were said, I just realized that I just want to highlight that women also have a lot to bring to the table and a lot to contribute as well. And I've seen that in my work, like you mentioned, I've worked at UNCTAD. I've been working at UNCTAD for the last 2 years, supporting women entrepreneurs. And I've been working with women digital entrepreneurs for more than 40 different countries in the globe. And I've seen how digital tools, how tech, and we've discussed about blockchain, and I was listening a bit to the former speaker that discussed about quantum, which is something for me, which is something very interesting, but I'm not specialized in that. So it was very, very interesting to hear what he had to say in his contribution. And we know that technology has brought many opportunities, but we know that in spite of all these opportunities, women tend to lag behind, and they don't have as much access as their male counterparts to the digital economy. Although we know that women can be very good contributor in their society, in their economy, when they actually manage to get the same opportunities as male counterparts. And I just wanted to highlight a figure from the International Finance Corporation that stated that women could add over $14.5 billion to e-commerce markets in Africa and in Asia between 2025 and 2030. So we'll see that e-commerce is thriving, new technologies are thriving, there's a lot of new opportunities available, but then we can do more by including more women and by providing more equal opportunities for everyone. And that includes as well, because I work a lot with the United Nations Conference Trade and Development Agency I work with. We focus on what we call developing countries, so that's the southern part of the world. And we work with Africa, Asia, Latin America, and all the different regions in Asia, because I've seen there are a lot of people from India, Bangladesh, and we work also with those regions in the world. And we realize that everyone has something to bring to the table, everyone has something to contribute to. And if we invest in more women entrepreneurs, if we help them get access to e-commerce platform, that will able to bring development for each one of us. Just to mention quickly 4 barriers that we notice that women face when they become digital entrepreneurs. I'm just going to mention 4 of them. There are a lot of them, but the first one that we see is access to the internet. According to International Telecommunication Union, the ITU, 85% of women have access to the internet, compared to 87% in Europe. But that disparity is wider in some other countries. For instance, in developing countries, where only 19% of women have access compared to 31%. The second one is access to education. Women represent only 36% of the master's graduates in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in STEM. Only 36% are women. And they're also less occupying leadership position in STEM-related industries. And so this gap obviously reduces the chances for women to start digital businesses. The third one I would like to mention is the access to funding. That's the last one I would like to mention. We know that funding is very important for entrepreneurship, and that's a bit linked to what I was going to talk about before, from ideation to business, because obviously when you have an idea, you need to be able to get the finances in order to transform that idea to a concrete business, and even to test this idea to see if it's something that would be a profitable business. And we saw that women entrepreneurs receive less funds when it comes to business, although they are the ones that generate much more profits when it comes to the profit generated from the investment they receive. And so we've noticed that there is a $300 billion gap in financing for formal women-owned businesses, and more than 70% of women-owned small SMEs suffer from inadequate access to financial services. After I've said all this, and I've just set the picture, I just wanted to say, what can we do, each one of us? What can we do, first of all, at maybe a macro level to reduce this gap? And what can we do, each one of us as well, to maybe enable to have more women contributing in tech, and also contribute to the economy, to the growth of our society, of our communities at the same time? The first of all, what can we do at a macro level is to promote successful role models, to encourage younger generations of women to join STEM and start digital businesses. The second one is to provide trainings and capacity buildings for women digital entrepreneurs to help them scale up with the right tools. And the third one is to increase the level of funding destined to women entrepreneurs and encourage women entrepreneurs to look for external funding, because funding is really essential to grow and develop a business. And what can we do at our own level? I always like to bring all these big words that I can say to what we can do at our own level, what can we do, can be done, each one of us, to support women around the world, and also to support our communities and the people around us, whether male or women. If we are a digital business owner, make sure to maybe have more equality, gender equality, but also inclusivity, different people with different background, different knowledge, different experiences. That's very enriching for our own businesses, but that's also enriching for the society as a whole. And that will enable as well to generate growth and development. If you are a woman entrepreneur, look at developing your skills, increasing your level of knowledge, and also become a change maker to your society and influence future generation. That's something that is very crucial to each one of us. And even us, what we can do as well as individuals is to support the women around us, support the women entrepreneurs around us in our own way, either by sharing our knowledge or sharing opportunities that we see around us, in order to help them thrive and develop their knowledge and grow their businesses. I'm gonna close very soon. I just wanted to tell you maybe a bit more about what we do and why this came up. I say that at the beginning anyways, but what the initiative I work for, the name is E-Trade for Women. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I joined this initiative accidentally. I joined the United Nations by accident. That's not something that was planned, but that's something I'm very proud of. I work on an initiative named E-Trade for Women, and I support women entrepreneurs in developing countries. And now we've supported so far more than 200 women entrepreneurs after 3 years of existence. And we are looking for partners as well. We could work with people in tech, people in digital, people that have any type of knowledge that can come and contribute to our initiative. And finally, just as a closing, I thanks a lot for allowing me to change the topic. It's just that I saw that the crowd was not maybe only entrepreneurs and business owners, so I didn't want to focus only on this topic. It will be a pleasure to do it anytime, anywhere, because I really love as well to help people get from the idea to the business. That's something that is very crucial, just to take the leap and go ahead. So it will be a pleasure to do it anytime. But I think that now that we've been discussing about tech, about everything, we need to think as well about how we can include everybody, how we can, because it's so enriching. The experience I've had now working 2 years plus with the United Nations with all those amazing women is that they have a lot to bring to the table. They have a lot to contribute. And when we help them, I've just seen this domino effect. Then when we help a woman, we're not only helping her, but we're helping her family, we're helping her community, because we know that women have most of the time this social role of being the caregiver of the family. So when she grows, her whole family grows and her whole community grows. And so we've seen that by supporting one woman, we're not supporting only this woman, we're supporting all the communities around her, whether they are male or female. And so that's why I'm really interested in this topic, and I want to share this with you. Thanks a lot. I'm here if you have any questions, any comments, it will be a pleasure to answer.
Yeah, before we go to the question and answer session, we'll be more than happy to probably partner with you if you allow us. We have an existing council of women entrepreneurs and women empowerment council, which we run. And we have been helping a lot many women. To give you a small perspective, in the first year of World Leader Summit, when we floated that, it actually came with our acceleration program called the Entrepreneur Phase. And we have couple of women leaders from India, from few different parts of Europe, who came forward and said that let's make it happen together. And that's how we floated things, and we started giving them training on handicrafts. We started giving them training on fashion, on technology, on coding, on various different perspectives of learning mechanisms, and things are really beautiful. So when you started that, probably you women don't get opportunity to work in a lot of places. I completely agree on that. We have seen that in several different places. Maybe we need to see from the different perspective altogether, how we can have a win-win situation for both male and female, so that we can have a better and beautiful world. So open for question and answer. Already got one comment from Songul. She has been connecting with me for last couple of months. She wants to connect with you probably. So we'll be more than happy to do introduction. Don't worry about it. We'll do a mail introduction, and you are more than welcome to join our Facebook group, more than welcome to join our WhatsApp group, more than welcome to join our LinkedIn community. So you can interact, you can communicate. There is no boundary. Yeah. So if there is any question, we are completely open. I can see a lot many women as an attendee now. So you can unmute yourself, you can ask questions. If not, I will go to social media while you are doing it. Yeah, I got one question that how do you quantify one idea stage startup, and how do you do the valuation?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
How do you evaluate one idea stage startup? What is your procedure?
How do you value an idea? That's a good one. You can't really value an idea. I say that an idea values 0, no matter how good it is, as long as it's not put into place. When you are at the ideation phase, even if you have a very innovative and transforming idea, as long as you've not tested it, this has basically no value. And I always say that because I coach as well entrepreneurs, and that's why I had this topic in mind first. I always say that to the people I coach is that the only people that can invest in you when you are in this ideation phase and when you have an idea that you think is great and is going to transform the world is your friends and your family. And it's not really in your idea that are investing, they're investing in you because they know you, they believe in you, and they trust you. So yeah, I hope I answered the question. For me, an idea is not, doesn't worth a lot, except if you have started different businesses and you've been successful. But at the end, it's not even the idea, it's people invest in you, in who you are, in your personality and your character as an entrepreneur. So as long as you have not passed that testing phase, just take into assumption that your idea has no value. Of course, you can do some trademarks and protect your idea. That's a different thing. But the idea itself doesn't belong to you. Anyone can do it. And there are plenty of ideas that sadly have not been put into actions and that we'll never be able to benefit from because people just didn't take action from there.
Well, from my opinion, actually, I listen to many startup pitch worldwide, and from our fund, from our angel syndicate. In fact, as a person, I have probably got a lot of portfolio of companies in 4 different continents till date. When I hear any kind of idea, to be very, very honest, idea is great. But raising fund on the top of only simple idea is really tough until unless you have an amazing team who have got a back-end track record, who have done mind-blowing stuff, and you have a patented technology which probably nobody can break. There, maybe you can go for a grant initially. You can probably be incubated in some incubation center. Eventually, you can raise fund. See, running business is not about raising funds. Raising fund is one part of running your business. So when you manage money, this is like the main art and science of running ventures. I'm sure that Sonia probably can add on a lot of values into this line of mine. I have been watching for last, Sonia, correct me if I'm wrong, probably last 4 to 6 years. We have been watching a lot many startups who are just coming up with a valuation sheet and saying that, you know, you evaluate me, you invest in me, I'll become a unicorn, you raise funds. But somehow, don't you feel, Sonia, there is a gap that's happening? Like probably investors are not getting their return back properly. Maybe the organization is not running profitable after running it for last 4 or 5 years. So there is a big challenge that's happening. So the bubble of valuation is probably needs to be reconstructed. So it's not about maybe the valuation. The person who asked the question, direct answer to you, to be very honest, it's a very common question, beautiful question, but to be very honest, she's 1000% right. I'll tell you the reason. Even I can now have an idea that I will create a rocket ship, go to Pluto and create a space station over there. Fund me. Well, it's a crazy idea, right? Maybe somebody else is also thinking that unless I build that rocket ship and maybe the technology which can take us faster than light. So that means you have that technology. So what's your take in this, Sonia? Should they create at least an MVP? And then on the top of that, maybe they can take it forward. I would love to hear it from you.
Yes, so you mentioned something about crazy valuations and a lot of unicorns. There's a lot of cash available for sure. There's a lot of money. I think we've never seen that much money available for investments. So if any entrepreneur looks seriously for money, I think they will find money at the end and they persevere, they will find money because there's a lot of cash available. But like you said, I'm a bit skeptical as well about all those crazy rounds of fundings that are happening. I mean, seed, round A, round B, round C, etc. And sometimes, and I mean, we've had some stories already, and I'm sure we'll have even more. And I lived in Nigeria for 4 years, and India is a bit the same. We are dealing with mega countries with a lot of population. So it's easy to get a lot of people in your database and have a big customer database, everything. But behind sometimes the business model is not really profitable and the figures are not as profitable as it seems. Yeah, I'm just afraid that someday this, and it's starting already, we're seeing it a little bit, that investors are not willing, are less and less willing to burn cash just to give cash to burn it. And because they are more skeptical now about the figures they are given, the statements they are given. And I'm afraid that someday this bubble will just explode like other bubbles we've seen in other areas, in other industries. Yes, this race for fundings and money and stuff will eventually end for sure. So that's why you were mentioning about valuation. Let's see how it goes, but there is still money available. So at your own level, any entrepreneur can definitely go and look for it. There is a second thing you talked about yes, the different stages. When you are the ideation, you can get fundings, like you said, maybe development banks. I think that's a good way. You can more, maybe if you are at the ideation phase, focus more on grants than investment, because investors want to have something concrete to invest on. And that's why I say you need to test. That's when you have tested your ideas and you found a business model that works, that you can go and speak to investors and tell them, and ideally business angels, so individual investors, to tell them, okay, now I have a model that works and I'm interested in scaling it up, in growing it, and I need the money to do that. And people will listen to you because now you are talking about something concrete. When you have the idea, the only people that will invest in you are your friends and your family, because they're not investing in your idea, they are just investing in you. When I started my own business 10 years ago, my e-commerce business, I went to my mom, my dad, my aunt, my friends, and I started getting little money like that. And that's how I started my business. Because obviously I couldn't go to anyone with no, with just an idea, and people would not invest in me. But my friends, my family, they knew me. They knew how serious I could be, how disciplined I am. They knew that I'm someone that achieves what she said she would do. And so they were like, yeah, okay, I'm willing to try and invest that. So if you're at the ideation phase, just to answer to this question, I would advise you to go to friends and family first. I would advise to go to yourself first. I didn't mention that. Go to yourself first. Invest in your own business, because if you don't invest in your own business and you don't take risks yourself, don't expect other people to do it for you. If you don't, put and it includes money at your own level. If you don't put some money into your business, don't expect other one to put money and take the risk with you. So at your own level, start with something small. Be very creative. Sometimes we think we need more money than we actually do. Be very creative. Look at the talents you have around you, some friends, some families, and try to put this idea into action and bring something concrete. And like you say, build an MVP, a minimal viable product. So a prototype, something that shows at a small scale how your business could look like, and what business model you are trying to build. Once you have reached this prototype, you can then move forward. But you can look at grants, you can look at family and friends, you can even look at incubators. Sometimes they take people just with ideas. If you have a good team, if you have a good co-founder, if you're a founding team, that's more likely to work. But just test it at your own level first. I think that's very important, because sometimes what we have in our mind, as soon as we start implementing it, the reality hits us, and we realize that, oh, we need to adjust and pivot in order to build something that is durable and that is quite solid. So just start. That's what I would say before looking for money.
Super, Sonia. I mean, very, very, very well explained. And if you're listening to this, in fact, right now in LinkedIn, I've got a request that somebody got an idea of an e-commerce website, wanted to raise fund if I can invest in their business. And I request you to please listen to the video, which is there live in our Facebook page. You will understand it better. Rest of the things, we have a large database of information, including videos and several different podcasts and write-ups, which is there in Entrepreneur Face. Go to resources, you'll find out all these kind of answer, which stage you are. There is a calculation meter. So you can probably calculate, you can understand where you are, and then maybe I will be more than happy to help and support you. Thank you, Sonia, for the beautiful presentation. And to be very, very honest, the way you changed it and the way you explained, mind-blowing. Thank you so much for coming and sharing.
Thanks a lot.
Really sorry about the time shift and asking you to, join before your time of speech. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for having me.
Okay, so we will be having an exciting panel after this deliberation, which will be done by one of our ambassadors. As I was talking about ambassadors in World Leader Summit, we have got an exciting, amazing, beautiful, super powerful, super energetic lady called Ragni, and she's a friend of mine. So let me have the pleasure to invite our next speaker, the moderator of the panel, Ragni. Ragni is an advisor that helps real estate, financial services, technology companies to develop a position of competitive advantage and use it to drive business strategy, marketing, and sales. She is also the founder of World Women Conference and Awards and the proud World Leaders Summit ambassador in our council. Welcome, Ragni, once again to World Leaders Summit. Could you please unmute yourself and take the mic from the person who is wearing a red tie?
Good morning, good evening. It is a true pleasure to be in front of all of you this year as well. Last year we had a blast. We had so many people coming on live, asking questions, being proactive. We hope that you will do this also this year. We have been packing this panel with a lot of knowledge. Hopefully this knowledge will help you to take better decisions while you're looking into investing in real estate. We are still waiting for one panelist to join us. The other two are already with me. So I will take the time to introduce those who are already shown up. And when our queen also shows up, then I will do the presentation of her as well. But today, I'm very honored that we have been joined by Jose Luis Mogullon from Mexico, and he's the Chief Development Officer for Pueblo Bonito Hotels and Resorts, Quivira Los Cabos, and founding partner of the DMG Investments. So we have a real estate development side represented today. Then we have George Salas from Houston, United States here. He is a real estate investment strategist, founder of the new realestateinvestor.com. Go and check it out, obviously. George and his clients have launched over 85 short-term rental properties all over the United States that collectively generates more than $600,000 per month in rental income. He also understands how to quickly create cash flow and build wealth in real estate. And the best part of it, he shares that knowledge with others. So in other words, he's actually teaching people how to do this. So all the people that you know from Airbnb investors, so on, you know that George is the guy to be contacted. And I will represent or do the presentation also for Vanessa Vukunaga. Hopefully she will join us in 2 minutes as we are programmed. Vanessa Vukunaga is the owner, president, and the CEO of Mexico's #1 luxury real estate brokerage, Engel & Walker Snell Real Estate, as well as the owner, publisher, and CEO of the leading luxury lifestyle platform, Ocean Blue World. Since purchasing the brokerage in 2012, Vukunaga's unstoppable drive has led her team of expert and passionate advisors to provide the ultimate real estate services throughout the entire Baja California Sur, Mexico. This year, Engel & Walker Snell Real Estate is celebrating their 25th years in business. And the one leading the charge with unrivaled vision, expertise, and stamina is the Vanessa Vukunaga, which I hope will join us in any minutes. But without taking any of your time, I know that in other parts of the world, like Israel, South Africa, which has joined us, and India, which has joined us, it's already late. So we will start with our panel. And I would start with asking the questions from Jose Luis Mogullon, and then we will alternate the questions, and each of the panelists will take the microphone. So Jose Luis, how do you describe the real estate market, the 2021 and 2022 from your perspective? What has been going on in the market?
Hi, Ragni. Hi, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Pleasure to be here. The market has been actually like not just here in Cabo, but almost everywhere else where we have conditions similar to ours, where it is resort lifestyle, has been basically super hot. It's been on fire. Pre-COVID, market in Cabo was a little under $1 billion, about $900 million. This year, well, actually last year and this year, the projection was to close north of $2 billion of real estate sales. So that's basically a doubling of the market. And that was driven primarily to what we're doing right now. Just technology and being able to continue to be productive in remote parts of the world, when the world was shut down. People could, let's call it, seek sanctuary in destinations like ours, feel safe and free to move about in beautiful locations with great service, great amenities. So that basically made a lot of people question their lifestyle at their primary residence locations, whether that's LA, New York, Chicago, or and again, I'm talking about those destinations because those are primary markets. But same thing would happen in almost every other type of destination. And that again was more resort oriented, and people realized that they could continue to be productive while not being at the office, and therefore chose to move to, well, not to move, but to purchase real estate in Cabo. And actually there was a 95% increase in foreigners seeking to have foreigners and primarily Americans seeking to have their primary residence in Mexico, which is a significant change, again, because of all the dynamics that are going on in the US, not just cost of living, but, you know, a lot of people not agreeing with some of the policies that have been implemented. So we've been the beneficiaries of those dynamics.
Beautiful. I think that George just got some ideas where your business can fit in very well, and we are not regulated on Airbnb, so it's a land of opportunity, and then any other investor which you're listening, obviously. So if you have any questions to Jose Luis, please send us whatever platform you're watching this. So the same question for you, as you are in a slightly different field, George. How do you describe the real estate market for the last 2 years, and what is your perspective on it?
Well, hello, first of all. How are you? Doing great? It's been a while. So thanks for having me here, guys. And I hope that everybody's doing well today. My name is George Salas, and I'm excited to be here. So let's talk a little bit about, you know, my thoughts on the market in 2021 and 2022, as the question was portrayed for us, right? So my beliefs in the market, or actually the facts in the market of 2021, that it's been at its peak, right? I've never seen it so high in the 5 years I've been in the business, right? I would call it the tip of the iceberg, right? So everything was overvalued, and it's the highest I've ever seen it. So I called it a seller's market, right? And then in 2022, things started cooling off. They are cooling off right now, but there's a funny fact that I'm going to tell you guys about, you know, in just a minute or so. There's more inventory right now, and I think that you know, it's just kind of tipping over just a little bit towards a buyer's market, right? So if you had a scale between, you know, and then you had on one side a buyer's market and a seller's market, you know, you would have the scale just about to tip over, right? But not quite there yet, you know. So I think things are changing right now, and because of the trend that I'm seeing related to 2008 and 2029, when the market crash happened in 1929, and in 2008's market crash, right? I am seeing the same pattern of actual prices drops, and based on the data, a lot of the same patterns happening. So my predictions would be that in the next 18 months, things are going to change quite a bit, right? So, but there's some interesting facts that I want to discuss a little bit, and I want to tell everybody, right? First of all, in Houston, Texas, per se, the median home price has actually gone up. It's $336,000 per home, right? So in the difference between 2021 and 2022 is actually $20,000 higher, or $21,000 higher. So the median price of the homes in Houston, Texas are $21,000 higher in October compared to last year in October, right? Which is kind of funny. Everything is going down, but prices still going up. So supply is going up, but prices are not going down, right? So according to a report that I looked up a couple of days ago, I think yesterday also, the Houston forecast in population is actually to grow, and to the point that will surpass Chicago, right? So becoming the third largest city in the nation within the next 8 to 10 years, which tells me that despite of every other market, or many markets, you know, slowing down, I think that because of the fact that we have so many people moving here every single day, we're still not seeing a drop, but you never know, right? Facts are saying there's going to be more supply. So when supply increases, obviously the prices are going to decrease, but we're still seeing a growth in our Houston real estate market. So a couple key takeaways there, you know, are that homes in Houston sold for like about 7% higher, right, this year than they did a year ago, right? That's pretty, you know, I'll say that's a fact that we all need to consider that. So if anybody's looking to invest in Houston, you're still in a growing market, right? Prices are still rising, and we're actually getting more to a normalized level compared to maybe 2019. Compared to 2019, I think we're in that trend right now. Okay, and then I think because of those facts, we're mirroring pre-pandemic levels. So the same thing in the short-term rental market, right? So the same thing in the short-term rental market, 2019 was the normalized growth of the industry, right? And then 2020 was a drastic drop for just a few months, and then it elevated. The vacation rental market actually elevated, dropped for about 2 to 3 months, and then when the lockdowns stopped, the market went back up and it continued to grow. And then what we saw is a huge growth in the vacation rental market of vacation rental, actually secondary market growth and daily rates and revenue for an entire year, right? So the real estate market is still in the growth, and then the vacation rental market is still in the growth, but with a lot more supply. So does that answer your question?
Beautiful. Yes, yes, it is. And again, whoever you're watching, and if you have additional questions, then please send us whatever platform you are watching. Our team is watching, and the questions will be sent to us. So we have now Vanessa Bukunaga with us. So welcome, Vanessa. I hope you can also put your camera and your microphone on, as the gentleman before you already answered the first question, and we would like to also have your input on how do you describe the real estate market 2021, 2022 from your perspective. So no, and we lost, or
do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. We can't see you for some reason.
Okay. I have my video
I can see her.
started. Let me chat while you hopefully can see me in just a moment. The market has been incredibly strong. You guys can hear me okay?
Yes, and now we can see you.
The market has been incredibly strong. I think we've really been fortunate in terms of what has happened with the pandemic. I think that having been in the real estate second, third home, fifth, fourth market, it has really advanced our cause here. Typically, we see a delay here in Los Cabos and here in Mexico after whatever is happening in the US. So we were fortunate enough to realize, and quite frankly, still realize, a really strong market that's happening here. We've seen nothing but the trends go up year after year after year. It just simply happened to be exponentially phenomenal over the past 18 months. Within the next season, which we are already in, we really didn't even see a slowdown, to be perfectly honest, over the summer. Typically, we have a little bit of a lull during that season. I would say that the only time that we saw any decrease, really, even in tours, was around September. We did notice that because of our high-end and high net worth clients that actually could travel. Most everybody I knew was traveling to Europe during, the September, October time period. They were excited to be gone. Traveling was an option, and so they planned that. But immediately upon, I would say, before the season, what we would consider the season arriving, everyone is not only back, they're back in droves, and we are seeing every part of the market thrive. Every part of the market have the offerings that they did announce prior to the summertime, and they're coming through. And so we're getting more and more tours, showings, interest, people wanting to consider purchasing and investing in Mexico, in Cabo. They're wanting to continue the trend of expanding and living their lives and enjoying their lives. So it's really kind of an exciting moment for us still here in Los Cabos.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for the answer. So talking about all the markets have been booming, everything has been so good. Now let's talk about the other side of it. We always have challenges as well. So
yes,
what have been the biggest challenges in the segment? And we start with Jose Luis. So what do you see? What has been the biggest challenges in your segment?
Well, I think that, and George was starting to allude to that a little bit. Hi, Vanessa, nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
So we have somewhat concerns about what the reaction is going to be from the market. And Vanessa just said that there has been no reaction, but we're still yet to see whether that is the same dynamic that happens in the upper end and in the mid-tier, the lower tiers. And that's to be seen, because what's unprecedented was the speed at which the Fed increased the rates, which had never happened before in such a short period of time. And that has had a cooling effect in the US. And we tend to follow the U.S. market, even though the lag that we have is much shorter than before. Before it was a 2-year lag. Now it's probably a couple months lag. So we're still yet to see whether that's going to have an impact or whether the impact is going to be tiered. Prices haven't dropped much or are all in the U.S. really because of a lack of inventory, and developers in the U.S. have learned from the 2008 recession and are more nimble today to react to inventory surplus than they were before. So I think they're going to manage that situation better. And also, they also learned from over leverage that they had in 2008. So that's also going to help not have situations where they have to offload properties, etc. And that just is going to help keep pricing. So that's why we're not seeing pricing go down. Inventories are short because of the great run that we had in the last couple of years. Then that's why there's inventories are short. They're short in Cabo, they're short in California, they're short in almost everywhere else that have gone through these dynamics. So that's a good sign in terms for people that have bought a property. The other part that's complicated, the other thing that's hasn't really been sorted out yet, it's still causing a lot of problems, is the supply side. Because execution today is a real challenge if you're in the development business, because not only is it really hard to quote with confidence delivery times, because supplies are so short. Just to give you an example, we used to receive in between 6 and 8 weeks an appliance. Today, you get quotes that can go up to 18 months. So it takes me longer to receive an appliance than to build the actual house. No, that's the level of impact that we're having. So it's a complicated problem, especially if you and especially if you're in the pre-sale market, which a lot of us are. Inflation has really cut hard on your margins, because once you set a transaction and you're going to start constructing, unless you were able to implement some mitigating strategies to offset rising costs, then your margins are going to be eroded from 7, 8, 10% inflation on average. But we get, in some products, we're having over 25% inflation. So it's really hard to deliver in that environment, and that's where in the real estate market you always find people that are opportunistic and decide to go into the market because it's an individual, it's an investor, he wants to do like a house or two, and then sell it, those guys are going to have a little more trouble because they might not have the backing of a larger institution that will allow them to pull through, even though the prices are going up and the delivery times are extending and that type of stuff. So I think execution is right now it's a real challenge.
Understood, and share the thoughts on that 100%. So, George, what do you see? What are the biggest challenges in vacational rentals? I know that that there are plenty because of the regulations, etc., but share your thoughts on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So because of what happened in 2021, where everybody got money from the government, right? And everybody could get out. And after the lockdowns, after COVID sort of went away, right, we had a huge increase on travel demand. Okay. And because of that travel demand, the supply shortage was very, very, foreseeable, right? So you would have way more demand than you had supply, because a lot of people have pulled their properties off vacation rental platforms in 2021. So when that happened, people start realizing, oh my God, I can make a ton of cash flow, right? So you're in that really peak high, right? 2021 was the best year ever for any vacation rental platform. And I'm big on the data, Ragnar. So I looked at the data all the time because we invest in different markets, right? So what happened was, people realized that there was a lot of demand for it and everybody was traveling. So they thought that that was normal, right? So they thought that that was normal. So everyone, every investor and their mom, their cousin, their neighbor started getting into the vacation rental market, right? So when they opened up their Airbnbs, and especially here in Houston, it's a non-regulated city, right? You have a lot of regulations in other cities, and there are a lot more which is controlled. Here, there's no control, so it's not a controlled environment. So as far as the US market, it has tremendously increased in supply, and the demand has continued to grow, but the supply has like doubled, tripled, right? In some places. So what that created, it created a shortage of occupancy. So places that were normal, right, basic homes, really nice homes, started having less occupancy. So we're seeing in our normal nice portfolio, it's what I call it nice. It's just a nice home. You rent it on Airbnb or VRBO and you put it out there. That's what I call nice, right? They started lowering in occupancy. Now our luxury or high-end or unique portfolio has maintained. So we've seen that trend, so mountainous, like getaway touristy areas have maintained. But most of the markets have increased in supply. So a lot of the occupancy has gone down. So we've seen a challenge is occupancy in the normal, nice properties, but not in the luxury or touristy properties, right? Now, interest rates are high and inflation is high. So what that causes is, what happens when you're making $4,000 a month in this rental, right? But then you have all these other properties come on the market. Now instead of making $4,000, right, you're making $3,500 or $3,000, and then your costs for operations go higher. So we've seen that a lot of those normal properties the costs have increased to operate, and then revenues have decreased a little bit. So we had to pull some of our regular properties off the market and then put them into or upgrade them, right? So and then now what we're doing is, we're actually taking our entire portfolio and upgrading it. So now what happens is we become the top of the market, right? So and then this goes through a message. If you are about to start a vacation rental or short-term rental business, you can no longer just rent a property, list it on Airbnb, furnish it however you want. Now it's got to be professionally done, right? And that's a challenge, because most people, this is an easy entry business, right? So you can go and list it and make some money. But nowadays it's not, right? In some markets, it's harder than others. So the big challenge is supply versus demand in some markets. The second challenge is operating costs with interest rates and inflation, right? So I would say those are the challenge. I mean, cash flow is still great in majority of our portfolio in a lot of ways, but just like the real estate market, we're seeing a lot more supply. Prices are still good for those good properties, but now it's not a good time for just anyone to list, right? So also changing regulations, I would say are a third or fourth level of challenges. You know, mostly it's on the numbers, so things don't work as well and whenever you're launching a business. So what we're doing is, you know, obviously stepping up our game, lowering our costs, right? And then also being a lot more careful when it comes to choosing a market and in finding the right property for that market, right? So now you've really got to focus on being able to find the best and most profitable properties.
So I hope that you are looking to invest and you were taking the notes, the 1, the 2, and the 3 that George was giving you, and Jose Luis is going to add here something for sure.
Can I ask George a question?
Yes, of course.
Absolutely.
So one of the things that we're seeing, and I wanted to see if you're seeing that or you're concerned with that, is we're seeing a lot of developments. So I'm going to make a distinction between, I'm going to call them unregulated, as you call it, unregulated versus regulated. And so us as developers, we tend to care not just about sales, but actually creation of communities. So it's amenities, it's it's controlled access, that type of stuff, right? So it's let's say it's master plan communities or gated communities. And within that world, we're seeing a significant backlash against the digital platforms, the rental platforms, because of the transient nature of the guests, the coming and going every weekend, that type of stuff, and the lack of control that is enforced by BRB owners on how the units get used. So many of these communities are starting to prohibit in their CCNRs short-term rental, especially through those platforms. Have you seen that? Have you seen that issue, or do you see that as something that could impact the attractiveness of buying a unit to then rent it out through these platforms?
100%. 100%. So what happens right now is, let me give you a high level overview of how we should look at investing in short-term rentals. There's metro markets, there's regional vacation rentals markets, which you drive to, and then there's fly out, right? We invest in metro and regional where you can drive. Okay. So in metro, because of the nature of it being so new, right? And the short-term rental industry, Airbnbs being so new, a lot of these communities are enforcing their laws, changing their CCNR. So what happens is, for example, in Texas, now we've got to be a lot more careful. In Texas, the Supreme Court has ruled that it is allowed to rent short-term rentals as a residential rental use, right? So it is not considered by the Supreme Court that this type of a short-term rental inside a community is a business. So most regulations and CCNRs will say you cannot do business here, but then there is a disagreement because none of these CCNRs, or almost none of them, I would say almost none of them, not none of them, right, say that you cannot do short-term rentals. They don't specify. So what's happening is you're having a lot of clash, meaning an investor comes in and invests in a metro market, right? And the reason why the metro markets are more dangerous to invest in is because they're newer, and that's why they're changing the regulations. The regional vacation rental markets already have had this business before Airbnb, right? So what happens is someone comes in and invests, and then the HOA or city sends them a letter, and then they go through it. And so there's a clash there. The HOA says no, the homeowner says yes. They go look at the CCNRs. The CCNRs and regulations don't say anything about short-term rentals. They go to court, right? So you're having a lot of new changes in all these communities all over the US. So what's the solution for that is, number one, be really careful with HOAs. We've got sued by an HOA before, we had to sell the property. Now, what we do is we're super specific and we study, we have an attorney that goes through the CCNRs, and I've learned how to look at them, right? And an attorney actually gives us their opinion, letter of opinion. So number one is be really careful when investing in communities with HOAs. Number two is if you do invest in a community with an HOA, make sure that you go through the points, and there's like 10 of them, right? Most importantly, when can you change those points? When can you amend the bylaws? And if it allows it, right? None of them are going to say, most none of them are going to say no short-term rentals, but a lot of them are going to say no business. So they're going to use that fact, which is no business, residential use only, to kick them out. And that's where the conflict starts. Some don't give you trouble. But most of them will, right? So now we're going to communities with no HOAs, vacation rental markets that already have those rules and regulations, and we're sort of trying to skip that market. But I look at it like this, Jose. Okay, if I'm going to go invest and buy a property at 70 cents on the dollar, right? And obviously, I go through the first part of analyzing the HOAs and CCNRs. And it doesn't say anything about not investing and not doing short-term rentals, then if I can create enough cash flow for my first 2-3 years, and then maybe they will change the CCNRs in 2 to 3 years, right? Because we've seen that, I don't want to get too into detail, but if the members can amend it, it takes longer. Then we go invest in those markets, and then we can get out because we have equity, right? And now it's a little more dangerous because it's a declining market. So just in a broad perspective, just be careful with the HOA zones, right? And then the CCNRs, go with cities that actually have regulations. I rather go with the city that has regulations because we're capped and we know that we're abiding the rules already, than going to a city that has none, and then they can create these regulations at any point in time and then change it up on you. And now you're screwed because you might have bought a retail, right? So that's a very, very, yellow zone. People don't understand what's going on. I hope that answered your question. Love it.
So Vanessa, what have been the biggest challenges in brokerage so far?
I would say the biggest challenges have been people, quite frankly, people, and I mean the brokerage community, really understanding the rules and regulations in a market like this. For instance, what is ethical and proper when you have 2 competing offers coming in? How are you serving the clients properly when on occasion you are representing both sides? I think that, for us, we've seen a lot in this community where with such a strong market and such a strong boom, quite frankly, around the world, that last year we saw a lot of people try to be agents, try to be brokers, open up a one-person shop in the area, and it is doing a disservice to our clients because, the majority of our clients are in fact foreigners. Purchasing in a foreign country is typically, not the norm for them. It's not necessarily their, second time purchasing here. And on occasion, when you do have a representative or a brokerage or somebody that doesn't understand, it doesn't truly understand all of the different aspects of real estate. There's financial ethics, there are business ethics. There's so many different courses and facets to selling real estate, rather than just walking somebody around and pointing out where the different rooms are. So for me, I think the biggest challenge has been, we've actually received quite a few clients that have unfortunately not had great experiences purchasing in this market. They're wanting to spend their money, or they feel they've gotten to a place and they've been with somebody who has, quote unquote, claimed to be an agent that really has no answers, doesn't understand what it even means to purchase within a separate country. and let alone understand what happens and what the proper rules and ethics are when you do have two competing offers. How does that negotiation process go? What are the right things and the ethical things that should happen? I think along the lines of even just circling a little back to rentals. Rentals are such a huge topic here in the Los Cabos area that it is a question and a theme that we're dealing with our clients literally on every sale. Do you intend on renting? And then investigating what the possibilities are, whether or not those are the availability to do a short-term, long-term rental, what those CCNRs will actually dictate, so that prior to acquiring their property, the clients do have a full understanding of what's happening. I would say the next biggest thing is whatever is happening in the US. It does trickle down to here, and even if the actual impact and the implications aren't necessarily happening here, people are listening, people are worried. These are global clients. They are home collectors, art collectors. So they do typically have their money in the States and abroad, and they do see what is happening in those various markets. I was on a global call yesterday morning where, you know, there was so much talk about slowdown, so much talk about inflation, the institutional money that is helping to acquire and to buy and then ultimately to lend to clients, so that people are being wise about how they're investing and where they're spending their money. So I think that people, even though we may not necessarily see it and feel it here, and Jose Luis said it, you know, the time lag between typically the impact of what's happening in the States versus here was always typically a year. We are seeing that cut shorter and shorter, and people are listening. And I think it's not only cut shorter and shorter because they're also reacting quicker. They're seeing in the other markets that inventory was absorbed. They're seeing in this market, if they didn't put their best and highest in, they actually lost the opportunity to purchase something. So the way I believe that brokerages and agents and advisors are handling, dealing with, counseling, guiding our clients is, for me, probably the biggest challenge, to try to ensure that on our end and that within the brokerage and MLS community, we're trying to model and have the conversations about how to professionally handle the clients.
Beautiful. So I guess we have pretty good picture now what is going on the vocational, on development side, and on the brokerage side, what is good, what are the challenges. So give us your expert advice where to invest in 2023 and onward, and we will start with Jose Luis.
Well, within our industry, I think that so I'm going to call it the leisure industry, and it depends on what basically the depth of your pockets. But if there's something that we've seen is that the leisure market has been a lot more resilient than the business market. So we were still, as a company, we're still very bullish on products or projects that are on the vacation side of things more than the business side of things. So I wouldn't necessarily invest in business class hotels in our area. At least it's different. Every market's different because it depends on the supply that you have, right? So the pricing is key, especially in those properties. But in Mexico, at least, because it's easier to have added supply. There's a lot of downward pressure on pricing for business class hotels, so I wouldn't go there. But I would go into I would invest in leisure hotels, especially on beaches or international destinations, and that's what we're doing as a company. We're still bullish on certainly we're bullish on Cabo, Vallarta, Cancun. We're certainly bullish on those because those continue to have the core attributes regardless, though these are long-term decisions. We might have a little bit of a reduction in the investor market where as George was saying, prices are sky high. So we might have a little bit of pullback from the investor market, but those wanting long-term, a long-term investment, the conditions are still great so the basic conditions are still great for those industries. And speaking about something that is completely out of what we do, but it's also a great opportunity to invest in Mexico or other markets because of the global dynamics is all the nearshoring initiative that's going on, where Mexico will certainly be one of the biggest beneficiaries because all North Mexico is going to be a great beneficiary of that dynamic because people are getting nervous with Russia, with China, and everything that's going on, and the dependency that people have. You saw the news recently where because of the Foxconn problem in China, Apple is concerned about losing access to 6 million iPhones, which iPhone is being the biggest breadwinner of Apple. So that's a problem. So people are seeing that it's very important to not just produce closer to your market because of supply chain issues, but now because of the geopolitical environment, you kind of, they call it nearshoring or friendshoring, no? Because you have to, now right now you're just no longer so confident that you will be able to get your product to your market because of political and geopolitical instability. So Mexico is going to, I mean, almost any square meter that you put up as a warehouse or as a factory in the north of Mexico is going to be occupied quite quickly, very, very quickly. And prices have been continually going up. So that is a great investment also if that's something that you like. That's outside of what we do. We don't do that. That's not our industry, but it is a dynamic that will continue to happen for many years. So because to us, I must say that's a surprise to me. I was expecting this a lot sooner than it happened, and I wasn't expecting it to happen because of geopolitical turmoil, but because of supply chain management issues. But it turned out just like COVID increased adoption of technology and supercharged the market. Now the invasion of Ukraine and China sending signals that it's aligning with Russia, that type of stuff. It's just creating a great opportunity for Mexico to become to regain its place as one of the major product and manufacturing hubs to supply the U.S. market, and that's so we're very bullish in Mexico, despite our local challenges, political challenges. We're very, very bullish that Mexico is it's an extremely good place to invest.
I totally agree. So George, I know that you gave us the 3 segments where you usually are investing, but I know that you're looking to next year and knowing everything what goes on with the supply and demand. Where would you recommend to invest?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm very in the know, right? I'll recommend a few areas and what type of strategy, right? As we launch our private equity firm in the next couple of months, we have to be on the know. We have to understand each market, right? And we have to understand what we're going into. So I'm going to start off with Warren Buffett's quote, right? Be fearful when others are greedy and be greedy when others are fearful, right? So in the next 18 months, you are going to need as much cash as possible. I believe that there's going to be a lot of opportunity, right? But not in every area of vacation rentals. On the enter strategy, there's many ways that you can actually invest, right? So one is creative finance acquisition. So you can acquire a lot of properties through creative finance, and there's going to be a lot of that. So learning the strategy of creative finance would allow you to get properties at a very, very low end, right? You know, that almost no money down at all, right? So short-term rentals are high cash flow no matter what. And if you get them lower, then you're in and you can invest anywhere, right? So invest in markets with high tourism, near destinations and national parks, okay? And that is mostly secondary markets, regional, where people drive for vacations, right? Their rapid population growth, you know, you got to find those factors, as well as not just in other sectors of real estate where you need to look into all those factors. It's the population growth, it's the GDP, right? It's about finding those states that are tax friendly, like Florida, Texas, Arizona, right? Invest in markets where seasonality gaps or swings, right, are less than 50%. Because if you make $10,000 in December and you make $1,000 in the winter, that is harsh, right? So most secondary markets and metro markets are very consistent, are more consistent than fly out, right? So that's another advice for there. I would say on the underwriting side, also invest into any class that allows you to underwrite as a midterm rental and a long-term rental, not just a short-term. Okay. And the other thing is diversify your investments. We have a 5-step, right, or 5 things that we consider in every investment. And we always look first at the market. The market dictates where to invest for us, right? Then within each market, we find a sub-market, and then we find what I call a micro market, right? Which is a little pocket of area that could be in any city, anywhere, that is great, that has the right real estate prices on the purchase, and it has the right revenue on the exit, right? Number 2 is finding the right property in each market, right? So once you find the right market, the market dictates, you know, obviously considering everything I just mentioned, dictates where to invest. Then you find the right property. And then once you found the right property, it's all about what you do inside that property, your staging, design, et cetera, right? So then your effective marketing, listing, booking strategy, pricing, and then the guest experience. As long as you know those 5 things, well, I said like 9 things, but I said like 9 things, but 5 things are essentially very key out of that. And then you go by those rules that I just mentioned, those are the rules that I am using for my investment strategy in the next 5 years. I hope that helps.
Again, we're inviting you to write them down, and if you have any additional questions, then Arjit is going to share all the profiles in LinkedIn and the other platforms. So if you want to ask questions privately, then you're welcome to do so. So Vanessa, we obviously know what as a #1 luxury brokerage would say where to invest, but nevertheless, the floor is all yours.
Of course, we would say invest in Cabo, but in all seriousness, I think that you need to look at the trends, and the facts will actually give you that level of confidence. Because again, what I would say, you know, we even have a data analysis and technology department in order to do just that, because you're more credible clearly when you have the facts to support it, and you want to show and demonstrate the ebbs and flows of the market, the ebbs and flows in the different price points, different property types, whether it's land, residential, commercial, whether it's luxury condos or single family homes. And we use that data in our conversations when we're asking people, how do you envision your life? Because but the majority of people don't need a house in Cabo. They want a house in Cabo, but these are also very astute business people from around the world, and they are smart about how they're investing their money. It is still emotional. They still want to create the most amazing memories with their friends and families, but they're smart and wise about #1, how they're paying for it, because we are typically an all cash market. So they're obtaining their money somewhere else in the world, either institutionally, they're getting a mortgage, their second mortgage, they're liquidating stocks somewhere else in order to pay for their properties here. But we can also show them how their values and their homeowner values have increased over the years. And that to me is really almost the, the nail on the coffin for them, because it really solidifies their confidence in investing in this market. Number one, because we are a foreign market typically to them. Number two, we always want to ensure to them, you've got an out. So not only when you're investing in, what happens if and when you want to get out? And typically not, the majority of our clients are investing for longer periods of time. We do have a certain percentage of clients that want to come in, flip, make a great profit. We have the other segment of clients that want to come in and just use it as an investment property, simply for rentals. And those are the numbers that they're looking at. They're looking at what has happened historically. They're looking at what's happening from a lift standpoint, from a tourism standpoint, what can they expect? And so having that data, and again, I circle back to the level of professionalism, having all of those facts and figures and being able to properly and effectively and intelligently communicate to the clients is vital. It's absolutely vital. Again, because we're also living and working in the same area. So, these clients turn into your neighbors, your colleagues, your other, depending on the agent or broker, the same members at a private club, if you will. And so for me, the importance of credibility, being able to support your guidance with facts and figures, and try to take a little bit of the emotion out of it so that when they see that information, they can then be as emotional as they want. And now it's the fun buy. I always say the house will come, because you want to be here. How are you going to enjoy your life? How often will you come? These are all different kinds of factors and conversations that we have before we would ever bring somebody out to look at houses. The other thing is we're also having, as you know, with the digital age, and it happened long before COVID, but clearly when the pandemic hit, people have been online and looking more than ever. So they're highly, highly knowledgeable about what they've seen on the internet before they even come here. And so they even come now with a lot more questions. And so if you are a brokerage, a broker, an agent that isn't prepared to answer those questions, you're going to falter. And the biggest challenge for us is when somebody else might falter or another brokerage might falter, because it is a really poor reflection on the industry, on sometimes even Mexico or purchasing in another country. So, for me and for us, we really want to model the best, the happiest, the most professional transactions. And that starts with, the facts and figures, like I said, and then you're really helping guide them into what really is the best decision for their friends and family and the best way to invest.
So I am seeing that our host is saying that we actually have a lot of questions also in the real estate, in our platform. So do we spend the last 10 minutes on those, or we go with the one that I have prepared? So, but I think it would be more interesting with the questions that we have on the platform.
Please continue, Ragini. We will take the questions later on.
Okay, the last one is, we touched it a little, and what we discussed, or more than anything else, Jose Luis mentioned a little what is really affecting the mindset of the buyer in the end of the day, or the investor. But the question for the panelists is, will there be any changes on customer behaviors in coming decade when it comes owning and investing in real estate? So Jose Luis, take the microphone.
Honestly, I don't think so. People are people, and they will continue to be people, and there will be, obviously, there's always short-term reactions, And there's always knee-jerk reactions, that's for sure. But and I know that that sounds kind of almost stupid what I'm saying, but I'll tell you why I'm saying that. So in 2008, we had this huge worldwide recession, real estate, and everybody was saying the world as we know it is going to end. High-end real estate will never be sold again. Nobody wants big houses anymore. They're not, it's like everybody's downsizing and shrinking and all those dynamics. And what has been going on in the last several years, not COVID, but pre-COVID for the last 6-7 years, houses are bigger than ever. No, so it's humans are humans, and humans have been making the same decisions and same mistakes forever. No, so I don't expect long-term trends to change. I think that people will still be people, will still have the needs that they have about social acceptance and fulfillment and the creation of experiences, enjoying their lifestyle with their families and their loved ones. All that is what really matters. All that's what really drives a purchase decision. It's not, interest rates will make that person that has already made the decision to buy, it will make them pause their purchase a little bit, but it will not, but they're not buying or not, they're not, even if the interest rates were as low as they were before, that obviously helps financially in their financial calculations. But if they don't want a house, they don't want a house. They don't buy a house because the interest rates are low. It's because they want to have an experience with their grandchildren, or they want to retire in a different country, or there's some lifestyle that it's a lifestyle decision. So those are the key drivers of purchase decisions, and those will continue to be the key drivers of purchase decisions. So I wouldn't expect that to change. If there's and for things like that to change, it means those are generational changes. It's like, are millennials as interested in buying homes as their let's say baby boomers are? Well, those the trends say that they're more interested in rent. There's a higher proportion that's interested in rent versus ownership. But that's because we've also seen. That's what you see the data say. But then at the same time, as those guys that we call them millennials today, start to grow up, then they start buying houses like their parents did. So all this, the security that comes from home ownership, in the end, is still very valid. It's still a key driving force to buy real estate. So I don't think that that the overall compelling dynamics change. There are short-term reactions, but not. This is the next 10 years. Next 10 years are going to be driven by human behavior.
So George, what's your opinion on that? Are you going to the other side of it?
Yeah, actually, yes. In my opinion, yes. If you are a vacation rental investor today, most of them out there, they are not professional hosts, right? So they are doing this and they're just putting a property out there and then maybe doing it on the side. I believe that they're going to realize that they don't only need to become a true professional host. This is going to be a professional industry. So in the next 5 years, especially, they're going to realize that because of the fact that everyone is in this industry or will continue to grow, right, the vacation rental industry, then there's going to be a lot more competition. So the mindset right now is, I can get in easy, but the mindset in the next 1, 3, 5 years will be, I actually got to get all my ducks in a row, right? Because if not, I won't be profitable, right? So they'll also realize, I think, that they're going to need those true business skills, right? Like the true skills, not just business, but I think people skills, leadership skills, right? Because if you're a professional, you have a team, right? Then you're going to need those skills, right? I believe they're also going to need right? Other skills such as maybe like capital raising, very lucrative skills in order to scale a portfolio, right? Somebody wants to launch any real estate business, they're going to need money no matter what. So to me, the most important thing is, can you build a relationship with the people out there, with your brokers, your lenders, right? Anybody out there that could be a vendor of value to you, can you provide them value? And then the other thing, they're going to realize that this is something they already have, but they're going to have to up their guest experience skills, right? To win in the vacation rental industry. This industry has always been, right, an experience-based industry, but now it's going to be an even more because there will be more competition. Those who don't get these skills, I believe, will perish, and those who do will win, right? So that's just my opinion. I think this industry is growing, and the vacation rentals are not going anywhere. I think it's just going to become tougher, and then those who really go in and do it all in, those will win.
Thank you, George. So Vanessa.
Well, lastly, what I would just say is, I don't know that the mindset will change, because I think that in our segment, when people are wanting something, they're wanting something and they have the means to afford it. I've seen the biggest change, and we'll see that in the future, is the velocity in which it's happening. Choosing to purchase something, choosing not to purchase something. I think the approach in which one is taking in order to purchase is also a little bit different, simply by the nature of the market. The thought process, I think, historically has always been, if you're the buyer, you want to, lowball, try to get in there and give yourself some negotiating room. If you're the seller, the old adage, which I don't like, but is put a list price on there just to give yourself some wiggle room. And now I think the market is basically dead on in terms of what people are willing to pay. And we're seeing the speed in which people are making their decisions. Before we would see houses on the market for a year, years. And just because of our typical seasonality, that was the norm. And so you really never looked at days on market. That was never truly a factor. But given the way the market is, and I think that the real estate opportunities are, and that it always has been a solid investment in one's portfolio, people are making much more rapid decisions. They're making financial decisions in order to be able to obtain the properties that they want. So they're not necessarily coming in wanting to have all of this negotiating room. They're coming in with what they believe are, and we're counseling them to sometimes your highest and best, sometimes the most reasonable offer that you feel is appropriate for a particular property, knowing how popular it is, how many showings are happening, the growth of a development, the future state of what a development might be. Emerging markets in this area, there's a lot of expansion in the East Cape, obviously, and Todos Santos area. Lots of different areas are also emerging, and so having all that information and people making those kinds of decisions, the speed in which they're doing it has definitely changed, and I anticipate that will continue.
Beautiful. We are spot on with our time. Arjit is our next speaker already on the platform. If he or she is here, we will honor the time and we will finish here. If not, then I would go with one question which I see on the platform, which it's quite intriguing or different.
Hello, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. I'm ready.
Okay, so to honor your time and this time, thank you very much for joining us. We will be sending a short answer to the questions that are there in our platforms. Thank you very much for joining us today, Jose Luis, George.
Radley, hold it for 1 second. I'm so sorry. Before we end this, because we had actually approximately 31 questions in social media for this panel. So I would love to probably pull up only 2 if Dr. Mushira, please allow me for only 2 questions, please, if it is okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Take your time, dear. Never mind at all.
Yeah, only 2 questions. Okay, so interesting question coming from one lady from Asia. She's asking that, do you accept cryptocurrency? If yes, how is it viable to buy real estate with crypto?
We don't take crypto, and I'll be honest about that, is I don't understand crypto because I don't understand how it works as an exchange medium when the value of the unit that you're being paid with fluctuates. So that just makes it, to me, a difficult medium to use. So we have preferred to stay away from it, and based on what's happened lately, I think we're happy with that decision.
I might jump in there and say, you know, from a personal investment standpoint, some of the assets that we own, we have offered to accept crypto. I like being in the market. I think that right now, Jose Luis, you're completely right. It's been not a good time, so I'm glad nobody's made an offer on it. But I do think that it is something that I want to be prepared for as a brokerage and as an industry. People are using it, people are buying it. I have colleagues from Engel & Volkers that have transacted in using cryptocurrency. And obviously, you know, you have to have a buyer and a seller and agreeing on the terms in which they're willing to make that transaction. But I have seen it quite a bit from my counterparts in the US. So from us personally, I would, depending, be willing to listen to an offer that had crypto. I think that is something that, as a brokerage and as a destination, I want to be prepared for. I would rather somebody come to me and ask me those questions rather than coming to somebody else. It's just that for us, the next level of information that we need to be able to supply.
Brilliant. Any other takes?
Yeah, I will add that just yesterday I had this discussion with some of the people that are investing in real estate, and Georgia actually happens to be one of the countries which is very crypto friendly, and any type of real estate transaction can be done there. So if you're looking to invest your crypto money, then check out Georgia.
Brilliant. For all those questions that you guys have asked, we will respect the next speaker's time. So we will take all these questions and probably send a mail to Ragni and the respected panelists. And with this note, thank you so much, guys, for coming. Please stay with us because we have amazing 2 speakers who joined from Jordan. And I'll be requesting our next speaker, Dr. Mushira, to please kindly unmute herself and be with your presentation. You are already there as a speaker, so you can share your presentation. Thank you, George. Thank you, respected other panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you, Anisha. Thank you, Rodney. Yeah, over to you, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, just 1 minute. Okay, first of all, thank you so much. Just let me just prepare my presentation. Just 1 minute. Where is Suri? Okay, it's okay right now. Okay, it's okay. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Argat. So, accordingly, first of all, I'd like to thank you so much for this great summit, the World Leader Summit. And please, I would like to start my presentation regarding the women entrepreneurship. Let me first of all just say that as a woman, each woman in the world has a dream and inspiration. And you may see yourself as successful entrepreneur highly educated, happily married, financially independent, and comfortable, raising a family, traveling all the world. But yet nobody prepares you for the harvest and the process in between the valleys and mountains. And please let me begin by celebrating every single one you present in this forum, because the mere fact that you are here means that you have overcome at one point or another. I do not know what you have gone through, but my instincts tell me that you have been through a lot. So we are talking about empowerment. So the beginning of empowerment is the ability to deal with your heartful past and the present and the foreign ahead toward a brighter future. Also, somebody once says, educate a woman and you will educate a family. And I'm saying empower a woman to become an entrepreneur, and you will create an entire family of entrepreneurs. Women entrepreneurship is the need of the nation right now. It is the surest, quickest way to make our countries a superpower. So when we are talking about the concept of women entrepreneurs based on the participation, women entrepreneur is defined as enterprises owned and controlled by women having a maximum financial interest of 51% of the capital and giving at least 51% of the employment generated in the enterprises women. The general concept of the women empowerment or the women entrepreneurship is a woman or a group of women who initiate, organize, and run a business. And based on innovation, let me summarize the meaning of the women entrepreneur as women who innovate, imitate, or adapt of a business activity are called a women entrepreneur. So we have more than one characteristic of women as imaginative, attributed.
Doctor, I'm so sorry. Your presentation is not running. It's only showing the folder. If you can double click on the PPT, it will run then. I'm so sorry about,
Okay, so you want me to stop sharing and reshare it? Okay, just 1 minute. Okay. Okay. Is it okay right now?
Now it's fine. Yes.
Okay. So we have, let me start. Okay. So as I told you, we have more than characteristics of women entrepreneurial as imaginative, attribute to work hard, ability and desire to take risk, profit earning capacity. And as you know, most women with a small income are likely to become entrepreneurs. By the way, yani we have discussed more than one time, the day the period before Corona is completely different about the period after Corona. Women try to do all their best to work as entrepreneurial and to open their startups in the Arab region and in the world in general. So women entrepreneurship play an important role. In Europe, 10 million self-employed women provide employment for 16 million people. In the United States, also 6.4 million self-employed women provide employment for 9.2 million people. In all economies, self-employment is an important career alternative for women. So women entrepreneurship is not only in micro business. There are more than one quality of women entrepreneurs. Let me just summarize all of them by saying the women who will to work as entrepreneur is supposed to be accept the challenge and patient. At the same time, it's supposed to be experienced, intelligence, to, and keenness, the most important aspect of the women who want to enter the field of entrepreneurship is keenness to learn and imbibe new ideas. So the simplest way to the women to enter the business field of entrepreneurship, just to create a new idea. So importance of women entrepreneurship, a good share of the population, traditionally outside the domain of economic activities, they must be made part of economic development, because it will ensure the economic and social development of the women, along with providing more human resources to strengthen the economy of the country. The economic status of the women is now accepted as an indicator of society's stage of development. Also, the nutritious Harvard experts feel that the basic quality of efficient management is futuristic outlook and capacity to nurture and plan for the future. This comes naturally to the woman, but this inherent talent of women and her entrepreneurial skills go unrecognized and unaccounted. So let me just make a quick comparison between area. There were 3 key S, as I summarize them, in kitchen, kids, and netting. At the present, there are 3 ES, which are electronic, energy, engineering. So when women move forward, the family moves, the village moves, and the nation also moves. So if we want to take about the key challenges in women entrepreneurship in last 5 decades, let me just also divided the phases to divided the stages to like this. Women entrepreneurship of 17th. The women in this decade opened up new frontier. They had not only aspiration, but ambition. And women entrepreneurship of 18th, women were educated in highly sophisticated technological and professional education. They become an equally contributing partner. And also women entrepreneurship of the 19th, this was the first time when the concept of the best rather than male they was talked about. Women entrepreneurial of the 21st century, according to Jill of all trades. So researchers recently highlighted the need for special entrepreneurship programs for women entrepreneurs. Industrial and business opportunity are many. Majority of want to be women entrepreneurs are from the middle class families. Their potential should be identified and trained. Also, if we want to talk about the infrastructure support, maybe not helpful. Also, mobile training centers should be open. Post-training follow-up is very essential and vital. Let me just move in a quick also. I know just I have 15 minutes to complete my presentation, but I want to mention and shed the light on the basic problem faced women in entrepreneurship. Just I will mention without any comment on the main or the basic problems. The first one, here being a woman, is the main problem, and let me say in many companies and many societies. Responsibility toward family, society, and work. If we notice that we have male-dominated society somehow in some sectors or fields, I'm not speaking about the whole field in general. So competition with large-scale units, we have a lack of business and training, lack of education, and additional to lower aspiring ability, obtaining credit, and awareness of facilities provided by the government. So I think also, let me just shed the light on the marketing. I think women, yes, suffer a lot of from the marketing where they work. Also, we have social barriers, poor self-image of women, inadequate motivation, discrimination, treatment, faulty socialization, role conflict, culture value, and lack of courage and self-confidence. So why is it important? Entrepreneurship is about creativity. It's about birthing with the business dream. It means you tread on ground where others have feared to tread. It's about risk taking. It's about believing in yourself. In this summit, there are market women, cross-border trader, teachers, lawyers, nurses, doctors, scientists, miners, shop owners, property owners, farmer, politicians, etc. What is common among all these is that they all begin with a vision. So if they have made it, you can also make it. For example, as a result of rejection or poor background, some of us have very low self-esteem. You see others better than yourself, and you think you cannot amount to anything. Even when opportunities come, you do not see them. So let me just also move to speak about the function for establishing an enterprises for the women. We talk about the idea generation and screening, determination of object, project preparation, product analysis, form of business, raising funds, and brokering men. According to Frederick Harpson, exploration of prospect of starting a new business enterprises, undertaking of risk, and the handling of economic uncertainties involved in business, introduction of innovation or imitation of innovations, coordination, administration and control, supervision and leaderships. So nowadays women are in different fields when we compare them to the past. Hardly women entrepreneurial in Arab region are basically and mostly engaged in different type of self-employment. They have and meet lots of opportunity, various regulatory, promotional, credit, and represent institution established for promotion women by successful women entrepreneurs. This institution established by women entrepreneurs provide a ground to train, product, represent, and provide finance of establishing and running a firm to help women. So women entrepreneurs have vital role in developing the nation toward the path of enrichment and making our country more wealthy. The development of the nation democracy is hugely changed because women entrepreneurs who are taking part in the society, which become great and one of the reasons. Let me just give a suggestion. Procedures of getting finance should be simple, effective propagation of the program, linkage between the product, service, and market centers, encouragement to technical and professional education. So in the conclusion, as we have spoken about the role of the women, the role of business women in economic development is inevitable. Nowadays, women enter not only in selected professions, but also in professions like trade, industry, and engineering. Women also willing to take up business and contribute the nation's growth. Their role also is being recognized as a step are being taken to promote women. I'm really happy to discuss all of this with you and really appreciate all of you. And also, I hope that this discussion continue out of our organization and to your family and your friends. And before I close, I'd like to thank each one of us for inviting us to this summit and bringing our expertise to our gathering. You, as organizational leaders, have the vision, the knowledge, and the experience to help us pave our way to the future. You are truly our greatest assist today and tomorrow, and we could not accomplish what we do without your support and leadership. Throughout this discussion, I asked you to stay engaged, keep us proactive, and help us shape the future of organization and specialty field. We should all be very proud of where we are today and excited about where we are headed. So my personal respect and thanks go for each of you. Let us make the world your business destination. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the beautiful and lovely, encouraging presentation. And I'm sure that this will uplift many women in the entire planet, not only in a particular country. We will take one question from Zoom and then maybe move to social media. Then it is time for our next speaker to speak. He is already here. Rahul, you already unmuted yourself. If you want to ask, please ask her directly. Yes.
Hello, ma'am. It was great listening to you. So my question is like a little deep into spiritual. So I wanted to know, what do you feel about promoting feminism versus, females? Because feminism is like a quality that can exist in males also. It's like the quality of love and affection, and masculine qualities are different. So I'm talking about feminine qualities. What we have seen is with this, a global push to empower females, the females have been pushed to accept masculine qualities within themselves. They are being empowered. It's not a problem at all. But in being empowered in the right way, in the right design of the universal design, is also important for sustainability. So what are your views on that?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Rahul. First of all, just let me told you that I didn't hear your exact question. That is what we call interrupting, but it's not problem. I think that you asked about the feminist and female and the masculine society in general. But let me tell you and attract your attention for something very important. We all know that our women in our organization are confronting a time. We are also as organization confronting a time of many changes, and we are meeting these changes during a time of larger national and international change. So we should do care about you. We should find a place for us within those million of people and women. So accordingly, I think women, the word of organization specialty field is an exciting area in which to work, prove yourself, and continue to work and improve yourself in the society. So no one will be able to prevent you to work and to search about idea. This is your mind, this is your life, and this is your society. You are creating for yourself a space in this world. So we have a new form of communication which connects us for the million and billion of people each day and across the world. So accordingly, you should find a place for yourself in this world. No one will prevent you to work. No one will prevent you to create, to speak, to work. So accordingly, as I told you, that within over 20 years, there is a various kind of regulation and policy making strategy role. All these nowadays are changed. So accordingly, we are the one who is responsible about changing, the one who is responsible about create a word for ourselves and control the way that the people need, which we need the people to behave and to deal with us regarding it.
Brilliant.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doctor, I would love to share you something. We as an ecosystem, we have been probably working with women and kids, as well as a couple of social impact projects Of course, as a accelerator, as a ecosystem, we have been probably working very, very closely with people. We'll be more than happy to have you along with us with the same journey. If we can help with our 97 countries connect, we'll be more than happy to make things possible with the ecosystem players like you. I hope that you are here with us. With due course of time, we have our next speaker. Again, he's from Jordan. His Excellency Bilal, if you are there, with the grace of Almighty Allah, if you can kindly unmute yourself and we can hear you in the platform. Doctor will be in touch with you. We'll be more than happy to have a separate talk one-to-one with you. If we can help with our ecosystem, we'll be more than happy. Mr. Bilal, please, the stage is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Arjit. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, according to the time zones. It's my pleasure to be here with you. And thanks, Dr. Mushira, for your presentation. Actually, you highlighted the point about the woman entrepreneurship and how to enable the woman. And in general, our topic is much related together. When we speak about digital transformation and digital economy, which is the best way to
Dr. Bilal, Mr. Bilal, I want to attract their attention. You are the big and the most support person here for the women in Jordan and the women entrepreneurship in general.
Thank you very much.
So you are a great.
My pleasure, actually, to support everyone in Jordan and outside Jordan. Actually, now the world is a small village. We cannot speak about borders anymore. As of now, we can talk to each other from different places all over the world. And during the last maybe 4 months, maybe I traveled actually and virtually all over the world in different places in Europe, in Middle East, in Far East, in Asia, in Africa, in South America, in East Europe. And every place you have an interaction with different people. So now we feel that we are allocated in the same place, although we are in different locations. I just shared my screen to start the presentation. Let me make. Is it full now?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Actually, the topic here, it's very interesting to talk about digital transformation and digital economy. It is not a thing that you can tell in some slides and the words that you can cover different subjects in small words. However, I'm trying to have a quick journey from the definition of digital transformation, then moving toward the digital economy and how to enable digital economy in different verticals. Now, all topics are related to each other. This is my profile quickly, and this is the agenda that we have. I have 7 topics. I'm trying to cover as much as I can in this presentation. I would like always to start from the definitions, then move to the applications. So you have to speak about digital transformation. What is digitization, digitalization, digital transformation? And here's the journey from the first industrial revolution to second industrial revolution to the third one, to the computer, then to the digital transformation. So here, when we speak about digitization, we are talking about converting analog data to digital data, regardless it is paper, it is picture, it is whatever document. We need to have a digital version of that document. So here, when we speak about transformation, we need to have a digital format of data that we are having. Then we are speaking about digitalization. It is about a process. Now, when we speak about documents transformed from analog to digital, now we're speaking about the process of dealing with these documents, how to search, how to order, how to find the document, which is the basic definition of digitalization. The bigger concept that we need to think about is the digital transformation. Here, when we speak about digitization, we are referring to information. And when we speak about digitalization, we think about the process. When we move forward to the digital transformation, we speak about complete change, overall change. It's a general change in business models, mindset, governance, capabilities, internal processes, and culture. So when we think about transformation, we need to think about journey, complete journey. It starts from data and continue to the economy itself. So it touches the business model, it touches the daily operations, it touches the people life, the culture, the way to deal with different media source. We need to focus on the 3 elements when we speak about transformation. And as mentioned by the previous speakers about the transformation, we think about the human, how building the right capacity from the people. And we need to think about business models changing. In order to get the benefit from the transformation, we need to have an impact on the people life. So it changes the digital, the business models, the day-to-day activities that we are using. And when we think about the methodology, how to change the business models, we need to think about technology. We use the right technology in the right place in order to get the benefit for the people. So these are triple constraints or triangle that we need to think about: people, business, technology, and all are related. Now, going to the big concept of digital economy. Now, the economic activity that results from the billions of everyday online connections among people, business, devices, and data and processes. Now, when we look to the digital economy, it's the summary of what we are using in technology and the people life and the business models. We need to interact with these 3 elements to have them aligned to contribute in the national economy, in the GDP per person and per capita. So when we think about digital economy, it is originally the economy of the country, and we are using digital transformation and technology in general to enhance that economy. So we need to get the best of the technology to enhance the economy, make the life easier, make the life quicker, make the reach for the people, for the services in different way, in easier way. So here, when we look to the key defining trends, when we look to the digital economy, we have enablers. We have digital strategy, we have digital infrastructure, we have data, we have digital skills. Now, all of this related to the people and the infrastructure and to the enablement for the networks and for the facilitation of building the economy. We need to think about new business models, as we mentioned, that we have fintech, we have digital government, we have e-commerce, cloud, whatever, we have streaming, big data, all that stuff. And we have emerging technologies. When we think about, when we think about the 3 key enablers for the digital transformation, we mentioned people, technology, and business models. Here, the emerging technologies are being used according to the need of each vertical. We cannot, I would like to highlight here a message that we don't need to use all technologies everywhere. And there's a statement from MIT speaking or saying that we don't need to see drones flying in the room to see that we have digital transformation. We only need to use the right technology in the right place. So sometimes, and there is a success story that always I'm mentioning in my presentations, and this is quoted also from Indian about Asian Paints. It's a huge company in India. It is actually, it was 8 factories, small factories. They are discontinued, not related to each other. And one company acquired all the factories and made like ERP system, supply chain, customer care, call center in order to manage their operations. And they grown around 8 times more the production within 5 years, which means they are using basic technology requirements like ERP, supply chain, call center, digital call center, like or digital channels to deal with the different people. So we can speak that changing the media, it will enhance the economy according to the right use that we are using. Now here, I would like to highlight it quickly about Internet of Things, because it's an upcoming wave. Now it's no more a luxury use like smart homes. It is being used in different verticals, like in homes, in factories, in medicine, in agriculture, in industry, in education, everywhere. So in a quick nutshell, the concept of the Internet of Things is well known, that the network, which a group of things are being communicating over the internet without a human intervention. This means We need to have a standalone network talking to each other as a devices to help the human doing their functions. Now, when we think about elements, we have 4 elements: sensors, connectivity, intelligent processing, and actuators. Actuators means we need to have an action according to the sensor value that we are sensing. As a simple use, for example, firefighter system, smart firefighting. It has a sensor smoke detector. It will have connectivity, and then it will have processor that when the smoke or threshold reach certain level, this means there's a fire. An action will be done. Firefighting alarm will happen, and sometimes water will be discharged from some sensors in the factories or from some companies or offices. So here's the actuation function. When we think about a smart city as a huge concept, we have a smart metering, we have a smart waste, we have a smart parking, smart grid, smart environment, smart cameras, monitoring, and security. If we look to the picture here, we can see in the smart city, everything is smart. It is like water quality enhanced, smart health. We have public safety, we have a smart building, we have smart homes, we have open data, we have reduced air pollution, we have smart waste management, electric vehicle charging, and now it's being moved from petroleum to electrical cars, and it will go into hydrogen, green hydrogen in the future. Here, I mentioned the Internet of Things as an introduction to the smart cities, which is the big concept that we need to think about. And we here have a global IT market forecast in billions that connected devices up to the Q3 in 2022, it's around 14.4 billion devices, which means a huge demand for IT sensors and IT devices. And here the use cases that we could use, we don't need to go in details, but we need to think about different verticals will use IoT. Now moving to the artificial intelligence as a big concept, we have artificial intelligence as 3 important directions: machine learning, natural language processing, NLP, and robotics. And here we can speak quickly about machine learning. Now the wave is being back to the subject, back to the top. The machine learning is being under focus these days due to different reasons: the huge data availability, the huge computing power that we have, and the algorithmic innovation that we have in different machines. And NLP, about natural language processing, it could be used in different use cases like translation, day-to-day activities, smart assistants, email filtration, prediction, monitoring, chatbots, sentiment analysis. And we have here robotics, which has a huge use in these days in science, engineering, and technology. And we don't think about robot to replace the human rather than completing the function of the human. It will work in cooperation with the human as an assistant to the humans. We have different applications for robotics, including RPA, chatbots, drones. And I need to highlight about the value of data. Data is the new oil. Now, we have data being created day by day, and we need to think about data in 4 verticals. The first one about data generation, social media, financial transaction, public machines data, and we have storage management. We have a cloud and different functions of the cloud that could be used to store and process the data. And we have protection, which is a huge area of cybersecurity. And we have also monetization of data, including data analytics, different functions that we could do to get the functions or the outcome from the data that we are having. Every topic here we are mentioning data generation and data storage and data protection and data monetization. It's a huge area of work. It could be used for women entrepreneurship, for the students, for the R&D centers. Every place we have a different focus area about data. As we mentioned, the sources of data, social media, machines, transactional data, and we have here data storage, and we have here data protection. Cybersecurity is a huge subject that we will not go in details. However, it's very important to think about GDPR, data protection, data security, because it has no meaning to have digital transformation and data without protection. And the fourth part of data, which is monetization, how to get the value of the data, how to optimize the use of data, how to define new opportunities for a growth. And here we have combination between AI and IoT, which is AI of things, artificial intelligence of things. Now it's being used hugely in industry. I will not go in details, but here I would like to highlight the data, the IoT data with IoT. It's a powerful combination. It will give the value of data that being collected from the machines and doing some analysis and machine learning to get the best of that data. It could be used in the digital twins. It could be used in the future models of automating factories, automating cities. We could have a digital twin for the city. We could have digital twin for any factory. So there is a huge demand coming in the coming years for this subject. And we have here 4 trends driving technology adoption. As I mentioned, industrial AI plus AIoT. We could have availability for new software tools, simplified AI solutions, AI in legacy applications like legacy softwares plus different upgrades, and hardware advances, which will make improved performance for the factories for different use cases that we are having day-to-day activities. Here is edge computing. We don't need to go in details. The value of this edge computing that we need in order to have a quicker processing, a quick use of data. We don't need to utilize the cloud all the time. We could use edge cloud for a quicker processing and the huge data. It could be used in the smart cities and autonomous cars in different verticals. And here I would like to highlight the AI and IoT functional view that we need to create, have data from sensors, communication, as I mentioned in IoT 4 elements, and we have aggregation, we have analytics, and then we have actualization using the IoT data. And I would like here to move to the future work trends that it is mentioned by different presenters that COVID-19 made a huge push for our transformation process in different countries. So now many companies are moving toward the transformation by force during COVID, and they continued already after that. And some companies already started before the COVID and got, let's say, an opportunity in COVID to utilize their systems remotely and to have their business continuous during the lockdown in different countries. So here we can see that 83% of the companies are pushing to scale the remote work, and 84% accelerate digitalization, and 50% accelerate automation in the different companies. And as a rate of automation, it was 67% being done by human, 33 by machines in 2020, and expected to have 53 being done by humans and 47 by machines. So if we can see there is a 13% increment or 14% out of 33, which is more than 30% increment will be within the 5 years. We have the top 10 skills requirements for the 2025 future skills. We need to think about 4 groups: problem solving, self-management, working with people, technology use and development. And every one of these skills has different applications, including analytical thinking, complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity. And so we need to link the right skill and the requirements with the right technology. So these skills, everyone has to develop himself as a worker or a student, because these are the future skills that we need to work with them in the coming years. And we have reskilling requirements, as 50% of all employees need to be reskilling their skills by 2025, according to the digital transformation and changes in digital economy. And 40% of current workers' core skills are expected to change in the next 5 years. So as a human, you need to be adaptive. You need to upgrade your skills. You need to adapt yourself with the digital transformation and digital economy, because you cannot move forward in the digital economy without upgrading your skills. And in order to change your business models in the company, you need to deal with the new skills. So you need to build your skills to utilize the new technologies. And here we can see the timeline of building new skills for jobs of tomorrow. you need 1 to 2 months to build the skills for people and culture. You need 2 to 3 months to build the skills for product development and data and AI skills. And you need 4 to 5 months for cloud computing and engineering advanced skills. Here, statistics, quick statistics and the trends and forecast. We have here that as essential digital headlines that we need to think about 7.9 billion urbanization, total population of the world, 50% of them are being connected, 53%, 67% population, which is 5.3 billion, having mobile phone, and they are using the mobile technology. And we have 4.9 billion internet users, which is 62% of the population. And we have finally here active social media users around 4.6 billion, which is 58% of the world population. We need to think here, this graph is still not updated for this year. We can here, I need to highlight a message, and numbers need to be revised because this was done in the mid of 2022. By end of 2022, it will be changed. But as an overall, we can see as a world, as the GDP, real GDP growth, countries which have digital transformation and digital skills upgraded will be reflected in the GDP per capita and GDP growth per person. So we can see as a top countries like Australia, Canada, Euro area, including Germany, France, Italy, Spain, they have GDP per capita or GDP growth being increased. And we can see here, the difference actually between 20 and the 21 is a huge, because most of countries were in lockdown in 2020 and the economy moved forward in 2021. And we can see higher speed in 2022 in different countries, which means the changes in digital transformation, the impact of digital transformation will be reflected on the digital economy. And here, as a quick statistics, we can see, and we will close out with this slide, as a market growth rate and adoption, digital transformation will be reflected in statistics, trends, and forecast. The global digital transformation market is expected to grow to 1 trillion, which is 1,900 billion by 2025, from 469 billion in 2020, as a compound annual growth rate of 16.5. This means we have a huge growth. According to IDC, the direct digital transformation investment is expected to reach 7 trillion with a compound annual growth rate of 18% from 20 to 23. We can see here that we have a huge growth in digital transformation investment will be reflected in the GDP at the end of the day. And according to markets, the digital transformation market size is projected to grow at the compound annual growth rate of 19.1, from 521 billion in 2021 to 127 billion in 2026. So this means we have a huge growth per year related to the digital transformation. It will be reflected in the digital economy. And thank you. And I wish that I covered all the topics related to the transformation, different technology areas, and impact on digital economy, and how to prepare. The target for these slides to show that the importance of digital transformation, including skills and infrastructure and digital enablement, will be reflected on the humans' skills and will be reflected at the end of the day on the digital economy of each country. So building the right skills, building the right capability, building the digital infrastructure, doing enablement, digital engagement with people will be reflected at the end of the day in the digital economy. And it will open the door for different innovators, including students, women, and different entrepreneurs to participate in enhancing the digital economy for different countries. Thank you for being patient with me.
Thank you so much. If you can kindly turn off the screen presentation so that we can have you and I can take a snap of your.
Yes.
Yeah, super. Give me a moment. Yes. So I have an interesting point to share with you. So I started India's one of the oldest game development company in 1998. And when I started that in 98, if you remember, that time smartphone didn't exist. And in India, it was only the PC gaming that was there, that existed. So I was 17 when I started, and I have been treated as a crazy guy who started a technology company at the age of 17 while doing my graduation in finance and in technology. Eventually, the company grew, and in 2018, we exist now in almost all 5 different continents in the world. But in 2018, we decided that we will be moving towards completely online, because we have been recruiting many people from various different parts of the world, a lot of different cultures, a lot of different activities. And it happened in 2019 beginning, and all of a sudden COVID hit us. And we had the advantage of working from anywhere without any effect. And we have been helping many manufacturing units how to utilize extended reality, how to utilize augmented reality, how to utilize blockchain technology. A lot of deep tech technologies has been improvised in the last 3.5 years, if we look at it. And you have covered all these topics in the presentation. It's like amazing presentation. A quick question to you before I move to the questions from the audience. When we talk about skill set development, and when we look at Asia as a continent, and the upliftment of technology from the perspective of students, what is your take? How much impact we will see in next 1.5 years? Because this is one of the fastest moving technology that we are ever facing.
Actually, thanks for your question, Arjit, and thanks for your comments about my presentation. Actually, as a skill set now, it's a race now between different countries and different nations, how to develop the skills for every country. So now it's the time for every country to highlight the priorities for skills that they need to upgrade and how to utilize those skills, not only to upgrade those skills, because now it is no more related to the same country to utilize the same skills. Sometimes you need your skills to build your economy, and sometimes you need your skills to support other economies. Now, we need to think about different business models in different countries. And as you mentioned, the case about India, actually, I was involved in India in one project about the third mobile operator. I was working with that vendor at that time for the third mobile operator. And I saw the change when they introduced the 4G in India in 2015. I still remember. I will not mention company names, just not to market to anyone, but I'm thinking I highlight the importance of introducing the third operator, which launched the 4G. We can see the data utilization and data usage. That usage will trigger the people to utilize the mobile applications and to use the high-speed internet for utilizing different applications. And that case was the 4G, for the 4G. Now, when we speak about 5G and the cloud and different fiber optics and different infrastructures, this means a huge skill set need to be upgraded. Now, the point here, when we need to upgrade the skill sets, we need to match them with the country requirements. We need to focus and to utilize these skills, for example, in different innovations with different entrepreneurships. And for example, women's skill set need to be upgraded. Now, many projects are being used in fintech. Many projects are there in Internet of Things. Many projects are now in e-commerce. So in order to develop our skill set in different verticals, we need, first of all, to highlight the requirements in each country. We need to have a collaboration between different institutes, between different universities, and align their skill sets, upgrades with the market itself, with the huge companies, and to have future demand forecast for these skills. So it's important to update the skills. However, it's most important to utilize the skills in the right place, not only develop skills without having market to utilize these skills. So interaction between different markets is very important. Having different platforms will make the economy easier to be moved between different countries, to enhance the digital economy for the country by providing services remote services to different projects, remote services to different companies. Now, if you don't have resources available in your place, you can hire resources remotely. So it's very important to highlight the resource, to upgrade the skills, and at the same time to look for the right markets to utilize these skills.
Brilliant. We have got two quick questions from social media, mainly from Facebook, not from Zoom. One question is like, if we look at the Middle East market at the moment, the increasing number of job is going towards more on the online work and technology work. What are the key main skill set a student can improvise so that they can get a job very fast? First question. It is coming from Southeast Asia. A person called Christina Lee, she asked this question from Thailand.
Actually, thank you for this question. Very important question. I tell you something. There is still opportunity to develop different platforms. And as of now, I can tell you that many huge skills available in different countries and not being utilized in the proper way, or not being utilized in the right way in the right market. We still have some gaps in mapping the right skills with the right markets. Still, we have some companies being dominant in the remote work jobs. However, it's an opportunity for the startups to have their own companies or their own support services to different countries. Now, as a student in the university, my advice to every student, get part of every skill better than being detailed in all skills, because you don't have enough time during your study to develop all skills and details. However, it's good to know about everything during your study. Don't focus on one area and forget the others. For example, now the students in the telecom engineering or computer engineering, some of them are studying cybersecurity, some of them are studying cloud computing, some of them are focusing in AI, some of them in IoT. Now, because you don't know the right market, you don't know the right opportunity, you need to be prepared for everything. Then you need to work hard to get the more details about certain skill. Now, it's good to know at least some of everything, instead of having very detailed knowledge of one area and have no idea about different areas. So it's good to know about cybersecurity. What is the concept of cybersecurity, how to work in this domain, what are the requirements, what are the certificates required. However, you need to get the elementary certifications in this field. You need to get the idea about or basic information about the cloud. What is the cloud? What different applications, SaaS, PaaS, infrastructure as a service, software as a service, desktop as a service. You need to know the concepts, and then you can zoom in and get details about every skills when required. Because now, as a student graduated from the university, it's not expected from you to know everything in details. However, it's good to know about different areas, to be open for different opportunities. Don't limit yourself to certain area. However, I'm telling everyone, and I'm telling myself as of now, after 20 years of graduation, I'm still learning, I'm still studying, I'm still reading about different skills. You need to be adaptive. You need to be moving day by day. You cannot speak that I reached a certain level that I know everything. Every day you need to learn. Some slides of this presentation I prepared during the last 2 days. I used to have some slide, then I need to upgrade some slide to add different information. So in order to have new information, in order to be up to date, you need to read. You need to understand what's going on in different countries. So being a reader, being a person who's taking care about your knowledge, you don't need to speak that I am a leader, I am an official, I am a manager, I am a person with high position that I don't need to learn. No, everyone needs to learn. And the reason how to grow is how to learn. In order to grow, you need to learn. You cannot speak that I need to grow by myself. Being without update, this means you are out of sync with others. If you are not updated, you don't know what's going on in the world, you cannot be in match with them, you cannot catch the race of the technology. Now we are in a high speed market. highly, they call it a highly dynamic or highly changing market. So you cannot speak that I know this since I graduated. If I compare myself with the topics I learned in university for more than 20 years, so all of topics are expired. We cannot speak that I learned this in university. There is no more speak that I learned this in the university. You could speak that I learned this last year or last month or last week, and or I need to learn about this subject. It's interesting to learn about everything that's new, that in order to be updated. So my advice to the students: learn the basic requirements from the university, the concept, the ideas, the technology, how it's being as a concept. Then you need to upgrade your skills day by day. You cannot stop learning. Be open to different opportunities. Once you have the opportunity in a certain area, you need to focus in this area and get more details, make a zoom in. There are many platforms, online platforms you can learn in different, I don't need to mention the names. However, every top university, they have some free courses, and the YouTube and the videos you can learn. So as a student, you need to have the minimum requirements from all knowledge and different verticals and different technology trends that we are having. And once you have the chance, you need to learn and to have more focus on that area that you will work in it.
Super. Thank you so much for the beautiful and well explained answer. And with this note, I think we are here at the end of today's event in World Leader Summit. We have seen 30 different countries, several different speakers sharing their wisdom. I will not call it as only a knowledge. This is a beautiful wisdom that we have got from the morning itself. So let me take the pleasure to take out names of the countries. We will be there tomorrow itself. We'll be starting the day with Farooq. He is an ambassador in World Leader Summit. He will be starting from Ghana. So after Ghana, we have Germany, we have Gambia, we have Nepal, we have Afghanistan, we have USA, UK, Brazil, Nigeria, Kenya, Canada, Mexico, Romania, Saudi Arabia. And then we have Japan, we have Thailand, Philippines Island will be there with all of us. So feel free to join us live in Facebook. If you need any kind of exclusive link to join, it is actually specifically for the speakers in Zoom. So definitely we can probably consider if you have something to share with the speakers, connect me directly in social media or in my executive assistant's email ID. It is virtuallyfocoming@gmail.com. You can write to us. We will be giving you exclusive pass so that you can learn, understand, connect, and communicate with each other. World Leader Summit is an ecosystem. It's not a summit which actually happens only a year. I'll give you a small brief how we do it. We do every month a concept called Leaders Meetup, wherein we bring 2 to 3 different leaders from various different countries, and we open up a networking session monthly utilizing Zoom. Each and every country where all we have chapters, we do the local meetup, local networking, local knowledge sharing sessions with local universities, with schools, with local startup ecosystems. And then we have a program called Investor Roundtable, which we did in March. Every year we do it once in a year in physical mode. Last year we did in probably in Australia. Then this year we did in Dubai, and next year we have a plan for Europe as well as in Asia, in 2 different locations coming together. So a lot of things are going to happen in World Leader Summit. This is just the first day, the new beginning, and let us handshake with each other. Let us best wish for the next day. See you tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. Indian time sharp. We are starting the summit. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. May Almighty, may all super powerful God, Allah, Bhagwan, bless you and give you the wisdom. Thank you so much.